destroyed, but Devon has been seen. Hello there, but what a dodge!
Every single one of them.
Three
Are you
across
kidding?
each round. Only one of them's been.
Oh my God!
So that was really brutal.
They've actually gotten it.
Kind of like see that, but oh my god, not again!
Behind and retaliates too, but he has the cross.
The best in Malaysia, Singapore has yet to come as we come into another week of the VALORANT Challenger Series. Malaysia, Singapore, split one. I'm Tash alongside Choo Choo. And we are excited because today are some action-packed matches.
Yeah, one of the most anticipated, I say, series when it comes to our first series of the day, which is going to be one of the strongest team competing to see who can actually topple off the chart with number one. Can Bleed still stay undefeated, or will it start to fallen off the chart for a bit when it comes to finally facing their first loss?
You know what's really exciting, Choo Choo?
Yeah.
The fact that from last year all the way till now, we have not had a situation where we are unsure about who will be up on top. We hadn't had a great Cinderella new team story since No Namers. And today, that team will be playing very, very soon. Regardless, if you guys haven't been following VALORANT Malaysia Singapore yet, do drop a follow. But for now, let's have a look at how this tournament works.
Greetings, challengers! So good to have you joining us once again for another year of VCT Malaysia Singapore. 2023 marks the first installation of the split system, namely Split 1 and Split 2. Each split will primarily consist of a Challengers Qualifier, Challengers League, and Challengers Playoff. Now, let's jump into the breakdown. Split 1 will start off with the Challengers Qualifier to obtain the top 4 teams via a double elimination bracket who will proceed to the Challengers League. They will be seeded with the 4 directly invited teams, Bleed Esports, Enigma Gaming, Toda, and X10 Esports to compete in a round-robin format. The 6 teams with the highest placements at the end of the league will move on to the Challengers Playoff as well as qualifying for Split 2's Challengers League, whereas the bottom 2 teams will be up for relegation. In the Challengers Playoff, teams will play a double elimination bracket for that sweet chunk of 25,000 USD. Now, let's head into Split 2. Similarly with Split 1, there will be a Challengers Qualifier to obtain the top 2 teams. The 2 teams from Split 2 Challengers Qualifier will join the bottom 2 teams from Split 1 Challengers League to battle it out in the relegation promotion bracket. It will be a 4 teams GSL bracket whereby the top 2 teams will be promoted to Split 2 Challengers League, joining the other 6 teams from Split 1. In the Challengers League, these 8 teams will once again engage in a round-robin table in order to obtain the top 6 teams who will move on to Split 2's playoff. The top 6 teams will now go through a double elimination bracket where the winner gets a direct invite to the Pacific Ascension Tournament. In this phase of the tournament, the top teams from the other Pacific domestic leagues will compete against one another for a slot in the international leagues.
Now, in case you guys still can't figure out the tournament format, just focus on Split 1 first, then we have Split 2, then it's going to be Pacific Ascension, and that's it for now, okay? Don't overwhelm yourself with those kind of information. But back towards our team for today, Tash. We do know that Tash do hang out with these players more. I'm a very antisocial person, but she's a very different story.
I am antisocial, but I am a heavy Twitterers. You can compare me to a very famous American president, but we won't talk about that on air.
Wow. Wow.
Regardless of that today, I think it's going to be really fun today because as we are seeing some of these teams that have played in the previous weeks, which means that this is going to be their second week coming into this tournament. Third week? I can't remember anymore. What is time? But there are some of these teams that are starting to shake where they look really strong in week 1. As we come into week 2, we're starting to see the pieces start to change. As we look at these standings for today, where Bleed Esports currently reigns supreme at 3-0, followed by Loop 3-1, X10 also at 3-1.
So in case if you guys have no clue which team will be playing, the teams that haven't got themselves completed 4 series yet, they'll be playing today. So we do see a lot of players or teams starting on 2nd place down to the 3rd place. Yeah, they already played 4 series. So Enigma haven't finished and completed their 4th series yet. So Bleed Esports will fight against Enigma at first. Now, the question is, do anybody are willing or have the potential to bring down Bleed Esports from that #1 spot?
It's really hard to say because in terms of roster, in terms of resources, Bleed Esports seem unshakable. Analysts, coaches, they have players from all over Southeast Asia. They switched up the way they play from having European players to Thai players and Southeast Asian players. So the dynamics have changed since then. But for the rest, I think that we have seen some close encounters. We saw some shaky situations for Bleed when they went against Todat, where they went into overtime. They saw some shaky situations even against X10. So this is where I want to see, I think that for Bleed, I was talking to the coach Legia, and he said that because of how strict their routines are or can be, he said that he's so garang to the point that if he wants you to dance naked on the table.
Garang to the
Garang is very, very strict and scary. Because I went to stream and he was just like, if I want you to dance naked on the table, you will dance naked on the table. So that's a very scary coach, but at the same time, it's going to be a very good coach at the same time. It's kind of like, Asian mom parenting.
Wow. Sorry for Asians, but yeah, we are Asians. We have to face the fact that that's kind of true. But speaking of Bleed, having full utilizing about their staff at the same time, what about the other teams that don't have a clue about, not having coach or analysts or dedicated managers, example, like we do have the bottom ones. Example here, we can give it a go for Kizuna or even Heiyaki Niku. Like they're having a bit of a problem to adjust to Split 1 so far.
So for Kizuna, you have to remember their first week, they went against the strongest teams. So they weren't able to not just adjust, but also it's a bit of a shaky run for them. It's very different from the other teams who maybe went down against like the I would say someone is a little bit more on the even playing field or even the newer teams. Regardless, this is where teams like Kizuna can come up on top this week because they're going to be facing up against different teams that they may be more confident to play against.
So
but,
basically, you're saying the teams are not that strong that in your perspective.
I mean, it's not like they're not that strong. Okay, you know what? I'll take that hee. But at the same time, I don't think it's not that because they're not strong. But it's more of like they are very familiar with them. They have played with them before. They understand the dynamics compared to teams like Bleed that are very progressive. I mean, we saw what happened. They put Darion on the back seat this time. And with a new, I would say, duelist, it changed the dynamic of the team altogether. Regardless, let's talk about the first series of the day, Bleed Esports and Enigma Gaming. And I have to say, this is one of the teams that have been very, very excited up to go against Bleed, besides X10.
And not just that, I think that we're going to play, we don't have Bind and Breeze anymore for this one. We're following the lock-ins as well when it comes to the patches. So we'll be playing a full patch this time when it comes to Lotus and Split. Will be played today matches.
Wait, really?
Yeah, there will be 7 maps, and the one that actually not inside for the maps today is going to be Bind and Breeze. For the other 7, so we're going to play it and also have the map Veto on Split and Lotus as well. Now, this is going to be very interesting.
Okay, so a few weeks ago, I did talk to Legia on his stream, and he said that they haven't touched Lotus yet. That was about 2 weeks ago. So as it happens, I'm curious to see if a lot of teams are just immediately gonna ban out Lotus. Regardless, this is the lineup for today, and I have to say that with Juicy on the front line as the heavy hitting duelist, it's been looking really good for the team.
Yeah, but we haven't seen Laxi since quite some time here.
Laxi was
the sub. I mean,
he was alone.
He was loaned. He was loaned temporarily.
Yes.
Okay, so now Scary is back. Maybe during that time Scary wasn't available.
It was very funny because he was inside the Bleed house. He wasn't allowed inside the room. I have no clue what happened. But I hope that Bleed one day will, they showed the video. Maybe they can tell us a storyline. But coming back to Bleed, I think there's going to be, as much as I want to see like the amazing plays from Bleed, I don't feel like we haven't seen their true potential yet because it feels like they haven't had that big impactful play that we want to see, this soul crushing.
I think one of the main reasons because they haven't got the opening to actually show off their trump card. Yeah, that's one of the main reasons.
Or they don't want to.
or maybe they're just saving it for later, for something that's way more in the future. But when it comes to Enigma Gaming, now this is a team that only have one map lost in their hands as well. So they haven't lost any series yet. I think they lost one series possibly.
Yes,
so
one.
yeah. So Haven was the one that they actually have trouble to cope with. So they lost in that map particularly. But when it comes to another Icebox, they have quite a strong presence in there, and they only lost once as well. But the one they lost was against Louvre, and we talked about the Doctor earlier.
That was
just
still,
now.
it was still, I would say, in overtime though. Was it overtime? I don't remember.
Yeah,
It was
it
overtime, yeah.
was the longest overtime. It
And-
was triple overtime.
And honestly, I would say that Enigma Gaming has one of the strongest presence on Icebox, and we've seen this
Yeah, agreed.
since his days in Kingsman. Yeah, I mean, my first year of casting here in year 2, I think that when I first saw the Doctor, I didn't really understand what he was doing at first, and then I understand the lineups, how he plays, and I'm like, okay, he's a very genius person. Takes his
Yeah.
time, but since then it's been very different since then, and now we're gonna see a head-to-head between the Doctor and Scary. You know, it's actually crazy. Like if I were a Doctor right now, I'm like, oh, I used to be a small boy, and now I'm being compared against Scary. What is this?
He's the Doctor for a reason. And I have to agree with your take, the fact that the Doctor, the way he thinks so differently when it came compared to all the other players. He's basically the mastermind behind the strat for the team as well. But for the sort of Scary, his presence itself is already scary enough. This guy is so sharp.
He is. I think it's to remember that Scary was one of the best players during Zerja last year. Went all the way up to VCT APAC, as well as he went over to one of the Masters series, I believe. Was it Masters or Champions? They went over to the playoffs, but they didn't make
think
it
it
all
was
the way
Masters,
so far.
yeah.
They didn't go all the way to the big stage, unfortunately, but it's still a big presence regardless. And I remember that all the casters I've worked with for, they said there's a reason why this man is called Scary, because of how scary he is. And I think what's also really important to talk about is the fact that now we have a different IGL. I was talking to the OB guys, and I said, how was the comms like for Bleed? And Crazy Guy's comms are very, very meticulous. It's not like to the point where it's backseated, but it's meticulous. There's a lot of comms going around, and everyone knows how to handle themselves and process that information.
I mean, like, we do net over than under communicating for the players, because that's what really important. But now that's where things get more interesting. Many reasons. We do know there's no bind and breeze, and finally putting in Lotus into the pool as well as our renew and rework split, which is very good when it comes to attacking. We definitely won't be looking at Pearl and Lotus, but there's still triple site maps such as Haven. So we're looking over, are they picking over Icebox? Because I do want to see so much when it comes to Enigma versus Bleed when it comes to Icebox, because both teams
Excel in Icebox.
They're not going to start with Icebox.
I mean, Fracture is such a good map though, and it's gonna be Haven as well. I mean, we just talked about how they struggled a little bit with that particular map, but it's okay. But let's talk a little bit about Fracture. So now Fracture, very momentum heavy map, a lot of very heavy lurking, and I feel like in terms of lurks, Bleed currently has the higher advantage. Frey last season, it felt like he had the timing a little bit better, but I'm really hoping that whatever it is that's been a little bit more, I would say, kind of like lacking or mistakes that's happened from Enigma has been fixed by then. Because if you look at how Enigma played, it's like a very well-oiled, clean machine, but it's not as, I would say, as fluid or as adaptive as what you expect from Bleed.
This is interesting. They're banning out one of their most favorite maps.
Because of Bleed.
I
You can
agree.
already... It's scary. It's scary.
It's scary.
It's scary.
For a reason. And he loves to lurk when it comes to mid with that Viper. So they're going to ban him out anyway for Icebox. So that's a shame that we don't get to see who's the better Icebox players when it comes to these two teams. The split will not be there. We're going to have finishing off with an OG, which is going to be Ascent as our deciding map. Now this, when it starts from Fracture, right? I have to get back to the point where you say Enigma, you love how they are so controlled, how they are composed themselves. But the thing is, with Enigma gaming, sometimes they are a bit reckless or impatient of about waiting things. They want to push in. Sometimes from my perspective, I notice when they are defenders, they love to push in too much. You cannot have that sort of how do I say, mistakes done. Those small mistakes cannot, the small amount of errors cannot be done when you're fighting against a team like Bleed.
I think like Bleed is one of those teams that can really, really punish a team.
Yeah.
They will wait for those mistakes. And I think what's really important is for the fact that Bleed, I think one thing that has stayed consistent between this team from previous seasons all the way till now is how they are very, very control when it comes to controlling the momentum of the game. And once that control didn't come through, especially against Toda, I remember Bleed actually struggled against Toda on Fracture. I'm wondering if this is the time where they want to re-practice or kind of figure out what exactly happened on that map against Toda and how exactly they can actually, I would say, fortify how they play that map in particular. Regardless for both teams, they have good controllers, they have really good attackers. Now the question is, which team will be able to take reign of the control of the map, or rather the momentum of the map?
I agree. In fact, maybe they are picking Fracture just to experiment some stuff. That's one of the many reasons. So when it comes to agent picks of previous ones, we do see Fracture. They love to play Raze, Brimstone, Bridge, Cypher, and Omen. It's going to be the same for the side of Bleed. Possibly for Enigma, they never played Fracture before. Now this is going to be interesting. We'll get to see a glimpse of what they have to offer when it comes to Fracture. And speaking of Fracture for Bleed, right? I have a feeling they want to perfect what can be perfected and what error they made. The things that they feels like a bit. How do I say it? In shambles, that when they fight against Toda, if they can get the recipe right, they get the formula right this time, it's going to be a very strong team.
Oh, this is a skill matchup. Okay, this is very interesting. Sorry, I'm so sorry that I got distracted. I wanted to say that because this is a mirror matchup, it comes down to how well each player executes and plays the setup and how their strats are going to be. We talked about momentum. And I think the momentum killers are definitely going to fall onto either Frey and Darion's hands. I'm surprised that no one has decided to run a Viper on this map. Viper isn't as great as I would say a Brimstone, but when you see players that really excel on Viper, I was like, okay, we have players that do really well on Viper. Why would they choose a Brimstone over that? Or I think it's more about the execution as well. I'm really curious to see how exactly these two teams decide to play attack and defense. We've seen teams like Toda, how they play these map is very interesting because when they are on defense, they play a more proactive role. They're gonna push out, they're gonna be aggressive, and they pincer them before even they get into main. So that area of control is very important to talk about because how you take an area and how you hold it will determine how exactly you'll be able to play retakes or post-plant.
And not just that, if you can actually play on defenders and giving such an aggressive approach at first, that sets the tone for the next first half and giving away that the intimidation towards your opponents, that they're kind of scared, they got mental about that and they got psyched out and kind of hesitant and just double think themselves whether to go in and go, having so many doubts. It's giving so much impression towards the other side. Now, we have Bleed on the side of defenders this time with Enigma taking on attackers, but this is, for me, when it comes to Fracture, definitely having depends on who can go more aggressive, honestly speaking. It's more towards how aggressive can you get, how much of hesitance you can lose yourself and just go for it. And that's really crucial for the side of both teams. Feels like they are mirroring when it comes to the agents as well. So it's down to who gets his best.
This is a time where everyone's eyes should be on the game and also on the map. How each player moves is very important because it can determine how these plays are going to work out. Now, for EG, with one game down, I think they want to prove themselves to be the best in MYSG compared to Bleed. Look at the location already on the way. Darion's sprays doesn't hit anyone just yet. Has to give up that space. Very fast push onto main, and the retakes are going to come by, but Styron already anticipating a lurk.
Waiting for the right time to just pick Styron. Oh,
beautifully done.
There was a headshot, but it didn't bring the entirety of that Brimstone down. But Frey going on to the tunnel side, just gonna pull back for a bit. It's just too much for them to handle. Bleed just dominated over the side of B, and he's trying to go. They're coming up the market. Crazy guy got one, but it's no one trading that much. But still down to last player. It's gonna be Sand. Can he clutch this? Never mind, because Juicy get it going.
It's a very unfortunate situation. While it was a great push onto the site, they weren't able to execute that post plans. See how patient Bleed plays here? And Darion was not afraid to leave that site, give up that space, and play together. And sometimes that's all you need. It's best to play in the aggression in terms of strength in numbers. We didn't quite see that yet from Enigma. I think they were a little bit too eager and weren't fast enough to set up for post plans.
The post plan was really difficult when all five of them were already there in the first place. And Bleed, when it comes to their comms, is just so fast here. Now they're gonna force themselves to get into A and still in the lobby. But there are two of them will push up towards the side of A Mania for the side of Bleed, Juicy. And also we have JS coming up from a shaft, but they finally get in for Sen. Coming out to the shaft and down towards the main. Juicy and Scary now ready prepared to take arms. But Enigma, the Doctor take down, and none of them actually in A for the God. They can go for plant if they want to.
They want to, but they also have to be careful because they have no information where the other members are. Now, they're inside. There was a little bit of a delay there because everyone who pushed through door actually went down.
Spike planted.
Now, they have to be careful because you know that Darian and Crazy Guy are great at playing these very annoying, nasty angles. That little area of angle there from that fragment flushes out Crazy Guy, and they're going to be running forward onto the site. Sprays come out, beautiful spray from Crazy Guy. He does get concussed. Great trade out by Divine. This anti-eco doing so well. It's all down to the line for Darius. 1 versus 2, very doable. We've seen clutches before. He clears on the corner, nearly brings down Styron. At the end of the day, he still wins it, but a good trade by Divine makes this anti-eco a very worth it one.
That was milliseconds. If only he managed to take one out quite early on, he might actually be able to catch that for Darren. It's just a shame. It's just a moment of the time that didn't flick the way he wants it to do. But Bleed now equals out with Enigma Gaming, and both teams having a bit of a loss when it comes to economy-wise, but still going to go for Bulldog and Spectres coming up from Enigma Gaming. They are going all full utilization as well. For the Bleed this time, they have to force themselves not to buy as much based on their current situation. Now, where would they plant? For the side of Enigma, they're having a bit of a problem to go B side. A seems to be successfully well done the previous one. They're gonna have to go for A again.
I like how they took their time here, waiting out those utils. Zan does not get deterred at all, even with those utils put up. I love all this access to Zan that they have. Full control of the site before they actually commit onto main. And because Bleed takes their time with the rotates, look at how Bleed is taking it. They're going to put a 2-3 situation, one from main, one from drop, but they're smoked out. They have to wait for the utils to go down.
Yeah, have to split their ways because they already planted and already dominated the site. Now, all they need to do for Enigma Gaming, just play with the time. While Bleed, I'm surprised how they just rotate themselves, coming to its zip line and going all in the main lobby. And I was expecting them to go split into the A drop, but they are a bit, how do I say this, a bit decisive when it comes to taking and retake that side and going and forcing themselves and aiming. But the corners, a bit too hard to check with that splash just now. That was a clean win coming out from the side of Enigma Gaming. If only they didn't change their plan at the last minute, what would have happened then?
It was really good, honestly, given the fact that post plant, you need to remember that they had a good cross coming through. They put one person to get flashed out on one side, leaving Styron on the other. And no, sorry, it was Frey on the other side. And because they were so distracted by Door and by Sand, this is what's really important because in the words of Sleepy Studio TV, Chichu knows him, check your corners! And they didn't do that!
That's right, but the moment you want to check the corners, it's flashing, the flash timing is just so perfect. Now Divine tried to force towards the side of Arcade, just to check those coming out from Canteen and the Link in the connectors and mid. They tried to just clear things out for them to make a space for the spike. But the thing is, they're down to only 3 players in the main site when we do have one lurker, which is going to Frey, trying to just secure things out on the back side. But Styron, now to go for post plant. How do Bleed actually try to approach this? Are they doing the same 5 men going straight into Canteen, or they're going to split ways again?
The Doctor once again line up Larry's Juicy, trying to find someone to blast in the face a little bit hard. He's running out of time, just gonna throw it out. Zoning, as they say, but Darian sharp in the head, finds Divine. That's a great pick over there, but the sprays come through. JH finally finds one more. You hear the tap come out as well. Now, you know the Doctor is playing post plants, have to go for sprays. JH finds one. This is a great situation for them. They get a post plants and both the kills, and they just completely decimate the economy for EG.
I love the fact that Bleed just took their time just now, not recklessly just entering in and waiting for the showstopper to knock on nobody on Zan just now. It was really unfortunate for Zan to actually not utilize fully with his ultimate. But if only he actually get one, that's more than enough to make space for the side of Enigma Gaming to actually go for the post plant successfully. But unfortunately, Bleed, when it comes to Mastermind, you have to give it a go. You have to give credit for this team. the fact that they do know how the mindset of Enigma Gaming works, they just take their own time to go for it. Now, Enigma trying to submit themselves in A again. But the thing is, is Aftershock and the port line just making it so hard for them.
Really liking how they are completely reading the strats of Bleed right now. Just clearing out the aggressive play. Zan with the opening, but Jay trades right out. They also have popped the ultimate for the Cypher. Quick picks. Bleed currently not able to do something. I'm wondering if it's the idea it's going to be get the picks or they're going to go for a save. And I think it's best if they do, because if they don't, the next round, I don't think they're going to have enough for a buy.
Some of them might do, but not most of them. In this case, for side of Bleed, Darian, I don't think he wants to go for it. He might just go waiting for an active frag anyway. It's down to 4. It's kind of a miraculous run if you can actually clutch all 4 down. Darian just going to use his camera to spot out any exit frag on the way, while the rest of Enigma Gaming is down to the timing. That's it. It's going to be a huge win for them. It definitely will turn on when it comes to economy for the next one. They might have an operator lurking around if they want to, but I don't think as a attacker you want to play the operators anyways. But for Darren, it's just going to be the wait and nobody going to exit through the connectors anyway.
I think what's really important is the fact that these Enigma, even though it's a 4-on-1, they never left the site. They didn't push out or try to get the last frag because they respect Darion enough to know that they are going to lose at least 1 or 2 before he takes them down. And it's better to actually bring your guns or keep your economy just completely rolling than getting a frag out of it. Yeah, don't waste it. Don't waste it.
Let your ego speak for itself.
Exactly. Now, this timeout is something that I really think that is really good, because it's round number 6 and they went through going the whole thing over and over again and they can't figure out how exactly Enigma is stopping them. They want to play fast, it gets stopped. They want to play slow, they still cannot get out to sight. And now I noticed that for Bleed, whenever they have these timeouts, I'm not sure what Legia says, but I would say the changes that come from Bleed is not the most drastic, but you'll see these micro changes that you're just like, wow, okay, that tiny thing changed the entire dynamic of how exactly Bleed takes that round.
Yeah, it's always the small stuff that actually make a bigger impact when it comes to even VALORANT, the very technical game. But when it comes to Scary, they have the orbital strike. So it's not really that hard for them to actually shoot away everybody to get into the site. And there's also the suppress of a command null coming up from Crazy Guy. And Darren already got his neural tap. They can actually just augment themselves to use his ultimate, make sure that Enigma Gaming having a tough time to go for the post plant or even planting in the first place. Now, how do they want to commit themselves? We do have Frey going to be the lurker on the back line here, waiting to go either side to make space for the side of Enigma Gaming. But Enigma still taking their own sweet time from pushing. They're respecting so much towards Bleed at this very moment we speak.
Honestly, for Bleed, we always see them. It's very different now. It's very different from aggression that comes through from a team. It's a lot more control compared to last season. But I wouldn't say it's predictable. Look at how Enigma has played on the rope. The sprays come out, Scary punishes for dry peeking.
This guy never worked. I mean, like, it's scary. It's scary. He's so crispy, taking it one tap all the way down. But look at how slow Enigma just pushing towards A main here. And from A drop, coming up just to check 4 corners and making sure they got intels. How many people in there? They're going to go for the rush. But San already make up a space for the rest of the team with their exchange of Frey. Is it worth it to lose one? And they're making a big drifting way towards B all the way here. Just gonna bait out for the rest of Bleed to go into A, but Bleed is not that hard to just, you can't fool them at this point.
This is such a change of pace here from Enigma, honestly. Their explosive plays did come through, but the fact is, because they came in from drop, and because of that cage as well, that flash was so good. Picks off 2, and Scary picks off 1 more, 3K in his pocket. And finally, it seems that it's a very, very clean win from Bleed this time. And I think this is where the momentum might change hands.
It feels like Enigma Gaming is just too hesitant to make a call here. You saw the fact that they're taking things slow. It's not like the usual self. They don't feel that comfortable like we compare with all the other series. The previous series, you saw how confident they are. They just go in for the plan. But when it comes to versus, well, Bleed got their own statue to stand up for. right? So the fact that you're fighting against Bleed, definitely you got this unnecessary pressure, but sometimes they're overthinking themselves. As a side of Enigma, they're making such a mistake they've never done before.
I don't think it's that. I think it's that they overthought that timeout, perhaps. They changed their pacing immediately after that Bleed timeout. I'm not sure.
That timeout can psych them out.
Exactly.
It was supposed to psych Bleed out. I mean, like, this is the reverse now.
I think it's because they can't exactly tell what's going to be happening because you're able to read Bleed before for 3 rounds in a row, and suddenly they're changing up how they play, and you're just like, okay, I have no clue what to expect. Is it best for us to go default? Is it best for us to go for plan B to catch them off guard? But the thing is, Bleed, when they change, as I said before, when they change the dynamics of their play, this is where things start to go a little bit more solid. And I think because they thought, okay, timeouts happened, maybe they are already anticipating this fast plays from us. Maybe you should go slow and then go explosive. But it didn't happen twice in a row.
It didn't happen. And the funny part is, Bleed the one who actually have to switch things out. But it's the reverse of Enigma, actually going very slow at this extent. But look at how they're going to commit to us. A straight going in with a showstopper as well. But nothing. Heads happen to be that. Never mind. Zan still got... Never mind. Zan already used his showstopper.
Oh my god.
And they got being suppressed.
Oh my god.
But they got one. JH have a trade with Frey. Straight away open up the cage to make sure he secure himself at the back line here, coming out from that A main. But where is Siron?
Siron,
so far off.
He was trying to go for that lurk. Has to be careful as he makes his way to the side now for Frey. He spots out Scary a little bit late on that flick. Siron does trade him out regardless. 2-on-3 situation, 2-on-2, juicy trades. This is a great situation for Bleed. They hear the taps come through. Spray straight through Doctor for 2. Beautifully done. I am in love with this because the readjustment from EG from that last round, perfectly done.
That was perfect blade suppression, giving away the intel of how many people and Crazy Guy just stands by, take down on the Doctor, who almost clutched it for the entire team. It was so close round between these two, but Bleed safer leading in with a 4-3, and that shows with the orbital strike and also the Thunder, Rolling Thunder already more than ready to actually being released by the side of Bleed. By the side of Enigma Gaming, that was a very costly round.
Man, I'm loving these adjustments from both these teams. It's going to be such a cat and mouse game at which team is able to adjust the best, which team is able to change mid-round on the fly. So far, we've seen that happening for Bleed, and I'm curious to see if EG will be able to keep up the pace. Starting off here, strong Zan playing very quiet on A main. We hear smokes come down here, but it's not on this particular site. And we do know that it was actually Darion playing there earlier, but this time, he's still there, but he's holding out the area very far away. Here comes the explosive plays. Darren comes through, sprays up top side. Here, Knife's gonna suppress him, but does it really matter? Actually, gonna trade out with Zan. Beautiful way to play, because one distraction and one was the DPS, but JH and Scary get one each. Orbital strike gonna zone them out of the site, at least for a little while.
There's so many utilities being dropped in the middle in the A site just now. So many smokes in between, but here comes Scary coming in from the shaft, trying to pushing Saver, but the blinds, the black blinds, and Scary trying to find on the Divine. They fought one more down. Oh man, Juicy in the last tick of health. That's 1 HP left for him to actually go for the defuse. Almost got it, but Bleed just had it really in the hands.
Honestly, it was a little bit more about how Enigma played that post-plant. If you saw how close they were playing, we saw how Frey actually took up the whole brunt of that flash. They're playing so close to the door. And we also saw that JH threw out that, I would say, the aftershock at the same time. And because of that, he had to move away. He couldn't see anything, got sprayed out there. But the problem with Bleed is even though they were flashed at the same time, they were ready with those anti-flashes. They were ready for those trades. It was a great trade in the beginning for the side of EG, but Bleed knew that we have to minimize our risks early so that we have more numbers eventually as the picks go down. And if you see how Bleed plays as well, it's very separated, but enough to have really large, long-range, I would say, range. So it's very, very hard to really figure everything out.
That's kind of true. Bleed, when it comes to every corner of the map, they know it way better when it comes to the fundamentals of the fracture themselves. They know exactly, even though they got blinded, even though they got smoke in between, they know exactly where the entry point coming out from the side of Enigma Gaming. Well, Enigma, they kind of been blinded by the smokes just now, unclear about where the exact position of Bleed players standing are. And where it comes to Enigma, right now, they really need to come back here because leading with 2 points, Bleed try to just overcomes and overruns them with the fracture map this time, but they are indecisive. When it comes comes to Enigma Gaming, what to do next. They're split it into 2-3, trying to push from the back line as well. When it comes to Arcade and the B main, they're trying to just really commit to B. But the question is, will they commit? Sometimes they're just too hesitant, overthinking themselves, make a big drift towards A side.
Oh, beautifully done.
They were standing by all day long.
2-for-1 situation, not the best thing to be, and I'm really liking this adjustment coming through here, suiting together. This is how exactly Enigma plays. It's a trade-on-trade here from everywhere, but I think it's a man advantage from the side of EG. Might just change everything in return. 3-2. Scary, all alone. Does not win it this time. Divine, good for 2. Wow, the timing a little bit off there, and Divine punishes them for it.
That's what they need for Enigma, really. They don't overthink themselves, you know. Yes, there might be bleed players waiting on the other end. All they need to do is just rush in and know for the fact where they would pick. They will pick for a side of bleed. And that was a good trading early on for 1-2 for in Enigma Gaming's hand just now. Back towards the side of Enigma. They can't do the same thing with Bleed because they are the type of team that really adapts quickly, swiftly, just going towards B if that happens again. But this time they're splitting into just letting Frey to lurk around. But they're coming up from A shaft again. I'm not sure if this is going to be a great idea. They failed to do so earlier.
Oh, Divine already with the opening. Finds Scary. Here comes the Rolling Thunder. JH gonna just buy some time with the Astral Shock. Sprays out, finds Divine. Regardless, taking their time here. Zad, very sharp, gets 1. Can he go for 2? Not quite. Crazy Guy, very sharp with that Guardians.
Spike
Juicy
down,
gets 1 more. This situation, 2-on-3, as well as a null command. Gonna make it very hard for the other members of Enigma to do anything else. The Doctor does get 1 more here. The Doctor repositions, beautifully done. Takes down Crazy Guy. Null command still very much active. The other member to worry about here is gonna be Juicy. Juicy has not yet, at least, lost some aim jewels. Let's see if the situation might be changing this time because Frey, as remembered from last season, very, very strong. Doctor brings down Crazy Guy eventually. It's Juicy, pincered A main, as well as the area of spawn. And Frey with that first contact didn't even need Doctor to trade out.
They had the advantage earlier for the side of a Bleed just now. Unfortunately, I have to say the Doctor really changed the pace for the side of Enigma Gaming, changing the odds. Just equal things out to the side of Enigma Gaming, but same again. Feels like they're having a tough round for the side of Enigma Gaming towards A. Possibly they might just commit themselves into B all this while now, but it depends on how they want to play. If they go 5 men all the way to B main, they'll be more than prepared for the side of B. Look at how many people that play themselves inside of B side already, even towards the Arcade and the back line there.
Oh, aggressive plays coming through here. Immediately pops a showstopper, but found absolutely no one. Immediately runs toward the side. Dare out with the tap onto Zan. Siron trades out. Gonna just clear out that area with the fragment, but AJH does not miss the headshots. Eventually does go down to Styron. And then Doctor going up the tower. Gonna push up to the top side here. Was not expecting to go forward. Doctor, very sharp, great strafe coming through. Now just to find the final member with his Juicy surprise. He says, clean round. 3-5, very fast.
The moment you saw that cross, they're waiting for somebody to climb out that rope. You definitely know it's going to be the end of that one player. Now it's going to be equal things out with last round in the house. It's going to be 6-0, or it will be they leading to 7-5. Finally, Enigma got themselves that recipe. They're not that hesitant anymore. They're not pushing things too slow. They know for the fact that Bleed had that pause, didn't change things up too much. So they just go on with their comfort ways of getting into the site. Now the thing is, are they still committing to A? Because so far, A has not been that successful for Enigma again.
This goes here.
It's a little bit hard to get into A coming into there. There's 2 different airs to come through, but here comes the null command coming through. Crazy Guy already deterring any pushes coming in from A main. As soon as he heard sounds, he reacted. Other members coming through. Zan with the opening pick onto Juicy. That is absolutely huge. Can rely on the rest of Bleed. But as he pushes out here, Scary Guy get 1 more. Flashes out, gonna get caught out by the Doctor instead. That's a very nasty angle to play in.
Frey giving away the intel that nobody's actually in B and things are clear, and definitely Styron just gonna run himself to B and nobody's guarding B at the same time. They just can plant and go for the post plant. It's an easy task for them. It feels like this is gonna be their way for Enigma Gaming. This game supposed to be in their hands. They are outnumbered for now, but one of them actually coming out from Canteen. Scary, waiting to see 1 HP down.
1 HP and a dream.
Can this guy clutch this against 2 people?
Oh, it's hard.
Down to Styron, JH, and Scary.
Surprise! Flank coming back. Love love this rotations coming through here from Enigma. Beautiful clutch for round 12.
Switching sides.
They were all looking at sight, but they were right behind them the whole time.
It was a genius move with the patience coming up from Styron to have a bit of a long way to go. It was well worth it, winning them that round. Leading this time the first half is going to be Enigma Gaming with 7-5. Almost close enough. Scary. And the rest of Bleed almost got it, but they have not have thought that rotation's coming up from Enigma Gaming. Now it's going to be the reverse with Bleed going for attackers this time. How aggressive can they be?
This is where things are going to be really funny. If you look at the points right now, it's been 3 rounds in a row for EG and then 4 rounds in a row for Bleed. This is where it's going to be very interesting as the aggression comes through. Enigma this time pushed back forward. That's exactly what we saw from Bleed's side, from the side of Enigma. Regardless, Darion with the opening finds Zan. Maybe a little bit hard here. Juicy gets one more. Styron trades it out. It's always been a trade on trade for these two teams. Just shows how good they are in terms of the swinging together, the teamwork, but Divine is so very low. He's playing behind this box here, hoping for his chances for someone to just come through, maybe to catch them off guard, because sometimes people don't check corners.
I don't know, it's going to be 22 HP fighting. He's still got one, they didn't check the corners right, like you mentioned. But the moment he pops his flash just now, that's where he goes down. It's going to be a bit of a hassle for side of Bleed to go and re-rotate, drifting himself away towards maybe A or B into the arcade. They're split it into 2, very widespread for sort of Enigma Gaming with one Styron. Oh, Styron can do clutches. I mean, like, this guy, you cannot look down on him anytime soon.
He can. Just happenstance whether or not Bleed is okay with that trade potential. There is still one more. Shots are out, so at least they know where exactly it's coming from. But here comes the explosive play. Scary going very fast. Vrooming through tower. Styron has all the information he needs. He does have the fault line. Gets one more. Here comes the fault line. Gonna come in from the right side. Scary actually narrowly misses that. Playing from behind the box. Ring around the rose. His teammate is there, but a little bit too much as Frey is there for the trade.
The crossfire stands up pretty well with double pick coming up from Enigma Gaming as well done. The Bleed didn't expect that to happen at all. Now they have a bit of a paranoid feeling, you know, because there's always somebody else behind their back for the side of Bleed. They can't sit easily, can't be comfortable, even though they go for post plan or even if they manage to dominate the certain side. Because Enigma, we do know the doctor in his brains, how things work, how he just deploys the members.
You know what goes through his brain.
And nobody knows, man. It's a scary thought if you can actually go into his brain.
There's a lot of puns here, Chuchu. It's a little bit much, man. I gotta turn. I'm just kidding.
Now, they want to commit themselves into B main. At the same time, not that spread at all when it comes to Bleed, but straight away commit with the utilities. The smoke's been dropped. They are being stunned and shut down.
My God.
Frey just making so much work in the front line here.
It was just one trip and all he needs was just help from a little tiny little fragment, and Scary only half HP left, making his way. Here's the footsteps as the damage comes through. Spray still finds him in the end. There's only Juicy. Here's the grenade. Gonna force the reposition as Divine comes through. And I don't know if you've noticed this little tiny switches in play here. As a util comes out, a member of EG has been moving in. That really fast reaction to that information has been so invaluable to them. But this is the bonus round for Bleed. Once again, they have full rifles. Maybe they'll be able to take this round. But for Enigma, because of how they have a 1-2 sort of punch situation going on, they can get value from those stingers. And I'm not sure, I think because you said this is the patch with Bind and Lotus, I believe this patch also means that the stinger has increased in value.
Yeah, the stingers can be reworked as well, right? But then you mentioned about how they dropped the utils early on for the side of Bleed. No matter how much they dropped it, Enigma still can actually just clutch it anyways. You know what? The moment they drop the smoke, blind or no blind, we don't care. We just hold this angle, we just spray it through.
Because they're ready with the anti-flash.
Yeah, they are ready for that. No matter how they've been blinded, how they've been smoked anyways, they know that certain angle is the entry point. No matter what, unless if you jump or you are jet, you updraft yourself, which they don't have a sort of Bleed, except for that race, then they have a bit of a problem to go for an entry in the first place.
Bleed still coming through, taking their time. One shot, just a little bit of a warning. A little bit of a smidgen of attention, please, as everyone rotates here. Thank you very much. Here comes explosive plays. And immediately, we're just going to wait out that fault line. Gonna deter them for actually,
Just gonna reply it.
Can I have a
There you
smidgen
go.
of attention? Here, take all those utils. Now we rotate. Thank you very much for using your utils.
There's a lot of utils being dropped in B. Do they have enough to actually utilize it in A in the first place? But because look how fast they rotate to its side of A. And Enigma, when it comes to defenders, they are pretty good in responding to it as well. Darren plays himself a cage right across to make sure that they can have the space for plenty of the smokes being dropped here. But look at Frey, just impatient and waiting to get one eliminations or one kill here. Zan going for the drop. And we do have Styron and also Frey coming in from the side of connectors. But how can they drop themselves? Yes, down with a jump. Fighting right. But it's not gonna be. It's gonna be a good trade still from the side of Juicy.
Yeah, Juicy. The pain touches was a little bit too much. Gonna just spray out through Zan. Just a jump shot does not happen. Jay a little bit too sharp. Fragment gonna force Divine out here. Just sprays out. Get one more. Frey for one more. Divine and Frey, 1-2 punch situation as Scary does get a barbecue, but is it enough? They have to buy something. They did get it half.
It's gonna be
no
enough.
problem. Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be enough.
The
Molly
lineups were good, but just not good enough. But you have to really give it to them. They were not afraid to push out through the smoke. And even with that, I would say the utils forcing them out to the front, they're like, it's fine. Just work it together. I think that one of the major moments for EG in this particular round has been their sprays with that Spectre. And I feel like a lot of people are not appreciating this beautiful run and gun weapon because you have someone in the back line. Yeah, the water gun, right? You have someone in the back line shooting at you with the Vandal, and everyone's just so distracted. You either with a Spectre or with the Stinger come out, just run forward. I just like, what the heck happened here?
This goes here.
Well, what happened is Split gonna have to force himself to not buy as much or just half buying some of them with Stingers and Bulldog in their hands and Tree Sheriff to work with the half armor as well. Even Scary don't have any armor to work with, but they found one on the tower. The arcade is a bit chaotic right now. It's Zan trying to block them from entering, but JH got a double down. Scary, JH and Darion down to 3v3 here. Still committed to its side of B.
We want to see this happen all the time. 3 versus 3. One more already out of the way. Divine's playing out of his mind today. We're just talking about how last week Divine was a little bit quiet, but this week he's starting off the week with a huge bang. Scary and JH, they are just trying to figure out where exactly they want to go here. They've made their way into the B side all the way to the other side.
Still winnable for them.
It is
because
winnable.
They got their utils still ready to deploy, except for the fault line. There's no more to be seen. But
it's still a one-man disadvantage if they can do this. This multi-frag's gonna be important. The Doctor takes that information away from his teammates. We have Divine coming in from main. Scary, very sharp, finds Frey. Scary pushes up, and I think I'm really liking this reposition coming through, but the Doctor is very patient, and the patience gives him the advantage of a free kill coming forward, and just a few more taps on the side. The Doctor says no to JH despite the ADS.
And it's so patient coming up from the Doctor. Patient, well paid. Peripheral coming up from the Doctor himself. Have to tank down to 5 HP, but that was an echo round coming up from Bleed. They're being forced to do so because down to 2 more rounds is going to be Enigma's gaming for a wrap of this first map anyways. Back to the side of Bleed. Can they still come back with 5-11? There's quite a gap in between them to catch up, to play the catch-up game here. But if they can do so, it might be an advantage when it comes to the second map. Just to remind, this is going to be Enigma pick of the map as well. That's why they're having so much confidence when it comes to in this.
It's not just that. It's the fact that Bleed nearly lost to Toad Out last week. They probably learned a lot from that particular match.
So far, still not projecting what kind of experiment value they got in the last in Toad Out, because it's still not working quite well when it comes to Fracture. With Blade suppressed and giving the intels to as a team that Zan is there. There's going to be a race there. Still going to hold their position for Bleed. They're taking a hold for now.
Hey, Chuchu, believe me when I say we're going to get map 3.
Don't jinx it.
It's going to happen. I'm just saying. It's going to happen. Crazy guy points out the corner.
It might be. When it comes to Fractures, not always the strongest strengths coming out from Bleed. It's not their strongest pursuit anyway. So you're gonna have to wait and see, can they make do with with lack of Fracture right now? Committed to a side of A, might go into A main, but the rest of Enigma, they're not sitting quietly as well. Look at how swift they're moving towards A as well, towards the side of connectors.
Fire in the hole. Juicy comes through. Does he find anyone? Is the question. No, he doesn't. Slow rotations are going to give Enigma all of this value. Does spot out one. Ooh, I don't think I actually hit anyone. He just runs by just for a peek. Regardless, it's enough to just buy some time for everyone to come onto site. But look where Enigma's coming through from main. Trade 1-for-1. Divine and Doctor 1 each. Here comes Null Command from Divine. He's gotten so many rounds this time. The suppression comes through, but who needs suppressions? Who needs skills when you have aim like Bleed?
That speaks a lot for the side of JH though. He just used his rolling tonic, got that 3 points, 3 ops back within that one round particularly, and that sees something. It's just how much a difference when it comes to shooting things down from JH. Now, we saw that it's going to be double ultimate down with the showstopper and also the rolling thunder being committed into that one particular round, but that was well worth it with them winning. But the neural tap is up and in. Orbital strike would definitely try to just push away anybody who tried to plant into any site. Now, they have to rethink and just try to bait over for Enigma to overuse their utilities first before they get into the site.
Into the thick of it. I'm just sorry. Every time I see someone just slowly take outside, that just goes through my mind. But that dart gives everything away onto Bleed. Darion gonna just give the information, but the orbital strike will actually just buy some time. Juicy is out of the way. The Doctor does get a barbecue, and Frey gets a kill onto Juicy. They're already anticipating how exactly they work. And here comes the rolling thunder. Gonna zone them out of the areas. Crazy Guy does get Zan in the middle of that chaos. That aggression will be punished, but the Doctor with the area of other moving as he pops his ultimate. Scary will come through. Darion punishes that whip. Beautifully done. Darren's so very low.
Enigma was stuck around the dish area just now. How are they just pincering on 2 corners for Scary and Darren, closing into it and just gonna plant for it, but here comes Divine with a fragment. They can't value up the Darren! The Omega strike! Forcing Divine to go out! Oh my, Scary with the mind games! What a cool way to end it! I mean, like, Divine almost had it, but that fragment just didn't hit at the right point of time.
I am just so in awe of these two teams. We already knew that we can expect a lot from Bleed here, but EG's performance out of these few weeks is just something that I really want to highlight here. It's just the fact that EG started off, I just said they were so rigid, they were like a well-oiled machine. It's great, but they're not really flowing. But today you can see how much more comfortable they are in this competitive scene, how mentally they are in the zone, how they're able to come out with a trade, and it's so much better than week 1.
You know what the funny part is? Usually the one that actually calling out for timeout during this time, usually it's going to be Enigma Gaming because they were in a steamroll just now and they kind of lost that momentum, and usually it's their part to actually go for the timeout. But it's surprisingly, it's going to be Bleed, who's actually on the tempo, on the run. And you saw what happened last time when Bleed asking for timeout, Enigma just lost it. It feels like they're playing the mind games again for the side of Bleed, but they have been working so well when it comes to the attacker side. They had the run. And that timing, when it comes to how they have that one lurker, one flanker, Scary was just closing in towards the other side. Things just so perfectly well-oiled machine, like you mentioned before, Tash. And it seems like they're having this sort of a secret recipe going out and brewing to the side of Bleed. All they need is just finding one entry eliminations or kill first to just rush into the site yet.
Yeah, now that you mentioned it, it feels like if Bleed were able to get those early picks, it goes really good for them. If they pick off maybe the person on the site, the controller, but it's very rare that you see Doctor go down first. The first person always going down first has always been Zan.
Well, he's the duelist.
Exactly.
The Doctor has been so patient. It's so hard for you to find him in the corners.
It's about like them on defense, rather. That's what I'm talking about here. Is like he's actually very, not just patient, but the fact that he's trying to stay alive to make sure that he's able to enable his teammates here, giving the right smokes, giving the right calls, giving the right zoning. And that's exactly what I want to see. It's going to be a really fast one from Bleed this time. But Enigma not reacting to all the sounds popping off, that null command pop flash out. But that, oh man, that tripwire, even though it cuts them out, but Bleed is just on fire. That's exactly what they needed. The perfect way to start the round, and exactly what I was talking about in terms of those first picks.
They even revived Crazy Guy along the process of rushing into the site anyways. And now down to Frey. Oh, Frey, coming up from the tower side of A. Trying to overpick himself. He's so paranoid whether to look at the back or the front right now. Going to his side of connectors. And Frey just going to save this one out. But he got himself a stinger anyway. What there is to lose? So got himself a tripwire to deploy. No cams anymore.
He heard the door open as well.
And the auto queue is everywhere for him. He's not sure where to look over. Where are they? But at the same time, Bleed is not overcommitting themselves to find this one particular fray.
They want to bring their guns forward if possible, and they know that momentum is very important in this map. If they lose that, they
Go
can
for
lose
it.
multiple rows in a round.
Fray.
Oh man, Darion. You saw
The
Frey,
moment-
he shot out and you see that the answer come back from
auto queue,
Darion.
that was so fast coming up from Bleed. It feels like they know exactly where he's standing right now. And that was a remarkable round coming up from the side of Bleed, coming back into the game within the short amount of time. 8-11, so close of wrapping things up. Enigma, they got this in their palm. Now they start to slipping it away from the fingers.
It's a momentum-heavy map. It's a momentum-heavy map, and taking that momentum back is one of the biggest and hardest
But
things to do.
seriously, Tash, what went wrong for them?
Is
They
this
had it
honestly,
going.
they didn't have the guns for that particular round to take it back, but it might be different this time. But Bleed hasn't changed anything at all. If you notice, there was a timeout, but they just kept doing it, the same thing they did over and over again. Because again, Bleed, one of Bleed's specialty in any map they play is controlling momentum, the flow of that game. And if they want to play it slow, and they will play it slow. Regardless, here comes
Showstopper.
Juicy, Showstopper, surprise!
Finally got one!
Beautifully done. And on top of that, Akonkas as well to clear the corners. They have the full control of the site. There is those trades coming through from Divine and Crazy Guy. But what more can they do? You can see that Enigma is just stuck onto the spawn. Here's that.
Oh, here it comes. Reply!
Oh!
Double down! Showstopper! The Doctor, the rest of Enigma! He almost got it! Crazy Guy just training with the Doctor as well. It's down to TV1 with very low set to play. But Crazy Guy couldn't hold things going. 12 down to match point. I mean, like, that Showstopper was more of a value than the Juicy's Showstopper earlier before.
Oh man, that particular Showstopper changed the entire course of that round.
Everybody just stuck down there.
Exactly, this is good. This is a good timeout. EG didn't call a timeout earlier because sometimes when you hit round 11, you want to go to 12.
Yeah.
You got to stop there. That's like a one little momentum killer because it's sort of like a marathon, right? You're like, okay, we're on round 12. We're almost done. Let's just get it over with. And it kind of messes with your momentum and how you play. So when some teams take this timeout during 12, I absolutely encourage this because one, you review what went wrong. Two, you take a deep breath and think, okay, even though around 12, we cannot mess this up because we don't want an OT and Bleed is type of team that goes, the longer you play, the stronger they are.
I agree. It's a good reset for them to have really calm minds getting into their last match point and to close things up. Because we do know Bleed is the one that mounting up the pressure on their backs here. They don't have that much of a chance anymore. This one last chance might be it. And they might lose their first map ever. They never lose any map at all for the side of Bleed. This big something coming up from Enigma Gaming. Now, do they take their own time for... Well, they try to big things out here. Interesting warning shots.
No, it hasn't started. Don't worry. They're just playing around, a little bit of banter. But sometimes as well, I don't know. I do this. I think some players do this as well. Before a round starts, you sort of kind of check your sprays. Do I have everything run? Am I a well-oiled machine? That's fine. They go up here and Bleed this time coming in from drop. And I think they've had some pretty successful takes coming in from drop. But this time, with only Frey on the site, I think we've seen some situations where he gets those sprays perfectly done, but because those shots come out, it gives all the information they need. But look at all of the members. Enigma, surprise!
The camera saw the entire team coming into the airdrop. So definitely they were coming in from the back line as well. Oh boy, with that spike holder, which going to be Darion, will be charged right from the back line as well. Where would they run? A bit later when it comes to Enigma, Styron coming in from the other side. Already also conquered, but Darion waiting.
Look at the little corner that he has there. Gives him enough information. He's going to play like a fly come through. Beautifully done. Nasty play from Darion. Using the cage. He still gets 4. Can we see an ace today, actually? Just Styron. No ace. Always the 4K. Scary. Seals it off. And even though it was a flawless start and very, very dead. It was all just Darion, honestly, at that point.
Cage. Nobody tried to check the cage first. And the cage got the corner too. It was a perfect camouflage coming up from the side of from the side of Darion just now. He was holding that airdrop so perfectly well done. He just stopped the entire entry coming out from Enigma trying to retake the A side.
Very nicely done. Honestly, that was so well played. I was a bit scared for him, but no one checked the left side because his timing was a little bit off. Here comes the flash. Beautifully done. No one was there. No trade outs at the same time. But it does make everyone move out of A main in case anyone was holding. But Juicy this time not looking to go a little bit more aggressive, just helping his teammate kind of push forward. And remember, the bomb buddy, not sure if it's on this patch. No, it's not. Does go a little bit longer, but look at Styron in this corner. Doctor with the frenzy, so much value, 4 HP left. Regardless, Scary does find Zan in the end of the day. Pushing forward here, Crazy Guy still finds Spray despite those smokes. And here comes Styron. He knows that smokes that the spike is somewhere in there. Unfortunately, does not deter them from getting it. They hear the footsteps moving away. They are going to go for the rotation. And Styron's chasing for the backside. Oh, did they notice him? Oh, no!
But it's down Styron to 12 HP left here with the exchange of Darion just now. Almost got it as well. The Orbital Strike is ready to deploy, but the smoke's kind of not stopping Blade from getting it.
No way, 4 HP.
No 4 HP. It's gonna be a trade, Scary.
They know where Divine is. He hears the footsteps. Shots are out.
Two
Knife. Oh, the utils mean absolutely nothing. You have the Orbital Strike to move them out of the way, and Scary moves with his utils. 4K in the pocket.
Enigma.
Clutch.
They should have peeked, double peek at the same time. They were having crossfire position. It was perfectly can see through Scary at one point.
They can't. It wasn't really a crossfire because they changed. No, they changed the drop area so that you cannot cross like this anymore because it pushes out forward. So like it or not, he has to drop down and he might just have died, and that's the unfortunate situation there.
You can actually see through the other side of the drop, right?
Yeah, but I think what was the funniest part here is the fact that how he used his utils. And Divine was just like,
well executed.
What?
He was perfectly well, and he got to actually swap over to his weapons as well to just shut down whoever coming out from the E-drop. It's just how much time he actually had for the side of Scary, and he didn't whip any of it. He knows exactly where to look over. But back towards the side of Bleed, they are coming back with 10-12, but one more round. That's it. That's all Enigma need to wrap things up.
Regardless, coming in hot. Here comes Juicy coming with his teammates. Despite the Orbital Strike, it doesn't really matter. Buys a lot of time for their team. Clears out the entire area as well. Those smokes are not doing Enigma any favors. That fragment can only buy some time. They just adjust where they want to plant. And here comes the Rolling Thunder, but Crazy Guy is ready for the pop flash. He does hear the door as well. This is perfect. They do get 2, but Divine find Crazy Guy. Zan gets 1 more. So despite the flank coming through, Enigma cleans it up after 2 different rounds. And I have to say that it's very, very well played. And the closest match we've seen today at least. And we're going to go to map 2.
Don't jinx the map 3.
I want the map 3.
I want a map 3 as well, but the thing is, this has been... Nobody actually defeated Bleed ever before, and this is the first time ever Enigma has it going. They might be the kryptonite of Bleed.
We did have one map taken away from... one map taken away from Bleed.
Never. It's 100% for every map from my stats. I mean, like, I don't know about that. So far, it's been 2-0 a lot for the side of Bleed.
There was a 2-1.
Oh, maybe I...
Oh, no. It was a 2-0. Wait, was it 2-1?
But okay, maybe we're gonna recheck that.
We're gonna have to recheck that in a little bit. But let's talk a little bit about that match just now. But what exactly went wrong here? Not right, wrong, but went right rather for Enigma. I have to say that if you look at both teams are playing very, very well. How they executed the sites, how they played in particular. But I have to say that in our head-to-head stats, we were looking at Scary as well as the Doctor. Honestly, if I could do that all over again, my head-to-head stats will be Frey as well as Darion here. It was totally the battle of the controllers. In so many situations, we saw either Darion or Frey getting those really early picks because of the really genius setups they have on the site, because of how they played with their cages. And it's been so phenomenal for these 2 players. But also, I want to talk about Styron. I want to talk about Scary as well, because how they played in terms of their rotations, their timings have been impeccable for both teams. But as I said before, this is a momentum-heavy map, and Enigma making sure that they understood the fact that they can keep the momentum in their hands.
I agree. And when it comes to the smokes, right, I think it's best that we actually learn something today. Whatever there is a smoke in front of you, just spray it over, because there will always be somebody in there. Same goes for the cages. But I have to give it also for the duelists when it comes to Juicy and Zan. Juicy had tried so many times to open up the space, but it seems like he have a bit of a problem to cover every corner by himself with a sachet jump. He just couldn't do it. But this is one of the moments where scary. You know what? Really divine overpick just now on the airdrop, just a bit towards his left side. Maybe things can actually head towards his right, so that can change a bit. But when it comes to the sentinels of the ciphers, I agree. It's all about the ciphers camp to gain the intel and just do whatever they can. And the cages did a lot of work too.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about post stats here. If you look at the stats, 14-9 first kills, bleed a little bit less, and the point is the fact that Frey has been huge with those first picks because of those setups. We didn't see that early from Darion, but as the rounds went around, yes, Darion started to get those picks. His actually, I have to say that Bleed's, I would say, setups have been pretty spot on when it comes to knowing or reading where EG might come from, but the recovery from EG has been great. Regardless, here are the post-game stats, scaring the Doctrons and MVPs.
Oh, we did mention about both of them. And
Yeah, we
they
did.
both played the same role. It's going to be controllers on both sides, and they mirrored the agents even. This is the best comparison we can actually get for the day anyways. But scary when it comes to his crispiness of that cross, he never whipped it. But Doctor got the brains, you know? He just outplayed these guys with a mind game.
Have you ever heard, I mean, I'm not sure if the viewers at home can understand, have you heard of DBKL, Dewan Bandaraya Kuala Lumpur? So they are in charge of the cleanup crew, rather. I would call Doctor. I'm going to ask him, like, hey, Doctor, are you part of the DBKL, sir? Because you've been doing some really good cleanups here. Him and Divine, I have to say, have been really great at making sure that they're able to get those post-plant situations, able to clean up those last few players. And I'm really liking that. But now, if you come in toward the I would say, the duelists here, you talk about Zad and Juicy. It's because of how this map is in particular is done. They come onto site. It's less than likely they're going to get those first picks because of how it's done. And MVP going to be the Doctor, the brains and the brawn of the team rather for this round. Not the highest headshots, but you don't have to talk about that in particular. It's more about just getting those last moment kills. How he does the setups, how he talks about the plays. He has been a really good IGL back in the Kingsman days, and I'm really glad to see his comeback here in this year. And I think in this team, he's flourishing more than ever.
I agree. And the fact that he actually, the game master, or the mind, a lot of mind games being deployed coming up from the Doctor. You also have the rotations coming up from the back line. The team bleed, they're so experienced. They actually see this through. That shows how much of the IGL can actually impact the entire game. Headshot is, for me, is like sort of a bonus thing, right? It's best if you can actually have high headshot percent when it comes to duelists. But this is, we're talking about the controllers to actually get the MVP, just how much he outplayed, how much he just go off angles towards the places where nobody actually think of.
Yes, but that will be the end of our first map of the day, and I'm curious to see how exactly it's going to go. What's our second map again? It's going to be Heaven.
Yep,
it's going to be Heaven, and I think this is going to be where things can get very, very sketchy for Enigma. Regardless, going to have a 5-minute break, and when we come back, Haven and more Valorant for you guys. See you later.
Hi guys, I'm from Enigma Gaming. The org is based in India and it's founded by Aryaman Wasan. They just recently ventured into the MYG scene and we're lucky enough to get picked up by them. We will do our best to win the challenges and qualify to Ascension. I'm the Doctor from Enigma Gaming. I'm the IGL for the team. I play the controller for the team. Fun fact about my in-game name, the Doctor, I'm actually not a doctor. I got the name from a MotoGP racer which I admired a lot and I've stuck with it since. Although I'm not a doctor, but my aim is as precise as a surgeon. I would like to introduce one of my teammates, Tyron. He's the main initiator of the team. He creates space with his utilities. For me, he's a very smart player. He makes split second decision for the team, which helps us in and out of the game. Next up, I would like to introduce Zen. He is our main duelist of the team. He is our star player. He is very young, very mechanically gifted, but also very disciplined, despite his role of a duelist that needs to open up space for the team. Next up, I would like to introduce Frey. He's the sentinel of our team. He's a very good sentinel because he is very, very good at finding those 1v1s and winning those. He's the jokester of the team because he's very straightforward. Lastly, I would like to introduce Divine. He's the flex player of the team. He is quite the perfectionist in and out of the game. This helps us execute with his flawless utility usage and trading capabilities. Although there are some respectable teams and players out there, we are not afraid of any of them. I want my team to be remembered as one of the greatest that ever touched the game. We would like to thank all the fans around the world, especially those from India. We wish that you would continue to support us as we carry the Enigma banner into the MYSG region.
destroyed, but Darion has been seen. Hello there, but what a dodge!
Every single one of them.
Three
Are you
across
kidding?
each round. Only one of them's been.
Oh my God! So that was really brutal.
They've actually gotten it.
Kind of like see that, but oh my God, not again!
Behind and retaliates still, but he has a call.
That was just the first match the first match of the day. It was already so exhilarating, but we're back to our VALORANT Challenges MYSG Split 1. I'm Gigi, and this is going to be the amazing and very...
Hey, they have pictures of us now.
Wow.
Oh, I didn't know that's a new thing.
Dash. How was that first map just now? That was actually Enigma Gaming's pick, but it was really a good fight.
It was a really good fight. I have to say that Enigma really knew how to make sure that the momentum was in their games. What? It was in their hands, and how exactly to read how Bleed plays in particular. There were a few rounds that Bleed did manage to wrestle out that momentum back, but because Enigma is just so good at, I would say, adapting on the fly, they're going to be taking map number 1. Now, as we move into map number 2, we know that this is one of Bleed's best maps. And in some situations, we've seen teams actually ban out this map directly against Bleed. Now, the fact that Enigma is allowing for this map pick means is actually making me kind of wonder, how exactly are they going to be taking this away from Bleed? How exactly are they going to make sure that they know how to default against Bleed, who are so much better at not only handling the sites, controlling the sites, and also really good at getting those long-range first picks?
I say they have to put their gears in because they have to adapt on the fly, just like how they did in the previous map. And I even start to prepare myself for the third map anyways. I feel like this is going to be the whole 3 series being played here. But
Same here.
Feels like it, but we're going to end it up in the sense, so it's going to be fair enough for both teams. So
It is going to be fair.
yeah, it's going to be fair.
Honestly,
it's going to be fun.
When you think about teams like Bleed, X10, and Enigma, I feel like you are getting really, really high, I would say, high-tier gameplay.
Don't forget about Louvre.
Louvre as well, yes. Oh my God, Red Copley, please don't cancel me. But anyways, coming back. We're gonna talk a little bit. Let's talk about the map recap here. You're gonna get some high tier gameplay because these teams have improved so much better from what we've seen last year. And I know that for Bleed, coming in from their journey last year, where they come so close so many times, they are in a different mindset as we go into 2023. They are a lot more hungry, I feel. But when you come like into Enigma Gaming, a new team pickup, they feel like they want to prove a lot as well, especially as a new pickup, especially as they were just announced before Split 1. And I don't know if you were aware of this, but the roster was not dropped until very, very close to the games during day 1 of VCT MYSG.
Maybe that's one of the main reasons they're doing it that way. One of the main reasons, like, it's so hard to read a team that's just established himself in the last minute as one thing. Or maybe they just managed to recruit those players in the last minute as well. But speaking of Bleed, now this is the game they have to put everything into it, even though they already kind of secured top 6. We do know the top 6 will proceed towards the next steps anyway, but they have so much more than just being the top 6. They have to establish and give out the statement that they are the strongest in this Split 1. So can Enigma take Bleed out down a notch? Because Enigma Gaming is not the teams that we feel like, oh, they are overwhelmingly so dominating like how Bleed does, but Enigma is one of the teams that kind of in the middle bracket so far, but they managed to just make everything Bleed shake. You know, it just shook the entire foundation. And Bleed didn't see this one coming possibly, but Bleed, this is the time they should waken up by now.
I think what's really cool is the fact that if you remember the runs of previously, Bleed was one of the strongest was actually the strongest other than Paper X here at MYSG for a very, very long time. And it felt like that was a big, I would say, gap between the skills of Bleed alongside the other teams. And the other teams was kind of like, going in for the 3rd, 4th, 5th place, and Bleed was already up there. But for now, it feels like because the quality of the players are getting better, people are adjusting to the game as we go into year 3 of VALORANT, we're starting to see a lot more established. I wouldn't say these teams were bad or anything by back then, but it's just that they are finding their dynamics, they're finding different ways of playing, as well as I think the changes of the agents as well. It just shows that the community is just getting better and better in Malaysia and Singapore. So Bleed is currently in a situation where they are meeting a lot more teams getting better and better, and they are going to have to fight for that top spot.
And not just that, we talked about Enigma Gaming, right? We do have the Doctor, and we do have like I even put themselves in certain sort of a title, like the Doctor is the brains, the Styrene is the mega clutcher for the team.
Wow, can I see that?
I do have a different note entirely.
Okay, so you're literally giving them like
the labels on it, because that's the thing, when it comes to Bleed, they are one of the OGs when it comes to MYSG. They have been here forever, since the start, since the dawn and the birth birth of Valorant. So
Wow.
they know like everything at the back of the hand. Technicality-wise, they're so good at it. Their fundamentals are so strong. So how to outplay this kind of team? It's going to be the brain. It's going to be something that's out of the box. What the doctor have to offer here?
And also, I think that in this situation as well, the fact that the doctor has had outside of Malaysia and Singapore experience, he was picked up as a coach for Orangutan previously. So I think that this experience has been very, very invaluable for him. We talked about how some IGLs can turn into coaches and into players again. We have that happening for Redco as well, who was formerly the coach for VCT Game Changers team, as well as I believe TSM. So this dynamic is actually very interesting to me. Regardless, let's look at the picks here for Bleed, and I would say they are going for a very standard comp. This is something that we've seen before, but with Crazy Guy and Scary today playing, I'm really curious to see how exactly it's going to change. I think it's going to be insane to see how Bleed plays this. Now, for the side of Enigma, you can see Styron running the Fade. We're going to be having the Doctor on the Omen, and I like seeing his Omen. It's a little bit, I wouldn't say it's the most aggressive Omen in the world, but when things need him to be aggressive, he can step it up.
Yeah, the same goes for the side of, Bleed. They can step out anytime they want. That's the thing about the teams that already can adapt on the fly. But the thing is, Enigma, this is interesting kind of draft. Why? They change entirely. When they had Haven before, they lost that one round or one map of Haven. They changed entirely of their lineup of agents. It just shows that they were experimenting maybe in the previous one, but when it comes to Bleed, they want to go all out. But maybe they not.
I was going to say that perhaps that was the lineup that they were feeling confident with. And after some reviews, they decided that, okay, perhaps that this agent lineup would be better. So I wouldn't call it an experiment per se, but rather a fix. But regardless, for Bleed, this is their usual comp. And we know that Crazy Guy is a very, very insane Sova. I'm looking forward to some lineups. I'm looking forward to some insane plays. And I'm really excited to see how exactly Juicy plays on this map in particular, because we've seen that if I could describe Juicy as a duelist, I would say it's a very heavy hitter. It just really
It's very juicy.
Yes, it hits you straight in the face. Now, honestly, with Darion on this Killjoy, we're going to be seeing a lot of really, really good side holes. We're going to see maybe some lurks. There's a lot of, I think, area controls as well. I'm excited to see Scary on this Astra because it's going to be super big brain. So let's see how it goes.
I'm super excited for this, especially for Bleed Esports, because this is the first Haven that actually will be playing. We've never seen them with any lineup in any Haven map at all. This is going to be a first for them when it comes to this split one. In the previous match or tournaments, they're probably going to play a dozen already. But here comes a bit of a first greeting in mid or the B side. It's going to be none other than Bleed, just giving away with Juicy with a couple of taps. But they're still not taking their spike yet for the side of Enigma Gaming. Just toss it over at the back line instead.
Still taking their time. And that's one thing that I've noticed about Haven. Sometimes you really got to go forward, really take their time to really getting that information. But with Bleed, you can see how many utils are on C site, not allowing them onto the site. You have Scary on there as well to give some support. So if they were to walk into maybe a Killjoy trap and it's smoked out, ouch, it's going to be so painful alongside those sprays. But Styron already, as we hit the 50-second mark, 1 Prowler used, 2 used. He's all out of Prowlers just to get into the site. Haunt as well, going to be deployed, but no one was on A. And I think the whole idea for Bleed is that we want to play retakes.
Yep, feels like it, because they are taking their time to actually rotate from the back line as well. Well, the only person, Crazy Guy, being tapped so many times, but nothing seems to click. And Crazy Guy with a frenzy did wondrous amount of work by himself from Haven. And Crazy Guy, he got a triple down. It was one person holding the entire team of Enigma Gaming just now.
Here comes Zen, trying to make things work. But
that Frenzy.
Zen can only do so much. Yeah, Frenzy's so good right now, honestly.
That Crazy Guy, I mean, he got blinded with smokes. There's so many things that are happening on his way. He's just alone there, standing by himself.
I'm really liking the fact that they already knew where exactly the spike was going to be planted. It was going to be planted for long. So what he did was just throw out as many shock darts as he can, took out someone, and he already predicted that one person is going to be running forward. He just sprayed toward the area where the spike was going to be. Because if you saw, he was actually smoked out by the Astra Nebula.
That's true. He was so well prepared by himself. But look at how Crazy Guy and Jesus are going to push over to the side of A main here. just going to lurk around. That recon bot will not detect any of the spike holders for now. Kind of missed it just a bit too early on. But they will try to go for A again for the side of Enigma Gaming. Here comes Prowler to check things up again with also the fault line to check, make sure they got clear pathway to go in. But against Tyron checking the corners, caught Juicy in the process, but Crazy Guy
got the Aries.
in the end. He just gets so perfect handle for Crazy Guy.
And it wasn't even a full buy for Bleed. Juicy only with the ghost spray, tries to make something happen, does get a pick off. But Darion, spray and pray, filthy dead. We did see an Enkai eco as well.
That's true. They were forcing themselves to actually buy some of the weapons just now.
And you saw why Juicy didn't have the he wants the operator. He wants to go
He definitely
big.
needs for it because he might actually just stock it over to a C long. But just now you saw how Crazy Guy with an Aries just do so much work for the team.
That's all you need. And honestly, Aries...
I'm not surprised if by the end of this first half he's going to go out with an Odin as well.
Yeah, I've actually seen a lot of Odins picked up this season for pro play, and I am questioning... I mean, to be fair,
When you have doubt, it's going to be the Odin day.
Yeah, we all know that. Scary. Spots out someone here on mid. Gonna just move away, does not get, but here comes the gravity well as well. Spraying out, breaking the door. The Prowler gonna give all the information they need, and Zan gonna clear it out with those pain shells. Like, he has to spray out, has to walk out actually. And Zan opening it up. This is EG's bonus. And like it or not, they want to play a little bit safe this round because if they lose on this round with their guns, it's going to spell disaster for round 4.
Juicy with an operator just hovering around the garage. You should have looked at long and now they got an entry.
Oh, it's still very, very
He's gonna clear
doable.
the corners for Zan. He got the pink shell still going on. No, he doesn't have any more. But Juicy, the moment he spotted out, it's a bit too late. Already right beside him. Enigma got an entry. Now they're going to go for the post plant. Left with only Darian. With the Killjoy, what can a Killjoy do at this point with Spectre as well? Oh, they even dropped an operator.
I mean, as I said before, this is the bonus for EG. So we already are anticipating a little bit of something hard. It is. And I have to say that because they lost 2 in a row.
Yeah.
So in this situation, we've seen so many times, which is why we're seeing a different change in the pace here for Enigma. Why didn't want to go?
They want to save their operator, but I don't think that could work that way.
No, and I'm surprised that Enigma didn't pick that up. They were very aware that it was there.
It's not worth it to use operator if you're attacking anyways. It's kind of hard to actually, especially you don't have something like Jack to run away and just go back into the range where it's safe for you to shoot out with an operator. They have more towards a CQC or close combat of a brawl coming up for Enigma lineup so far. So don't really go for the long range at all. But back towards the side of Enigma that finally crack up the 0. You said it was a bonus round before, but it was a heavy hit on Bleed Esports. It was really costly for them. And they even get another operator for on side of Juicy. If they lost this round, it's going to be detrimental for them.
Seeing a slower pace here from Enigma. But look at the setup onto B. It will pop. It'll buy some of them a lot of time here. There we go. Here the pops. And immediately just going to satchel out, take up the space toward the back of sight. They have all the angles in the world, but this Nebula is not doing them any favors. Darion does find Divine in the end, and Frey moving forward. This is a nice smoke coming through. They clear out Gong, clear out Link, but Jay with the spray is beautifully done, perfectly done. Zangil gets one more. Juicy trades out with the op. Regardless, EG struggling. 2 players left. And we all know how Juicy can be very sharp with that. Don't want to get caught here. Darren gets one, trades out. Juicy gets one more. Clean round. And they bring back the points into the hands.
Hey, they need this point really badly enough for Bleed. It was a really costly one. But still, you know the funny part that we do know, whenever there's smoke, just shoot through it, you'll hit somebody.
Yeah.
You'll hit somebody eventually. We do know that for a fact for this series coming up from Bleed and Enigma. But just
Here we go. Here we go. Oh,
just
no.
Not
no.
yet. It's too early.
I'm
for
so
the
sad.
Odin. It's too early for the Odins. I mean, like, if you're playing defenders when it comes to Haven, it's perfect if you get yourself Odin. But if you're attacker, it's best to go with Vandals. You can go for Odins, no problem. You can surprise your enemies doing that one. But they're taking a bit of a timeout.
And this is a perfect time for a time out, honestly.
They have to.
They have to. They have to. Oh, jinx. We said it at the time. Yeah. But coming back onto what I was trying to say is that for Enigma, they have lost what? They won their bonus and then they lost the next round, especially with the gun deficit from Bleed East side. I think they didn't fully buy as well in that round. So in this situation, you got to really figure out what exactly went wrong. when they had the advantage. Regardless, for Bleed Esports, they know exactly how to play this. They waited for that retake as well onto B. And it felt like for Enigma, they had the perfect situation for those post plans. They had those 2 smokes on Link. And it's for a lot of teams, they would kind of struggle coming through. But because Bleed Esports is not afraid to move together, check together, and their shots have been I think what I want to say is more of like their prediction shots or their pre-fires have been so good. They're getting those picks as well as they move into the site.
It's not just that. B site itself already a hustle to start with. You want to go for a post plant there because it's just so many entry points. No, 2 entry points you have to go through really heavily. But back towards the side of Enigma Gaming, I have a feeling they might want to go with the rush because they got themselves a showstopper to actually having deployed. But just trying to check the corners first. And I love how San actually tried to get into certain site, how he just clears the corner with the paint shots. It was perfectly well executed in the previous round. Let's see if he can actually do this again because there's so many lineups already dropped by the side of Darian in the side of A. He can actually just paint shell away all this.
Look at how many people
so
are on
easy.
heaven. Here comes Jay, fault line out, sprays out as well. Beautiful recon from Crazy Guy. The information, how they react to it was perfect. Crazy Guy still gonna make something happen, but didn't realize that Gravity was taken away by Frey. Gonna clear out Heaven, gonna use a Swarm Grenade just to clear out those corners. No one there. Beautiful side take, but for Bleed, this denial of information, taking their time for the retakes is working out very, very well. Let's see how they execute this.
Yeah. The lockdown being dropped by the side of Darian just to make sure they can actually got a bit of a space to get into the entry point of A, but never mind, they're actually waiting around the corner to see and check if anybody trying to run away or get away from that lockdown.
Oh no! Oh no!
Juicy taking 2 of them being detained just now.
Juicy never misses.
Why? Oh, Juicy. They didn't actually try to flew themselves away, trying to run away from the lockdown. They got trapped inside because how the side of Fleet trying to have their guards up instead of going into the side, they're waiting around the corner of the lockdown. That's really smart of them.
Yeah, they were just waiting. And honestly, they were also waiting for their teammates to rotate at the same time. So they were really chill about it. You can see
buying
that
time.
They were just buying time at this point. They know they had all the time in the world for the defuse as well. Regardless, for Enigma, we see 3 ultimates up here, Zan, Divine, and Frey. I don't want it to be their win conditions for them to use their ultimates in order to win a round, but in this situation, I think if you gotta take that round away, you gotta have that momentum in your hands, it's gonna be a problem. But Zan with the opening shot straight onto Darion. Now without this killjoy, things are gonna be a little bit more easy for the takes.
It's gonna be a thrifty round. They managed to pull this off for the side of Enigma Gaming because there's only gonna be Sheriff all this while with half armor for some of them. Some of them actually didn't buy any armor at this point. But with that operator in their hand, it's going to be hard for them to actually breach into B, but they're planning to actually just commit themselves into the garage where nobody's actually guarding there. Nightfall, trying to just give a bit of intel where that exactly is, but there's going to be the Rolling Thunder rolling into the side of C. Scary just being dazed off, but they're going in.
Oh my god, Scary.
Oh, Scary!
Oh, that was so good.
No stun. It doesn't make any difference.
He knows how to play with the crosshair. He was already pre-firing, pre-aiming. Styron does get one more. Regardless of the beautiful play from Scary, regardless of the beautiful, I would say, counter as well from their ultimates, Juicy, final person left alive. And I think for him, it's best to go for a save. You don't want to risk this up. Especially if, I mean, it's not a worse situation if they were to lose it. I mean, economy-wise, it's not the worst for Bleed right now. It's better for EG, but this win for EG on this Thrifty. And I have to talk about the mindset here when you're a Thrifty. The idea is you just want to take as many guns away as possible, right?
That's true.
But they're just like, just play it as safe as you can. The shift in mindset is great.
I mean, they might actually try to find a couple of rifles in between because we saw how Styron trying to search whatever he can.
Here we go. He's trying to find those rifles, see?
He's trying to find one, but I don't think he's spot any for now. He's pushing himself into the long.
No, don't do that.
An exit frag. Why not? And consolation as well. Why you get your loss, but it's not a total loss for side of Bleed.
Oh man, still kept the up moving forward. Good start.
Hey,
wait,
you got a node-in and an operator.
I love this. I love this.
This is gonna be fun.
We've seen this happen already on Ascent, and we know that pretty much every wall on Ascent is made out of paper at this point. But coming back here for Crazy Guy, if
this
you see,
is dirty coming up from Bleed.
I mean, I don't think it's dirty. It's just
I mean,
more
like,
of
you go for the range and you go for the CQs, you go for the wall bangs. What else can you do?
Yeah, there's that. And also another thing you want to talk about is how Crazy Guy is using his utility. Look at that. His recon vault barely ever gets destroyed. Spots out the entire team of Enigma. And on top of that, Zan and Divine and Star gets tagged as well. Not the best kind of situation in this area. If Crazy Guy were to pre-fire, ouch.
Oh, it's going to be beyond ouch. It's going to be straight in the graveyard for San. He needs to bounce with his satchel and just get into Crazy Guy. But here comes the owl drone. Just going to spot... Oh, he did spot San just now. But definitely he knows somebody there. They shot down his drone. But the rest of us start to creep into B as well. This is going to be interesting for Frey and Darian sharing the same site for now. Juicy.
Wait, did they spot out? There we go. Spots out Spray. And they know that they're going toward A-Link at this point. Here comes the Prowlers as well. Spots it out. Sprays Crazy Guy for 2. Oh, man. And despite the decay, it doesn't really matter when you're already that much in firepower. Quick reaction time coming through. Divine gonna change his mind, I think.
30 seconds
Perhaps it's
left.
best to go for the save at this point.
I mean, like, you
Wait,
saw
no. Scary.
Oh, man. Divine trying to work wonders for the team with only Vandals in his hands that can work with halfway through 52 HP.
You know, when you hear those sounds, it's quite scary.
It's beyond scary. When you're alone, you don't want to be there.
10
This
seconds
is
left.
more scarier than the ring itself, okay? That's just how
Hey,
scary
yo.
it gets.
I don't know,
Even
man.
the fault line.
Here we
There it
go.
goes. Oh, scary.
It's so hard for them to predict anything at that point as well because they pincer him from different angles at the same time. And I have to say that I'm really liking the fact that they respect EG enough to actually go out together and pincer him from 2 different sides because they want to minimize as many deaths as possible. Now, coming back into the economy, or rather what's happening here, it's 5-2 right now. If you look at the top side there, is 2 rounds for bleed, 2 rounds for bleed, and then 1 more round. If this kind of pattern keeps going on, I think EG needs to reevaluate here. How exactly is Bleed holding the site and what can they do to overcome this obstacle?
There's
But
going
at
to
the
be
same
2
time-
problems. The Odin is one thing, right? You can't go through it sewers, and now they thought it's going to be still sewers Odin, but never mind, it's going to be garage all the way. Force them to actually pull back and go into B straight away. They have to force themselves in before they might actually get their position for the side of Fleet to
That's a lot
retake
of
this one.
units.
Styron scout things out with a Prowler, hoping it's going to be a clear pathway in. They check their corners, they make sure nothing coming up from A-Link here, but they have to make sure nothing coming up from garage either.
Look at how much space they're taking here. They're taking up so much of A-Link this time because they're anticipating a push coming in from A-Link, giving them so much space to work with as well. And they actually planted that for A-Link as well. One will be playing from main. Despite the smokes coming through here, Zan with the sprays. Unfortunately, Jay will get him first. They're on for the trade. Divine gets Crazy Guy. Beautiful pick there with the Bulldog. But in this situation, coming through, Darian a little bit more sharp. Retakes on B is a little bit more easy, I have to say. And Juicy cleans up
man.
house. And in this situation, what can you do? Frey trying to play a ring around the rosies with only a sheriff in hand. Gets 1, but can't go for 2.
At least he got himself another extra trade. Not the entire team of 4 of them are actually alive there. So it's still going to be a costly round coming up from the side of Enigma Gaming.
Regardless, let's talk a little bit about what happened there in particular. Now, every time that Enigma has tried to take B, it's the easiest site to take and also one of the hardest sites to do post-plant. Yeah, and the thing is, they were projecting most of the players of Bleed to be coming out from A site when everyone was stacking onto C. Now, despite the smokes or anything like that, Crazy Guy's recon and his ability to get information has been absolutely phenomenal. It's been giving Enigma that problem because you want to deny the information on where exactly everyone's going to be. You can because Crazy Guy's recon has been picking up at least 2 to 3 people at the same time.
That's true. But now they're being forced to drop themselves into, wherever they hurt the Odins, they're going to just shift away their position towards a different side entirely. They don't want to have to deal with the hustles of the Odin, but Styron make an entry at first. There goes the Hunter's Fury drop down as well, forcing them not to get in, but they still get themselves in anyway. Divine down to 30 HP, trying to find out Darian on the backside, but Darian, go on!
My
got 2, and triple for Darian, down to only 2 more plays for Enigma.
It's been a multiple frag situation for Darion and trade on trade, at least for both teams. Frey playing so aggressive to the front, finds 1, and the Odin gonna give up that space, and Juicy is just trying to helicopter his way through, switches his gun, pass by each other, hello? And they're just playing ring around Rosie with the smokes come out, and Juicy, we know, never misses, good for 2. Beautiful.
He did mess with an Odin just
I mean, he couldn't see.
He was trying to helicopter himself, yeah, but at the same time, he just rubbed their chicks in the smoke just now, missed each other. It was so close for the round of Enigma Gaming, but that was just how they're being forced through, you know, because of the Odin. And that's what the problem with Odin. It's not just about the gun itself. It's already nasty, you know, not enough. You just randomly spray, you get somebody out. But they are forcing them to get out from there to go a different side entirely, even though they have this plan A or plan B, but they have to go for plan C entirely and just force the entire team to get into the place where they're very uncomfortable, and they got caught off-handed with that crazy guy, Fury's Hunter, just shooting out all the way to a C-long, making so many problems for the entire team with Enigma 3 down within that short amount of time.
They already have that information, at least from mid. Turret is there. Juicy, I think he's been having some really good control, especially when it comes from mid side, when it comes from C long. Frey coming forward here. You can see the buys here from EG. It's not the best situations. It's still half buys, and the Doctor only out here with the Sheriff. And we've seen the mindset shift come through from EG. That's exactly what I was talking about. Perhaps for Bleed this time around, they know that they can go aggressive because they have the gun diff, but they were not expecting them to play that close. Here comes the Rolling Thunder as well. All the utils thrown out. Pain Shells takes out Jay, and they're just gonna spray and pray through. And sometimes in this situation, when you are at a gun deficit, you play different, you play more aggressive, and it catches Bleed off guard. And this is gonna be their second Thrifty, I believe.
Yep, the Doctor, hello! It's still gonna be Crazy Guy with the Phantom, finish things off, but Crazy Guy with the Link trying to take down on Frey, but Frey didn't actually try to push out here. They're playing around the corners. They played so well around the corners. He got dazed here, Crazy Guy taken down. You know what? I'm surprised at Enigma. Every time they are at gun deficit, I can't say the word. Yeah, I can't say the word. I don't know why. And also, when they are using only guns and pistol round, they're way so better. Like, they have nothing else to lose. Sort of this different mindset
The mindset is to take away as many guns as possible, right?
The way they actually just hog over the corners, waiting for the right time to rush, and they know for the fact that the moment they turn the corners, there'll be somebody there. It's just different entirely for Enigma. And you know what? They are way better when it comes to at a deficit before.
Not just about the deficit. I think, as I said before, it's the mindset that you have nothing to lose, and sometimes you overthink things. And especially in this situation, you know that you're against one of the best maps from Bleed. And personally, that Haunt gonna clear out the area just to make sure that no one is playing aggressive to the front, because Bleed has done that before. And we've seen this same play from Bleed earlier, how they just are okay with playing retakes, playing much, much later. But in this situation, this time, with the guns particularly bestly done on both sides, Plant comes through here, but they're not going to be planting for long. Plant is going to be near the boxes side, and we do have to see the Killjoy ult, the lockdown come through. Might just zone them up for a little while, but they need to prepare for the post-plant as the Doctor catches Juicy off guard.
I just hope they get out in time for the side of Enigma Gaming this time. You don't want the deja vu happen again with a couple of players being detained here. And it's Sam trying to just open up the entry with the boom bot.
Check your corners.
Oh, he did check corners. He couldn't have the time for it. And Darian finally taken down. But Crazy Guy again. He did so much work for the team. God, me.
Oh,
he's so good at A for Crazy Guy every single time.
And that, I don't know why, but the retakes from Bleed, especially on A side, has been absolutely clean. It's the same thing they're doing over and over. Yeah, you have this time you zone everyone out with the lockdown, but because they were able to take up that space, they didn't even have to go aggressive.
And the thing is, sometimes it feels like they're rushing things a bit for Enigma Gaming. Some corners not being cleaned up yet when they entry in. That's a bit of a problem. And whenever it's A, there's always somebody lurking around that corner off angle entirely.
Yeah, it's happened twice now, but I think the bigger picture here is, how is EG's mental going right now? When you lose so many rounds in a row, it's rough. It's very, very hard. The morale can go down. Just hoping that they're doing still okay, regardless. Clearing out this corner, Zan still wasn't able to go as aggressively as he wants. It feels like he gets disabled by Crazy Guy in particular, and Scary. But the Doctor this time on Heaven, coming forward, took up that space, teleports down, teleports back up again, but he still gets caught out by the recon. Are you serious right now?
Every single time they go for A, they're gonna get a retake plan for the side of Bleed. But now it's gonna be forcing Enigma, forcing them to get out from here with that lockdown. But
Coming in
Frey,
from main.
I hope they check their corners. Bleed always check their corners. They look very comfortable when it comes to Haven here. And Frey, JH, they spot him out. He takes one. There's another one. Check his corners, but Styron got it faster. And he got two. He might open up the space for the entire team of Enigma here. The Doctor and Hell trying to get on one, but Darren's take out the Doctor. Juicy just going to wait and spot out. It's going to be enough time for defusing. It's going to be a win for Bleed again. It just looks so comfortable when it comes to A. They know exactly the timing to do things there.
Switching sides.
Okay, chat, please spam 93 curse. Thank you very much. That's exactly the score we have right now. Personally, I was hoping for a 4 for Enigma as we go into the second half, but
You wanted map 3.
I wanted map 3,
You're
yeah.
getting map 3.
I feel I know I am. I mean, when I saw
You're asking for it.
when I saw these two teams, I already knew we were gonna get a map 3. I'm just surprised we haven't seen an OT just yet. Perhaps it might be very, very possible in this particular round, but we can see that the tension is coming through here, and I hope that EG has a game plan on how exactly they want to go for defense here, because Bleed is, I would say that their defense very, very proactive, very reactive rather, when you look at Bleed. It's more just playing off the information they get from Crazy Guy, playing off the sound cues they get. And Crazy Guy has been really good at fully utilizing that Sova kit. If only there was a pick and ban for agents, I would ban out Sova from Crazy Guy. Don't touch that. Too good.
Just burned a person then. Crazy Guy is broken in this map, by the way. They're so good at it. Juicy, now they're trying to bake things up just to scout things to see if there's any in B. They had a couple of footsteps already in B and just moved themselves, drifting into A entirely for the entire team. But the respawn coming out for Enigma, they are on the move as well. We spotted out Styron, might actually toss a couple of Haunts here, or even Prowler. He got one. You don't have Haunt or Prowlers at this point. Only one sticky utility to use with. Juicy slowly creeping into the sewer. Might actually spot, try to check the corners. Dash and did check corners. Found one. Styron
Not the
almost
jump
got
shot.
two.
Not the
1-2-1
jump
trade.
shot. Very nasty as Divine gets one more. Flashes out, was going to cut out with his hand in the cookie jar, but despite that, he knows his teammates are there to trade it out with him. Crazy Guy, good for one more perhaps. It's a 1 versus 2 situation. We've seen clutches before from Bleed.
30
We've seen some
seconds
insane
left.
situations, but no one is moving just yet.
Oh,
Crazy
the
Guy
shotgun!
comes through, and the Doctor reacts.
The shot that's almost hit Divine down to 5 HP. It was so close. It was a perfect angle as well, but couldn't think things through with him alone trying to defend with the crossfire between the two players. But it's gonna be 9-4 for now. Will it be a reverse sweep entirely? Enigma Gaming got themselves a good start when it comes to the second half with full Spectres, with full armors on their lineup. Whilst the side of Bleed is going to be the eco round, definitely. They lost that one last round before the second half of it. So you're going to see how Bleed responds to with their Sheriff. Not really, a lot of classics, only one Sheriff there.
Great situation here. It's going to be a really fast take from Juicy. Immediately checks Link. And as it gets smokes, he moves away. Now, no clue that no one is, so there's a spray and pray coming into Juicy. Had a good area to hold, but you just don't have so many sounds happening. And one more to worry about. And Jay goes down.
One.
It was a very fast one, but at the same time, because the advantage for guns from the side of EG here, they lost 3. And this round, as Bleed goes into their bonus, EG gonna have, I think, 2 Spectres, and the rest are just gonna go for the ecos.
My mouth really itch. I have to scratch thing there and rub my mic for no reason. Sorry for that. Just gonna give it out anyways before the production yelled at me. But just now, Bleed got themselves a pistol round anyway, so they want to go for the rush. The easiest rush is gonna be the shortest B. But the thing is, the moment they try to check corners, Enigma Gaming is just so good with corners when it comes to them playing this Haven map. But Bleed, in the other hand, here comes with half rifles, make it 4, and 1 Spectre coming up from Scary. They already are in the side, they rush in to see it and committed to it. What they're guarding, giving the pressure towards the garage, forcing the side of Enigma to actually take a long rotation towards the outside, into the C main, the Prowler. There's also the 0 flashpoint. Here comes Styron with the Volta as well. Coming in, checking the corners, clearing everything off. Another flashpoint coming into the cubby in C-Long, and there got one. Divine trading with San at the same time, and Juicy just around the corner of C-side, yeah? Finish off by Frey in a different angle entirely.
I don't know what goes through EG's minds. Whenever they're a gun deficit, it's like a whole different speed demon.
It's a different team entirely.
I'm just
they're being revamped when they're having pistols and cheap guns.
And frenzies. Oh my
And Spectres.
god. Yeah.
I don't know why. It feels like the rifles holding them back, but when it comes to the water guns and the pistol, they're just being, I don't know, haunted with something that kind of have sort of exorcism in them to have to go to the push. But Bleed, on the other hand, they have to respond to this as fast as they
I want to
can.
see Bleed go on speedrun.
I want to see that too.
I wanna see
But they're
Bleed-
very disciplined.
They're very disciplined. But,
They're very
but if you look at how the takes come in here from the side of Juicy just now, I'm just very, very excited to see how he quickly gets onto site as soon as the recon comes in, as soon as the smokes go down. It's very, very quick. But in this situation, as the aggression comes through from the other side of from EG, either it be a flank, either it be those utils, suddenly Juicy is so far away from his teammates. In the last situation, yes, Juicy goes down, but you see those trades come through from Crazy Die, Scary, JH. But in the situations where we see a whole speed run and they're playing really close, it's a little bit more difficult. Regardless, for Divine opening up for Juicy, Crazy Guy trades out with the Stinger. And here comes the Nightfall and a lockdown. Wow.
There's a lot of utils being dropped here just to secure the post plan in B. But here comes a retake and they're taking another one. The Doctor replies with a big no-no for that. Even drop a lockdown to retake that one. That was, you know what? That was a safe eco round coming up from Bleed. They had not to do. Every time Bleed going for eco round, they're going to rush into B. It feels like readable for now.
It was 2 ultimates dropped down there.
Yeah, it was a costly round for
Yeah, it
Enigma
was a
still.
very costly round, yeah. And honestly, on top of that, it was a round where Bleed had a gun deficit. In this situation, look at Bleed right now with Scary, with the Cosmic Divide, and JH with the Rolling Thunder. It might be a whole different story for this particular round, as they are on full buys as well.
They can go for the rush with the Cosmic Divide able to
can.
drop down. So it's up to them whether to go slow or go fast. You did ask about a fast run. We got a previous fast run, but it was a safe echo round for Bleed and didn't win that round. But it was really a sort of a win, because how many ultis being dropped on the side of Enigma giving the previous one? Now they're waiting for that thunder roll. So it was
Rolling Thunder,
Rolling
ma'am.
Thunder. I'm thinking about food right now.
Oh, no.
Thunder roll sounds good, but also the Doctor's ultis might drop early on. But here comes a Crazy Guy. They're trying to push into
beautifully
A
done.
long.
Good trade.
Oh,
A 2-for-1 is very worth it for Bleed right now.
yeah.
They need to get that recovery. And you saw how many rounds in a row EG has taken from a 3 to a 7. Bleed hasn't gotten a single point just yet. But here comes the Rolling Thunder. Darion moving forward. He's going to be preparing for that post plant. Just clearing out the bottom area. But Divine, you catch him off guard. Moving with the Paranoia. But JH good for 2 despite the Paranoia. Just waiting for Frey's rotation. And I think he knows that Frey is going to be there. But Frey, a little bit faster. What a peak.
I don't think Crazy Guy expected it to be that soon. Like, maybe he's waiting for a bit longer to actually pick himself here. But Frey coming up from A long. JH still can actually just give him a bit of a taste. Yeah. Darren coming up from a different angle entirely from that sewer. Just clean things up. Now, that was a really good round for Bleed and leading off with 10-7. More on the side of Enigma Gaming now.
4 rounds in a row. And
Yeah.
they need that back in their hands. And I did say that what's really important for Bleed is the momentum to make sure that they are in control of every single round, every single flow. And it seems that in this particular round, at least the second half, they haven't been able to do that. I think this might be a good game changer for them as they are able to get the full buys, as they're able to feel a little bit better mentally about moving forward and just closing down this particular map.
Even though Bleed didn't actually won that round just now, but the thing is,
You want to fight it?
and never mind, they actually won that round, but it wasn't a costly round because they still have the Cosmic Divide, and then they're using it, trying to rush into C, with the Cosmic Divide not being heard about where they plant right now. This is going to be a bit of a problem if Enigma, if they don't respond this as fast as they can. They force themselves into the entry from the back line here.
Juicy.
And Tiny coming up from the link. And Juicy waiting with the Blaze Storm. And taking on one with JH as well. Down to Styron and Sand. What can they do? They managed to just deny the plant just now in the last minute.
Oh no, look at that crossfire coming through. They thought there's only one there, but it was actually true. Zan, the final player, still left alive. It is a winnable 1 versus 3, but in this situation for Bleed, look at the crossfires. Look at how many angles they're holding together. 2 in the corner, 1 over in the backside. I think they're anticipating a garage push, but the idea is, look at where Darion and Scare are looking at. It looks all the way to the backside toward the area of platform. And if you ever come through, Zan, you can't see Juicy just yet. Slowly pushing out, and here comes the sprays, and Darion very, very quick. I think it's just typical Darion plays, very fast on that first first contact.
I think they did secure themselves the operator taken by Darion in the last minute here. I'm not sure how they want to utilize it, but with the lockdown, also with the Hunter's Fury ready to go, it was a really good cosmic divide just now. Starting off, Scary just blocked entirely the C. They can't hear the plant. They can't hear the movement coming in with Rush, the dash coming from Juicy. And they responded swiftly for Enigma Gaming because of how the cosmic divide realized that they can't hear a thing on the other side. But it was too hasty for them to pop their heads from the link just now, caused the entire team to go down. Hopefully this time start to pick themselves back up again, because Bleed is very comfortable in heaven. They just 2 more rounds to go.
It's their home turf. They're like, oh, welcome home.
So different. So different compared to Fracture just now.
Regardless, it was a pretty close match as well in Fracture. Just really shows like the idea, the prowess of what their understanding of each map. Yeah, there's going to be maps where they're a little bit more strong in, but they still have the fundamentals down pat. Regardless, for Darion, walking up. And I like this, just walking through with the scope in hand. Oh no, is that a shorty? Oh.
Yeah.
Here we go, runs onto the site here. I don't think he got any value with the shorty. Instead, the sprays come out. Juicy, a little bit dangerous there, but Juicy with 2.
The shorty didn't manage to secure a J8 before
only
he
one.
taken down for the doctor.
That's usually the case.
But at the same time, he forced Darion to move back a bit, and now he got himself a different angle entirely with an operator, where Juicy clipped down to his 40 HP. Zan and Styron, he's waiting for the showstopper to pop up. It doesn't have enough. Zan!
Beautifully done.
That was a perfect angle for Crazy Guy. 1 tap to take Zan down. That's so fast.
Yeah, and Styron as the last person living there to say, okay, I'll just take this Vandal. Don't mind me. Just gonna see if anyone's gonna be rotating in the mid-rotate. Is anyone gonna look for me? Not gonna be happening right now. But if you see that round in particular, it's just like how good they're playing on attack. Like, yeah, a little bit more, I would say hard on the defense, but it's because when you have a situation that you are allowing Juicy to take up space, play aggressive, play at his own pace, suddenly the game is all there. No, Darren's not going to be looking, don't worry. I don't think there's...
Feels like he wants to.
It feels like he wants to, but
5 HP.
5 HP is 1, but number 2, he was just looking in the corners. But coming back to what I was talking about for Bleed, when you allow Juicy to play in his tempo, his momentum, and activated by JH, activated by Crazy Guy's recons, it works so well for him. Juicy with 18, Darion with 19, and Darion with 19 is just so good as well because he clears out the other angles where Juicy is not clearing out. And I have to say that even as a Sentinel, Darion still has the mindset of a Julius, and this is why I like it when I see Julius moving into different, I would say different roles, because the aggression play is still there.
That's true. And also the fact that how the synchronization between JH and also Juicy move along, like the moment he just go in flashpoint, Juicy didn't waste any more time, just dash into a C, but this time they're a bit more guarding towards the C side of Enigma Gaming, making the tempo changes for the side of Bleed, whether to go for A. They definitely have a bit of a hustle to actually secure the post plant in B, but they're taking their own time and rethink the process through, but Zan already reached there.
Unfortunate.
A beautiful angle. He got himself just walled back with the showstopper just now, and Zan with the boom bot tried to get a couple of into. How many players are there still since he got himself a 2 down just now?
Oh my god, like I was a little bit scared because he whiffed, but that showstopper saved the day, literally saved him actually. Regardless, losing 2 and Scary and Darion taking a little bit more damage there.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that is
a wall back.
Very scary situation. But this is match point. EG, like it or not, they cannot make mistakes. This is the end of the line for them. Yeah, they can take a few more rounds, but Bleed, I know that in the, I would say, in the history of how they've been playing in this tournament, it's been a lot more definitive when they hit match point. It's not as, I would say, they were giving us many rounds as they used to, very clean. And I wouldn't be surprised if they were just to give maybe one round perhaps, or even if they were to clutch this.
The thing is, if they want to
they're saving
things
it.
are not easy. We're fighting again. They're just going to save this one round because they still need the guns. Even though they lost this one, but they still have a lot when it comes to their bangs, but they still want to wrap things up for the next one.
They want to make it safe. They want to make sure they can wrap it up fast. Because I've seen in a lot of my casts or a lot of tournaments here, if you see how a lot of teams, when they get to round 12, you start to see them struggle mentally. And this is where you got to be disciplined. And this discipline from Bleed is just so much better than before.
It was a wallbang showstopper with that also, that line, that Fisher. It's just the fault line. It was so perfect timing. And honestly, they can't move.
They couldn't move. They couldn't really do anything. And honestly, it was I would say, it wasn't a wall bang in particular, but the splash. Yeah, the splash that comes through.
Beyond that wall
it's the splash that comes out. But here comes Juicy coming into the area. He does get fault lined. Has to buy some time. And that Boombot is gonna clear him out of the corner. They hear it all. Gonna just throw out those pain shells. And here comes the attacker Killjoy, or rather Darion's.
Lockdown.
Yeah, lockdown. Just allowing them some space onto the site, but also the Rolling Thunder as well. This is giving them so much value. And I don't know how they're going to be playing for retakes, because A is one of the hardest to play retakes. Darion takes so much damage. Crazy guy sprays a little bit too much, and that wasn't even with the recon. Here comes another ultimate. Here, you know what? Throw on another ultimate. One more for Crazy Guy coming through. The lockdown does get destroyed. Beautifully done. And let's see, with another phrase so very low, Tyron so out of the way, they still are at an advantage here. Then if I get one more, Juicy trades out, but the doctor is ready to save the day. Crazy Guy, or one more? Playing off site here, 2 versus 2. They know where exactly it is. He still has the shark guts. Yep. He gets sprayed out here. They have to push out regardless. Scary holding another angle here, spraying out one more time. Shark gut once again. Divine goes down. Scary just waiting for the right timing. But this close angle by Divine, beautifully done. And I just want to say, if I were to have a teammate, and if I were someone's pocket stage, I want my duo to move away and protect me as how Divine does.
I mean, like, you know, things like, oh no moment when Crazy Guy just pulled over for the chalk dart and you saw how Divine just pushed there. It's no time for him to swap over for the weapons. It was a bit of a brawl in the A-long just now, but well executed on the side of Enigma, gaming with such tension in their hands. One more round for Bleed. It was heavily invested round for Bleed, honestly. They take down on 3 ultimates just to secure the A side. And they couldn't do it. That's the thing. It's really detrimental for them. They didn't have any Rolling Thunder anymore. They don't have the lockdown anymore. They don't have the Thunder Fury anymore. Thunder Fury? What was that? Fury Hunter. I'm like, that's combination of the Rolling Thunder. And
I'm foreshadowing because Chuchu wants to create an agent that is a combination of those two. Already Juicy on the site. Garen picks off one. Juicy gets one more. Divide does by JH in the end as they're getting onto the site. They have full control of the site right now, and the smokes are just giving so much value for them. But that smoke putting on the top side there by Scary is not allowing them to even jump out. So Scary Guy. Yeah, here you go. Here comes the recon as well. He spots out the doctor. Looks very clean for them. 3 versus 2.
That's so fast from Crazy Guy to recon and shot them at the same time. Shock Ball trying to take it around the corners, clean it up, and feels like it's gonna hit for it as well. Oh, Crazy Guy, so good in A. That shock ball clean things over. What a perfect timing and a perfect angle as well. But nevertheless, Bleed securing that was their map, and they're having fun with it.
Yeah, just really show how exactly they play the site, especially on attack and defense. It felt like we start seeing really a lot of, I would say, competition or a lot of hardship coming through toward Bleed, especially on the side of defense, but Bleed played it very, very well on attack as well. As I said before, after 4 rounds in a row my math's what? 4 rounds in a row of losing to the side of Enigma, it felt like that one particular round was exactly what they needed to get the momentum back in their hands. And suddenly, it was all the way round for the side of Bleed. But let's have a look at the highlights here and kind of figure out what exactly went ticking here. And I think that on defense and attack, a lot of the I would say not value, but rather the credit should go to Crazy Guy. How they played with the utils, how he reacted, and his reads are absolutely on point. How many times has he kind of pre-fired an angle, wallbangs, and he got kills?
And not just that, specifically when it comes to A side, he knows that like the back of his hand. Look at how he just retakes, how he just defended.
This is a round that I was honestly so surprised because of the push out from Spray, and they decided to push out instead of playing for the crossfire. Juicy punished them for that. And I think that for a lot of situations, Bleed is just so good at not only punishing, but also being so very oppressive, especially on attack and defense once the momentum is back in their hands. And because they're just so confident, because they're warming up so well in this particular map, they're not afraid to not only take up space, but also play as aggressive as they can. Now, for the side of Enigma, they had some very, very good rounds. But again, you and I both noticed that in gun deficit moments, it felt like they do a lot better until toward the end, where finally they sort of figured out Bleed. But by that time, I think for Bleed, they had already figured it out after 4 rounds, and they weren't able to take it back home.
Yeah, it was a bit too late for them. They're actually trying to do whatever they can the moment they figured things out. It's just too late. But back to its stats here. First kills, the same for both teams. I'm not surprised. But Thrifty towards Enigma Gaming. Now, we did mention about how they were using pistol rounds and not enough, well, weapon deficit. I can't say deficit, okay? I have problem with my asses, okay? Okay. Okay, back to the side of Enigma Gaming. They definitely start to figure out about Bleed, but the thing is, it's a bit too late when they try to take it over again. And Bleed, I cannot give enough credit for Crazy Guy. He's just really crazy when it comes to Haven.
Yeah, it's not just about Haven. I think in all maps in particular, it just felt like he was very, very comfortable in that map. And how the team played around his information has been absolutely phenomenal. We saw Crazy Guy, how he sprays to the smoke as soon as the recon hit. And I think in the first few rounds, because that EG wasn't able to quickly react to that recon because of how much noise and chaos is being brought over by Bleed, that information has been relayed to all the members of Bleed as well, and everyone just reacts to it. Scary, I would say that Scary, his smokes have been on point. He was very quick with the executions, but at the same time for EG, a lot of this is honestly, it's a little bit heartbreaking when you think about it, because they did have a game plan, but their game plan was stopped over and over by Bleed, just disabled by JH's utils, by the first picks by Juicy, as well as Crazy Guy's recon.
And not just that, the moment they want to actually rush themselves into a site here, definitely they got themselves the Omen smoke. They can have the flash point come out from Divine, but it's not going to be enough. It's not as fast if you compare it with the Jet at this point, right?
It's not just about the Jet in particular as well. It's just the fact that how they play together. You saw a lot more value
as a unison,
yeah. Because if you notice EG, they like to play close, they like to wait on site, as opposed to how Bleed, they are okay with giving the space and playing together. And
we saw how many times they retake into, like, whenever they come into A, they didn't actually try to contest the entry in the first place. It's just giving them the space. Okay, you go and take and plant yourself for EG to plant in A, and they just know how to retake it as
which is honestly so shocking, because in my opinion, I think that A is one of the hardest sites to play retake. But
although it feels easy.
Exactly, because Crazy Guy...
They're not breaking any sweat.
With Crazy Guy, giving them all the info, it just gives them so much value and space.
And just to remind you what really happened, I think it's going to be Crazy Guy, right? You can't get wrong with this.
Yeah, there we go.
Not just that. In the first pistol round, the first half, where they were actually the defenders, were they defenders or second round? In second half, they were defending for the side of Bleed. It was only Crazy Guy with a frenzy.
No, second half, they were attacking.
Okay, then the first half.
Yeah.
And we get confused, I'm sorry. I was too excited. But you saw how Crazy Guy with a frenzy, yes, they got the information with the recon bot in the first place with so many smokes in between, but he can just take down 3 by himself while waiting the rest of the team to arrive there. That's just how much power he has over A side when it comes to Crazy Guy from Bleed.
I think it's also about those utils as well. If you notice that if a lot of teams, if you notice from the side of Enigma, a lot of utils are being used just to get onto the site, just to clear...
A bit too early.
A bit too early is number 1. And if you look at how they use their prowlers as well, even on A long, because this is where they're kind of a bit paranoid that someone's going to be playing close, if someone's going to just use them. And a lot of those utils are used early because I think either it's overthinking or they can't really get a read onto bleed. So like it or not, they have to use their utils. And by the time those post-plant situations happens, they don't have enough util to use against
For me, it's a bit over-committing for using the utilities too early on because they should augment it a bit more later.
I think it's not about the being later. I think it's really important to talk about like how they're not able to get to get that read onto bleed, and bleed is just not giving that information. Regardless, me and Chuchu are going to be talking about it a little bit more during break. After this, going to map 3 as.
Hi guys, I'm from Bleed Esports. Bleed Esports is the Singapore-based organization. Currently, we are competing in the SEMY region. Last year was a bit unlucky to take an international spot. So this year, we are one of the invited team. We're gonna try our best. My name is Ngo Kong Anh. My IGN is Crazy Guy. I'm the in-game leader for Bleed Esports. My role is initiator. Mostly, I will play the information agent. I will help my team to get information, where's the opponent, how they set up, they can find the way to win the round. My first teammate I want to say is Tyler. His IGN is Juicy. He's our duelist and the youngest in the team. Sometimes when you play the game, you will feel like struggle a bit. Like you can't win the round. That's the moment you need a teammate to make a play. He will open like 2-3 kills. Like he will win the round for us and we will have momentum again. The second one is Jay. His IGN is JH. He's our like, flex player. Whenever we have a new map or new agent, he will always take that. He's like one of the best supporters in this region. Whenever we need a stun, a flash or anything, he will always ready to do it for us. Third player will be Derek. His IGN is Darian. He's our Sentinel. Derek is a last player from Bleed roster last year. But this year, he sacrificed his role. He stepped down from the duelist and played Sentinel for us. And he still play very well. Last player will be Pon. His IGN is SK. His role is controller. He's the one who went to almost all the international tournament. He's the most expensive player in this region. Whenever he's still alive in a clutch situation, I know we are gonna win.
Fun fact about Gary, his English is not the best, so sometimes it's very funny to talk to him, but we love it.
And I hope we can win because we are the favor and we practice a lot. Practice like almost every day, like 8 hours.
We are the best and the most hardworking.
Okay guys, be ready. Bleed is coming.
destroyed, but Derion has been seen. Hello there, but what a dodge!
Every single one of them.
Three
Are you
across each round. Only one of them's been.
Oh my God! So that was really brutal.
They've actually gotten it.
Kind of like see that, but oh my god, not again!
behind and retaliates still, but he has to cross.
Like all things, everything's have to come to balance. Both EG as well as Bleed. Currently 1-1, fractured toward EG and Bleed taking heaven. I'm Tashman alongside Chuchu, your cast today for the VALORANT Challengers Malaysia Singapore Split 1.
Don't judge us with the pictures, by the way. We're not that fancy today, okay? Because we have a lot in our minds when it comes to this series, because it happens to be we're walking into game number 3, and not just that, we're going to finish things off with a bang of an Asan, because Asan is both teams. I'm looking at my stats. I'm a stats person. And when it comes to Asan, both teams having a very strong presence on it, especially when it comes to Bleed. They're having 100% win rate. If you compare with Enigma, they've played more in Asan with 3 times. If you compare with Bleed, only twice. And they lost one map of all the 3 maps. Sorry. They actually won all of it. It's only one. Sorry for that.
If you talk about the older maps, I feel like Bleed has a lot of control, a lot of idea how to play them. Their understanding of how the map works and how to play in those maps, in those situations are just so very good. And we've seen before this, I mean, in the previous in the last year, it was more Derion taking up space, and we didn't see the presence of Crazy Guy or even Scary just yet. How they played on that map before was to have Pith and Maxi go start up on a lurk. Maxi will go on a lurk, and Pith holding on to the back sides with his turret. But now, as the dynamics changes, they're going for a more, I would say, a more controlled, aggressive way on how they take their site. And I'm curious to see how exactly Enigma will be wanting to deal with these different types of games of play coming in from Bleed.
No, I have a feeling both teams, when it comes to difference of gameplay, I don't think that much of a difference when it comes to agent draft, because it feels like they might actually drop into themselves the same mirror agent path here, because both teams pretty much having the same KO, Jet, Killjoy, Sova and Omen. So we do know when it comes to mirror, it's down to who knows it better of the timing. It's always about the timing when it comes to having the same agents anyway. Who dropped the bomb first? Who dropped their utilities way too early or too soon or too late? That's what really happened in last map. We saw in Haven, like we mentioned earlier, a bit overcommitting to it certain just to get into the site. I hope they kind of pick things up and gather themselves in the last minute and have a reset for both teams. But for Bleed, they had a very comfortable run in the previous one.
Okay, so Crazy Guy, as usual, going for Sova. I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to see Crazy Guy just pretty much hanging on to an Odin the entire time. Because how he's been playing with that Odin is just reacting to that information that he has. Now, JH will be going on to the Killjoy with Derion back on his comfort pick with the Jet. And we're going to see Juicy as going on to a breach. Now, this is a very interesting situation here because usually Juicy was the dedicated duelist, but now putting it onto Derion, I think the idea is JH maybe might be a little bit better as a sentinel on this map is number 1. And number 2, with Juicy playing onto a breach, Juicy can either go alone and be as aggressive as he wants with his own utils in those clutch situations, or he can assist the team. Regardless, it's been really good on how exactly they use utils, but looks at EG. With the Doctor on the Omen, we've seen how he plays Omen on Heaven itself, and now we're going to be playing here. He's really good with playing with the smokes, especially toward Boathouse on B, and we can see Styron playing Sova again. I think for Styron, I think my favorite thing about him, or what really put him in my mind for the last year, is his Sova plays. It's great to see him back on that fray on the Killjoy with Divine and Zan playing their usual stuff.
Yep, it's going to be always the Jack Force and for now, but it piqued my interest for the fact that Juicy is not playing something else here, because he's playing as initiator. We don't see that too often. It's kind of a rare sight. Even previously, I'm just going to give a bit of a recap. Coming up from the side of Juicy, he played in Asan as a Jet. So it's a very rare sight to actually see even Darren played as a duelist here. So I want to see how this actually project later on when it comes to their gameplay. Is it something that really switching things up, Or are they really are they confusing us with this, or you might swap it over later, or maybe it's just a tag, or really the player is going to play it?
I think the players are going to be playing. It's already locked in. And I think this is a really good dynamic here when you have a team. I mean, when you have a master of all trades, jack of all trades, master of none, you can expect good gameplay, but not necessarily the highest type of gameplay. That's number one. Number two, any VOD reviews or any ideas that what you have about the team before is kind of just going to fall apart. And we all talk about Enigma being big brain, but what happens when you are playing with a team that's sort of mysterious, when you cannot really figure out what the heck is going on, what's going through their minds, why are they switching out their players and their agents, what is going on here? Because that's what's going through my mind.
Because Darren, I'm not surprised the fact that he played Duelist before as well, but never for Juicy to actually get out from that Duelist zone ever. This is the first time he's actually taken a different role entirely. I'm not sure if this is going to be a bridge Duelist, not even an initiator. He's just going to go in and blind everyone, just going to go for the shoots anyway. So we're going to have to wait and see as our start of our Game 3 commences between Enigma Gaming and Bleed Esports, which greeting with a recon ball straight into Darren frenzied over Zan.
Dang, the aggression is just so very early. The idea is take up space mid as soon as you can, but Darren says no. We are already anticipating you. Good with the headshots. Clears up 2, and this situation where you are a deficit here, you can't even fight this, but they are going to do a comeback as Divine gets 2 picks, and suddenly the round has been equalized.
Yep, but J Asia is a bit low for now. Down to 20 HP to actually push in. It's kind of a tough task. If you ask him, it's a bit too much for him to actually buy everything through. Scary, on the other hand, might actually be the one peeking over, but meantime, we do have Divine waiting just at the corner of B side. The moment he try to peek over, there goes Blade, knows the presence and give away so many information. Down to 20 HP, 19 at this point. J-H, they can actually do this, but he almost got no.
Oh my god.
Divine with his 19 HP left, got himself almost an ace here.
That was so good for his positioning. He jumped off the side. So the idea that Bleed had was that Divine was going to go straight toward Boathouse or behind those boxes. He played close, picks up 1, and as his teammate goes down, he was already distracted. So all he did was just kind of like transfer those taps onto the other teammate. Beautifully done. He got 4K in that round in particular. And I think this is so good for him.
And not just that, with the pistol, with only a ghost, for you to actually shoot through the edges, the ledges of that side, is just so hard to see through things. And he can just figure things out with his instincts anyway. But now they're going to go back towards B. Never mind, going towards mid for the side of a Bleed. Slowly, Darren try to push towards the market. Spot 1 with Marshall. But that's going to be the Jet. Which is going to be the Zan. It's kind of tough to pin him down with the dash just now. But Divine just going to guard over to the side of a Garden. Darren try to peek over with Marshall. Didn't see anything through, but Juicy got on Divine. This is going to be the entry point that they want to, but there's still one more stopper. It's going to Doctor, finally be taken down the tree. Sand coming up from the Garden side alongside with Frey. Styron's going to his side of Haven.
Oh, Zan all alone. Sprays through the smokes, does not get any value just yet. You can hear the shock darts come through. Still very, very doable for those retakes if they want to. But with Juicy holding on to the other side in hell, it's gonna buy a lot of time. Sprays out. Here comes Zen. He already noticed someone else there. Scary. Trades it out. And with him, he's just gonna try and wait for that taps. One from hell. Yeah, one from hell and one from mean. It's gonna be very hard. It's a very clean round for Bleed to come back, and I have to say this is a really good anti-eco for them.
Yep. But they bought themselves a couple of Spectres before. It was really invested as well for that round. It was well worth it for the side of Bleed. And they're gonna have to settled down with the one Spectre that actually saved from the last round.
But Enigma has nothing.
Yeah. The purchase coming out a lot of rifles on their end, but Enigma Gaming, well, this is where they actually do best. When they have nothing else to lose. We're going to have to see, is this going to be a successful thrifty round?
Frey is running a shorty. Let's see how he goes. Not a big fan of playing so close, but let's see if he's able to get at least a multi-frag with this, or even one is going to be a big value. The idea of what they want to do here is just get as many guns as possible away from Bleed. But with Bleed changing up their pace, this is where you kind of like have to figure out, okay, how are we going to be holding mid? How many people should be on mid? How much control should we have over mid? And how fast can we rotate from A all the way to B? Now, with no information whatsoever, they did spot out the Astra smoke from Scary, but that's all they have. They can't see all the way to mid. They can't see top cat. They can't see garden. But they're just going to go straight toward A here.
Right here.
And no one is actually coming in from catwalk. And I think that they suspected that everyone's going to be going toward B. Rocky in the corner here is going to be the Doctor straight onto the side. Darren already taking up so much space onto Jen, but here comes the Doctor. He didn't get any value. It's a little bit hard to get that value when you're already on that side and you're only running a classic.
The fact that Enigma Gaming got baited all the way to the side of B just now, they thought it's going to be B entirely, just giving so much space for Blitz to just rush in there. Just too much for the Doctor to handle this alone, but at the same time, to retake this is not going to be an easy feat, as Darren and the rest of the team going for A main, just going to wait, and they plant it for long anyway, so it's easy for them to just guard this off. Brave, the moment he picks off, it's going to be Darren. Shoots him down from the side of A main. Scary going on the hell side. Juicy, they're just gonna swap over a couple of rifles in between there. Juicy pushing it in with also a fault line already commences. Another flashpoint coming in. This is the thing, this is not initiator. This is gonna be a duelist, Juicy still.
The spray has come out despite the fact he still goes down. Oh my god. Frey was trying to be really cheeky, maybe get one with a shorty. It's a very great feeling, but thank God his teammate was there just for the trade. So at least they live another day. Now, as we go into round number 4, Bleed Esports not on the full buys here, but they do have Juicy on the Rolling Thunder. Another technical for us. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about how exactly Bleed is able to go into site. You see how exactly they play. They take a lot of time to figure out the information, to get all the information they want. We see fakes, we see baits, and especially toward mid-side here, they deny the information, but just drop a little spinkle of like maybe utils here and there. So it keeps EG on an edge. Where exactly are we going to be setting up? Where exactly are we going to rotate? And their rotates have been very slow.
That's the thing that makes me wonder just now. What causes Enigma Gaming to actually rotate to its side of B entirely? Because they didn't drop that much of a util.
Exactly.
They should have waited.
Yeah.
I mean, like, if only they've waited, maybe they can actually come in time. But something might have triggered them to actually just flew themselves over to B side. Something that Bleed made them. Maybe is it the hold? Is it the mind games coming up from Bleed, making that they're hesitant to just wait there for a bit? Because they maybe they have this mindset coming up from Bleed is not the team.
That's a very interesting situation, because now that I've remembered how EG plays, I was talking about their discipline, about how they do not rotate until they have gotten that confirmation that someone was going to be on B. And I'm just curious to know what exactly triggered this. Maybe because they are not sure if they're able to play retakes. Because if you remember in the previous map on Haven, their retakes have not been very successful. And they're afraid that if Bleed Esports does manage to plant it down, does manage to prepare for those post plants, they won't be able to win.
They want to, just stop the entry in the first place. Before, prevent the entire thing before it can actually be, cured instead. But the thing is, at this point, sometimes it forces you to do the retakes anyway, because if you're overcommitting yourself towards the entry at first, it's just...
I wanted to also point out that just now was their eco. So this
they
is
were
where...
eco.
Yeah, they were eco. And I was a bit more curious as to why were they not playing as aggressive as they can, why we're not going for the guns. And, I think that the idea is they want to win those thrifties if they can, but if we remember the previous map, those thrifties were happening during those mindsets. They were rushing.
They were rushing. They were not rushing in the last not even thrifty round. They weren't successful to actually get it. So they were a bit hesitant to actually see through, because they saw nothing in mid. They saw nothing in B. They saw nothing. They gained nothing in A. That kind of pause kills them inside. They need to know something about it, It kept you on the edge as if you can't see a thing or you don't have any information. That was a really good mind play coming up from Bleed, though.
Speaking of mind play, VCT Lock-in, I know that you've been watching it as well. And I think that it's a little bit of a heartbreak that PaperX was
don't even
set
try
home
to
early.
bring that
But we already knew that we're going to see our first Lotus game over in San Paulo. That made me really happy.
Yeah, Cloud9 was really strong. I did... I asked my manager, can they...
Literally your man.
Manager. But hey, we're back in the game as we're gonna start our fourth round of this map when it comes to Bleed. Where would they go? They're splitting themselves into a different entirely formation. If you compare it with the last one, some of them taking an A main, A lobby, or in between the middle. Two of them taking a bit of a B, just giving away a bit of utils to make sure they confuse Enigma Gaming about where are the positions. Look at that, they're doing the same thing again.
They don't. What's not broken doesn't have to be fixed. And again, Bleed coming in strong. And this time it's gonna be the Rolling Thunder coming through just to clear Heaven. Gives Darien a lot of space, take up so much space. And we saw one member of Enigma already kind of like spotted out. That Aftershock will not give all that value. Crazy Guy, Garion, one each. Frey gets one more, but doesn't really matter, does it? When you already get a 2-for-1 situation. Styron Doctor left here in this situation. 4 versus 2. We would love to see a miracle happen, but for Bleed, are they able to do it? No, they're not. Crazy Guy gets one, trades out. They still have all the numbers in the world, and the Doctor walks into Darion's crosshair.
Yep. It's kind of hard for him to, even though he can drop himself some smoke or paranoia, even transport himself, but it's just too much for them to handle himself. With no flashes at that point. Even the short dart, really hard to clear the corners. It almost feels like impossible for them to actually get that one out. 1-3 Bleed is actually leading again with 3 times in a row. That's going to hurt Enigma Gaming. Hopefully they are still okay for now, but they are switching over to their Echo round again. It's going to be Bucky, couple of Sheriff and Classics for the side of Enigma Gaming. They do have themselves the null command to actually be commencing if they want to go for the rush in case they want to go for the push. But here we go, we're looking over Enigma being aggressive and responsive
he
when he comes
nearly
to
takes
Echo
down
round.
Doctor.
Yep.
We love that. And the way that Darien was playing over on main toward Wine gave him all the information they need. Now, they went toward A, and look at how many utils were already used by EG then. And now they just quickly rotate onto B. I would say, success. That's all they wanted to do, bait out those utils if they have to. Scary playing this angle, sprays out. With only a Bucky, what are you gonna do? Jump shot or not? So far away for Scary. You're not gonna get a lot of value when you're that far away.
Oh man, the aftershock. I'm not gonna stop Styron from actually trying to gain back their retake here.
Spike planted.
It's gonna be Nano Swarm all over the place, making sure they stop or even buy time. The Cosmic Divine making unsure movement coming up from Enigma Gaming. Have no clue. Found one on that recoil, but still gonna be a big value. But JH holding at certain angle right on top of that workshop, making it just so impossible for them to push through that Cosmic Divide. That was a great Cosmic Divide, by the way. It was a perfect one.
Man.
But that was an eco round coming from Enigma. At least it was a bit more reactive than the eco round previous one.
I think Enigma needed time to really understand what was going on. I mean, we talked about how there was a change in their roster, not roster, but rather their roles here. And they really couldn't figure out how exactly they were going to be playing. When you have someone as aggressive as Juicy playing so close to you, and you know how an oppressive, a really, really aggressive breach can be.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so
that's super annoying.
it is very annoying to deal with. That's why I call him the cyberbully. Regardless, looking to remain here. Knew that there was already an Owl drone coming through, gives them all the information they need. Cloud Dash all the way onto Darien, sprays out onto main. That's their offer over there, taken out. Ouch. And Darien showing us that even with the change in roles, he's very, very healthy. And he's very, very strong still as a duelist. We also have that suppress coming out there, and that's from Divine. And even without the utils, they're already pretty much set. And now as it runs out of time here, they can literally put the setups down.
And there comes another Seismic Fisher coming in, but here comes Styron a bit on the Heaven. 2 of them in hell, even forced them to actually use their Hunter's Fury to finish off that Killjoy's lockdown. Definitely will not lock on anybody, has been destroyed instantly. But Styron make a play, he make a dash in, he take whatever he can. God, Crazy Guy, blimey, Spray taking double down on Doctor and Frey, leaving only very low HP Styron to actually defuse it. It's almost impossible now.
He just has to buy some time, but Styron is the hero! He gets it.
Close.
He gets it. He is the hero. And this is definitely something that's very, very needed for Enigma. And honestly, it's a really good round for Darien. He took out so many people, but the retake from Styron, the multi-frags were huge. He got 3 in that particular round alone, and I was very, very worried for him because we know that Crazy Guy loves to play those post plants. He has the lineups at the same time, but Styron Styron was very patient. He knows exactly to the T how much time he has to just buy the time and get those picks.
And not just that, he was like in between of all the utils being dropped, right? Frey dropped the lockdown for the sake of them to retake that. But the Hunter's Fury from Crazy Guy just demolished the entire lockdown, but he still jumped through from the heaven to the hell. And Jake, that took him quite a lot of risk, but back towards Frey. Remember, we mentioned him. He started to get one double down. Man, they pushed all the way into B lobby, all the way to the back line here. Dropping the spike, they're just gonna got things over, leaving Scary.
Honestly, that was a really good read, or rather a gamble, because that aggression gave them so much value. At the same time, if they were to push out of B, look at how much space they would have, how much access they would have to mid. And it's a really good situation for them with Scary all alone here. Playing inside the smokes might just be his saving grace. He wants to bring this gun forward. But for EG, we just talked about how that momentum to bring them through, they suspect that he's going to be there. They're just going to put another smoke down. Scary going to use his gravity well. Picks off the Doctor. Thought he was being slick in that little corner. But for the rest of his teammates, gonna be very, very safe.
Yeah, it's Scary. Nobody wants to pick Scary. If you ask people, Rex, if you saw their comps before, it's Scary. Nobody wants to pick him, even though they are 5.
I think it's more of just that respect coming through as well.
He's so crispy with his shot. He's so sharp. But here comes a Nebula Smoke just to make sure he got himself in a bit of an entry to actually retrieve it. But Frey just going to push and take the risk anyway. The recon bot read out on Scary's position. They know definitely he's in mid.
Oh no, Zan is just holding! And Scary, you can't run away. And honestly, it's all about baiting him into the right area to give the advantage to Zan. Now, coming back to what I was talking about here, I mean, when you talk about Scary, we've seen a really, really good map from Bleed here against X10, I believe, where he managed to get a clutch 1 versus 2 at match point. So seeing him all alone, if they didn't play together, if they were separated, I wouldn't be surprised if Scary were to aim drill them and win all of them.
Well, we're gonna have to wait that and see, since we got ourselves that Odin to work with for Crazy Guy. I think he's gonna wait for B entirely, just gonna spray things over. Yeah, I'm not surprised that happens, but San push it first. They're just gonna take the gamble and push alongside with it. 2-1 trade is very valuable. And now Styron got himself that operator to work with. But he still got the Odins in Crazy Guy's hand, but he's down to 21 HP. I'm not sure if he wants to spray over towards a wall bang and B.
So honestly, it's so interesting to see the momentum go down into EG's hands now. It felt like Bleed were on a roll.
They just pushed. That's what they did the past 2 rounds. Enigma, they don't think anymore. They just go into B and like, well, you know what? We don't care. We're just going to push it anyway.
You know, sometimes that is the situation where sometimes you just kind of like overthink. You put a lot of pressure on yourself. It's like, you know what? That's fine. Let's just play however we play. And it just puts a lot of pressure off your shoulders. It changes your mindset and how exactly you want to approach the game. But for Crazy Guy 21 HP, we know he's the master of the Sova. He has lineups. He has those post-plant plays. His presence does get detected. Because of that, he can't use his utils for a little while. He does have an Odin this time as Glitch Pop is the best one. But anyways, coming back to the game, he's just waiting. Gonna use that recon. He has all the information he needs. Recon destroyed. He can't take the site. And he has to wait for the smoke to go down.
He wanted that recon so bad, so he knows where to spray with an Odin. But it's just being destroyed, being suppressed earlier. That was a really nice intuition coming up from Divine. The timing was perfect. But now there's no time for them to actually plan things out. They have to just save it for now on the side of Bleed. They know it's just too much for them actually to lose this round. Even though they've still got quite a number of credits in the banks for their next purchase. But they're not just going to risk it anyway. Juicy just going to buy them more time to make sure that nobody's pushing. And it's going to be 4-4 for now, equalizing the playground again between these two teams.
But I'm really liking the fact that Bleed is okay with giving another round, knowing that they can't take a side, knowing that they're not able to get inside with just 3. That's fine. Save up. But the thing is, you've seen 3 rounds in a row coming here from EG. For Bleed, they need to start figuring out how exactly to put the momentum back in their hands, because they took 4 rounds in a row from the beginning. We talked about how EG was able to solve problems, right?
I don't think they just solved the problem. They just crashed through the problems at this point. They're just going to go for the push. But the thing is, it's readable if you keep doing the same thing over and over again. And this time, they're going to hold themselves a bit back, because you saw how they just pulled back straight into the boathouse for the side of that Killjoy, and the rest 7 taking back their default set into A and mid. But the thing is, they are rushing on the side of Bleed. They're not wasting no more time. They're just going to go for B. Even wallbang a bit on Crazy Guys with a load in. And at the same time, Divine taking out Scary. It's really a most important takeout. He can get himself out. But back to spray the rest of Enigma. They try to push into the side. Still not planting.
The other members of Bleed onto the site. And here also comes the lockdown. For Crazy Guy, 20 HP left. No worries for him. He does have lineups. That's why exactly why he's playing from main here. JH gonna destroy that recon. Not trying to give the information, but it does give at least one scan. The alarm bar goes down. That's enough information for Jay. But for this situation, I think the best course of action is to allow Crazy Guy all the space he needs to play for that damage. Here comes the Odin, he gets one. And as for Doctor, he finds Tyron and he finds the Doctor. Wow.
Oh man, the Odin's game is strong with Crazy Guy.
It's exactly what you're trying to do. Let's see how they played that very differently. Get this plant down and not having everyone on the site. Having the idea that you can rely on Crazy Guy for not only the recons, the informations, but also the post-plant lineups.
Yeah.
You know what, Crazy Guy, can you change your name to Crazy Lineup Guy?
But the thing is, it was quite surprising. Nobody tried to go from B main. If only they actually take out Crazy Guy, it's going to be solving a lot of problems with the site of Enigma Gaming. But back to it's the next one. Now, how do they deal with this Odin? They got themselves an operator. If they can actually find Crazy Guy, it will be solving almost half of the problem already. But Zan! Oh, man.
That's a very scary place to be, and he got out.
He needs to get out.
Yeah, he needed to get out.
Nobody wants to stay there
two different
ever.
utils for him, but thankfully we also had a smoke for him as well at the same time. I think the sounds of my Odin can be very scary, but now we can see what happened just now for EG. They played a little bit more proactive instead of reactive, and it didn't allow so much, I would say so much oppression coming in from the side of Bleed. But gonna clear out those corners there. Thank you, Crazy Guy, for that. As they wait, immediately gonna dash onto the site, gives them so much value. Juicy with the early pick, finding Styron is exactly what they needed. Immediately the sprays come through for a spray, not good for two, but good for one, good enough for a trade. As Divine trying to come in for those flanks. Jay finds another. It's gonna be the Doctor going down. No smokes. And with Zen and Divine, they can go for a combo, at least for a suppress for one, and maybe go for Zen to come inside. But to retake with an op is gonna be very, very difficult. It's best to go for a save.
Yeah, they're definitely gonna go for the save. They don't have enough, especially coming out from Zen with only 50 credit for the next purchase. And even though they got themselves quite a number later on, but it's best to save anyway. And with Crazy Guy guarding with that Odin, I mean, like, nobody wants to be there anymore. So they're waiting for, if they get an cancellation anyway, if there's an active frag, it will be perfect for Enigma. But for now, Bleed is definitely strong. Enigma, they pull back a bit if you compare with the previous few rounds where they got themselves a momentum where they just go all out, push out aggressive. This time they have to... Oh, Sand, the exit frag. Crazy Guy, what were you thinking? Definitely drop the Odin now.
Oh man, it's okay. They can afford it. But let's talk a little bit about strats here as we see Bleed Esports got 2 rounds in a row. And what's really good about this is the fact that they are starting to punish EG for playing proactive. How? Catch them in the mid-rotate, catch them in the mid-side. And if no one is there on mid, what we have to do is just kind of cut out the noise, leave them hanging, keep them on their toes. We saw how long they're holding on to B main. No one was there just yet, but they didn't make sure that they can explosively get onto the site and clear everything out. Now, again, the recon comes out. It's a nice one-way smoke here for the Doctors, so they kind of have to wait this out, like it or not. The knife as well is gonna give them the presence, already detect them, and also suppress them. They have to wait for the smoke, and they have to wait for the suppression to go away.
The information is so crucial for the side of Enigma. You saw how they want to push into B just now. I mean, I was thinking they might actually lurk a back line between those two of Styro and also Frey, but they took and pulled back all the way and just go for A instead. They don't want to waste any more time. I'm not sure the thing is, do Bleed commit to this or they make a big U-turn out of this as well? They know for a fact that Blade definitely giving away all their position, but they're committed to it anyway. Darren already dashed in, but Doctor waiting on top of that box. Just leaving the spike open here. That's going to be a bit of a problem for Bleed to retrieve this one.
Flash comes out. Zen still gets one more with the op. Saving the Doctor, honestly. And here comes another smoke as well. Sprays through the smoke. And a reposition comes through here, and suddenly for Bleed, everything fell apart because for Doctor and Divine, those areas or corners they were holding onto was just so nasty. It's a little bit hard to get onto the site without clearing both areas at the same time. Regardless, another smoke once again. At this point, you're like, where is the time where these smokes are gonna go away? Big, I would say, risk by Scary to actually put those smokes right in the front there. Another shot to the side as the Doctor inside of smoke wants to play very nasty, wants to turn the enemy's weapon into his own. Zan still finds Scary another day with 7 seconds to go. I think Crazy Guy just needs to wait for it. Crazy Guy gets one more, but Styron seals the deal. As finally we're going to a 5-6.
That was a consolation last frag, I have to say. They almost had 5 men alive for Enigma Gaming, but that smoke, everything was super purple, by the way. It's just making it so hard for them to get in. And Crazy Guy, I think he was waiting for his recon bot to online again, so they know exactly where to focus on. But that's the thing, that questions make me asking them a bigger question. The fact that just now, Divine Blade giving away, saw the fact that how Bleed positions are and caught them red-handed just now. They're still committed for Bleed Esports. It was a big risk for them to actually have everything at stake to be fallen off like that. 5-6 for now, but Divine taking on Darion first. It's going to be really crucial as they need their duelists to dash in first. This is going to be detrimental for sort of Bleed. For the rest of Enigma, they are really reactive about what's happening here. All of 5 of them are in A side.
Oh, look at how many utils are coming on Hunter's Fury as well as 2 lockdowns coming through here. Scary not able to hold it, and Zyra with a jump shot. JH with 2. Beautifully done. He's very sharp as Divine does find Crazy Guy. We also hear the null command come through as well. JH, he can't play with his utils, but he can play with his gun here. But imagine not able to do anything. Frey coming in from the other side. It's hard to really figure out where everyone is as Enigma. As we go into second half here, it's looking really good for them.
Yeah, but the moment they're trying to actually get themselves the momentum for Bleed, it kind of figured out by the side of Enigma by proactively trying to just swift over towards the side of the A side, not wasting any more time and not lingering or lurking around mid or B anymore. It's just, you know what? All of them are actually in A. You're just going to go A. We're just going to stop them from entering instead of going for a retake. Like you mentioned before, feels like Enigma don't want to go for a retake anyway. It might just as well stop them from planting in the first place. We're going to start back on our second half with a square one here. It's 6-all for now. We're going to see how Bleed fare when it comes to playing as defenders and Enigma. Can they push as aggressive as they were defending just now?
I think that when it comes to getting information, both teams are very, very proactive, but how they react to it is just really important. Frey has enough information to take up at least a recon from mid side, as well as someone playing near tree. And here comes Zan with the aggression coming into a door here. He does spot one at the market, but a little bit faster with the sprays onto Darion. So that's one jet out of the way as Juicy still holding on to Boathouse. He nearly takes one down. Yes, he does.
Boy.
Finds Zan. Crazy Guy finds Frey at the meantime. Styron trades out. Really well done. Gonna get the plant. And Crazy Guy is just very, very low, but 2 very healthy players left as Doctor gets a very good tap onto Crazy Guy. Now without Crazy Guy, it's gonna be a little bit hard to get the information.
Now, the Doctor definitely will be picked over and be greeted by Scary. Another headshot here. But they're going to break over the door and just going from the market down towards the side of B. But the thing is, how do they position themselves? Do they go for the boathouse entirely for Enigma? Styron and Divine try to place themselves at 2 different angles entirely, looking at 2 different places entirely. But Scary. So going to open up. We got utils to actually deploy, but it's a bit too late as Styron managed to clip 2 of them down. It's going to be a win, and it's a good pistol round inside of Enigma Gaming.
I love how Divine was just literally there to say, okay, it's okay, bro, I got you. I got a crossfire with you, but he didn't even need him. Styron's like, nah, man. Don't need you.
I'm surprised they're actually going in the same corner for the side of Bleed Esports.
Yeah, it's the same corner, but it's a good cross, I have to say, if they were to jump inside. And I think they were more worried about those jump shots rather, because we saw a lot of them coming in from Bleed Esports and Enigma as well. So I think it's like, okay, we know they're gonna jump toward us. Let's play together, so at least we can trade it out. Regardless, for 7-6, this is one of the closest games we've seen so far. We didn't see this close from map 1. We didn't see this close from the map 2. And this knife coming in here from Enigma is just clear out anyone who's playing close there on B main, making sure that no one can actually play aggressive and push out from that side. Regardless, for Enigma, I like how that everyone is playing from B main, but they still sent out someone to A just in case someone were pushing out, or at least just to scout out for information. But this time, we're not seeing that push out toward Garden or even Top Cat.
At the same time, they're taking a sweet time from side of Enigma, even though they got themselves Bulldogs and a Spectre to work with. One ghost coming out from Styron. On the side of Bleed, they lost a pistol round. They're being forced to actually stay with the classics to buy the utils, and also one sheriff coming out from Darian. And Crazy Guys start to face check first, making sure there's anybody in mid, but the rest of Enigma, the moment they saw the smoke already popped up here in mid, they're going to just transition themselves into A.
That is so good, really fast, coming in from Garden all the way into Top Cat and Tree. Gets them onto side. They didn't know that JH is there. Yes, they do. Surprise coming in from two different angles. Zan clears it out. Knows exactly at least two up there on the top side. Look at that angle that Star is playing for that.
Man.
Puts it down. No one gets tagged, but he does buy some time. He's used both of the shock darts, and now he can't play for post plant. So they have to play on site itself.
He got himself the fragment. Oh, no, it's going to be a flash. If only the shock dart actually landed both of them there, it's going to be the entire team out.
Yeah, they also know that they don't have the guns as well. I mean, what they can do is just get another pick. Regardless, take as many guns away as possible. Darren is so very low. Darren still gets one more. Give Darren any weapon. He can still get those picks. He can still break those heads. But Darren has to run away, and that information used is how exactly they're going to react to it.
Star is just, so good with those last-minute check-ups. But hey, Bleed feels like that was an eco round for them. Now it's going to be the real thing, the real deal with the rifles going out. It's going to be a bonus round for Enigma Gaming, with some of them are still using their Spectres and also their Bulldogs, but two rifles out for San and Styron. They lost their guns in the previous round. It's going to be a half armor for some of Bleed, but the thing is, they don't really need full armor. With that Odin going to be online by Crazy Guy, this is a bit too early for Odin in the second half, but hey, Crazy Guy's crazy, right?
Right here.
I am in love. If I could fall in love with lineups, I want to fall in love with Crazy Guys lineups. But JH with the opening straight on to Zan. Everyone running through. Here is the pop-off as Styron taking up the space. He does get pulled off by the gravity well, but they still get killed instead. Yara gets one more frame. Despite the vulnerable, he doesn't care. Relying on his teammates to get those picks.
And down to Juicy and Crazy Guy here, coming up all the way from B, now coming towards the Sire have, and Styron on the other hand have to deal with the shock dart. Not really a problem, he just pushed right into the spell! Oh my god, Styron!
What is this confidence?
He saw the Omen smoke, the doctor just gonna help him a bit. They couldn't see things through, they opened up the camera. The moment he hears the camera drone, it's just, you know what, they're just too busy to gain intel.
Exactly.
We're just gonna push into the smoke, nobody knows.
That's not kind of the situation, right? When you use your utils, there are going to be sound cues, and reacting to the sound cues have been phenomenal for both of these teams. And I have to say, with Styron's reaction, this is actually insane. And this, I am honestly surprised at this outcome. As EG, they got a bonus. Taken three rounds in a row. What?
He got a bonus just now. He's like, I'm a sober too. I know the fact that you're too busy with your owl drones. I know you can't look at me. And San gonna open up the Blade Storm. Just
the plight of a Silva player. Sorry about that.
Divine spotted out somebody in the cubby. But at the same time, I'm not sure if they're gonna Blade Storm into dashing a side of B or just gonna go for mid here, because they're taking their time, waiting for the doctor maybe to open up a couple of smokes in the market and stop to rush in.
Oh, shots come out. Gives them all the information they need, and Zan clearing out those corners. Now, we've seen this happen before from Darian as well. They take their time, get the information. Here comes an command. Immediately Zan from the top side there finds Crazy Guy. He was not expecting him to go straight over the workshop, straight out to sight. They expecting him to go to a door. Regardless, for Zan, has full control of his ears through the smoke. Finds Darion. He knows there still might be one more in there. And just gonna use that swarm just to get out of the way. But he does bring another member. It's gonna be Juicy, so very low. Zan on fire now. He feels it. He gets scary at the same time. Divine playing from the house. Eventually, he does go down to a tap from JH.
I have to say, San opened up so much space for the team. He just dashed in. He go into the site and just clear the site for them to plant and go for the back line to find anybody who can actually just push them back. Go back to the market and make sure that they shut everything out. And he just creates the entire space for the team. And they even got down to only half HP here for Juicy. Not even half. It's going to be only 20 and 34 for JH.
Enemy remaining.
There goes a spray. Another one more to go. I'm not sure JH wants to save this pistol, but you know what? At least he tried. And it's going to be a win for Enigma. I mean, like, they are so good when it comes to attacking this time.
Yeah, they know exactly how to deal with this particular map. Now, if you remember, why exactly JH decided just not die to them so that they don't get some extra credits from those kills, number one. And he needs to die so that they get that extra credits as well. Now, coming back into what we can see here as Enigma hits 4 rounds in a row they've taken since the half just now. Styron does have the Hunter's Fury. They can play post-plant, or they can use the Hunter's Fury to get onto the site. So it might be, I'm just curious to see how exactly going to go, because they've been coming through mid onto tree, right?
Yeah, but maybe he's going to save the Hunter's Fury in case they're going to use a lockdown on the side of Killjoy of JH anyway.
They don't have ulti just yet.
Yeah. Yes, but at the same time, we're going to have to wait and see if JH can actually secure a couple of eliminations. He might actually get that ulti going on. In case that happens, maybe he wants to save that first. But back to the side of Zan. He opened up a space again for the team. He's going to do whatever he knows, but Hunter's Fury a bit early.
He knows, but there's one more there.
Yeah, he's just going to clear off the site. And look at how Zan is so well right now. He's on Rabbit. He's just rampaging all his way through, making so much space for the team.
This is exactly what Zan needs. He needs that confidence. He needs that momentum in his hands. And this is what an activated Zan looks like. And he's so very young, so very, very, I would say, very talented. Now, already Spike already planted, and I think for Juicy and Darren, they need to go for the save. Like it or not, they can't go up against a 4 versus 2. I mean, we've seen it happen before, but this op is making it very, very hard actually to deal with. So right now, I think they're gonna have to give up another round. But Bleed, they need to come to this idea that they are running out of chances. They're running out of rooms to make mistakes.
That's too much pressure mounting onto them right now. And the worst part is they can't afford to purchase all rifles for the next round. Only whoever lives in this round manages to save their guns can still have to use those rifles on operators. But the Doctor, the only loss that actually Enigma have to go through, but Darren got an exit frag along the way. Frey is going to be going down as well. Oh, still consolation on the side of Bleed, even though they lost this round, but still down to the wire. I have to say they really have to make a comeback here for the side of Bleed. If they can't do this right, it's going to be a really hard task for them to just having that 12th match point on their back and cannot afford to make any mistake. They do have a lot of ultimates to actually be pushed down here, including that lockdown, and Cosmic Divide will be really handy in this round as well.
You know that Darren can do really well as well when he's on that Blade Storm, so let's see how it goes. Now, coming back into this game here, I think with these 3 ultimates, perhaps they'll be able to take a match. And we saw it happen before where they used 3 ultimates in a row just to put the momentum back in their hands. It's going to be fast one straight for Zan. He's very comfortable. He's going aggressive. He sprays out. He takes out Martin. He tries to tank out the damage from the util. Does not make that happen. Regardless with JH utils as well as the vulnerability, JH finds the Doctor. Now, Darion, we know he's activated with his ultimate. Finds Styron. Going to get his first spray. No, not quick enough for that right click. Now Frey, the final person left alive. He gets 2 though. Wow, that collateral.
Straight in the line as well. Even though they won this round, it was really a lot of stake for the side of Bleed to actually put out a lot of rifles, plus purchasing even their operating, and it was really a costly round for them. But Enigma Gaming, it might lose a bit, tiny bit. With that double shot down, I mean, that's still a win for them.
They only
They're
used
not
one
punished
ultimate.
enough. They're not punished enough yet from Bleed. I'm like, this is going to be Bleed time up, possibly. They need to take a bit of a breather, but I'm not sure. Is it going to be Enigma?
It's Enigma.
Yeah.
I think if you remember, Enigma took 1 timeout at 11 and 1 timeout at 12.
Yeah.
And I think these are really good timeouts as well because they were on I think they were on a roll on the second half as well. And they didn't really need to take that.
It's so hard to see them taking the timeout in the first half, right? They usually only take it out in second half.
Only if the momentum is really not in their hands. But at the same time, we also see Bleed like to take a timeout all the way on round 4, 5, and 6, either one of those rounds as well, just to really figure out what the momentum is going to be like. And I think I like that early timeouts from Bleed as well because it sets the tone. But for Enigma, the timeouts are used to really close out the games at the same time. And I'm really curious. One day I'm going to try to do this interview, right, and ask these players what exactly goes through your mind around 11 and 12, and why exactly is it so hard sometimes? Or is it because
the person that you should ask about this is going to be the IGLs.
Oh,
Usually
yeah.
the IGL bear the most responsibility when it comes to the last few to calm the teammates down, to keep their composure and not panicking.
Yeah, maybe one day we might have this on the tournament itself. Regardless, setups coming through here. Thank you very much. I'm going to be copying that setup. Let's see how it goes here for Bleed. Whether or not they'll be able to take this comeback. It's still a big amount to climb back. It's nothing. It's impossible. And Darion, this is his nothing to lose mindset, and I am loving it.
And it's going to be again detrimental if San actually being finished off quite early with an operator taken by Darion. because he's the one who opened up the space in case they won consecutive round because of Zan. You have to give credit to this guy. He's keeping up the space for the entire team. Now, no, there's no more dash coming up from Zan. He's nowhere to be found. How would they actually go for this, for the side of Enigma Gaming? Do they go for Bleed? And also, coming up with a lockdown just to maybe bait things out in A?
No, they're not baiting. They're actually going, but coming in from a different area. They want to make sure that Darren isn't holding the area at the same time, but Crazy Guy reads them right through. Finds Styron. That's their information bearer out of the way. No one gets stopped. Scary and Juicy get one each. This change in mindset as we come through here. I'm trying to see what's going to be happening. Frey does get one more, but Crazy Guy trades out Frey, and not with the gun, but with the Hunter's Fury.
So many things could have happened within seconds, but it's just to commit or not to commit. That's it. Now Bleed got himself that momentum, even though it was Enigma Gaming taking a pause a bit, but because they've been losing a couple of rounds since they have a bit of a steamroll. It's so crucial we saw Zan to be alive for the side of Enigma Gaming. He's the one who actually created the space for them to go for the plant.
It's been so good. Yeah, it's been so good when he gets
been shut down with an operator. There's nothing to open up space for them anymore. Who else? Divine to actually flash about who's to pick.
Exactly. Maybe you can see a different situation here because earlier, Zan wasn't really punished for his aggressive plays. Though a change in pace from Bleed to put Darion in the front line and punish Zan for that is actually very, very smart. Now, with only a 3-point deficit here, we might be seeing a comeback from Bleed. We've seen it happen time and time again. Bleed just needs a one round and suddenly things go on in their side. Flash comes out, Zan finds it clear, and I'm not sure where exactly they want to go because the spike is still over on their area. And I think what's really good about this is them trying to play around that information. They know that Aldrin is out as well.
Oh, try to find the first entry kill first. If they can't have any pickups there, they definitely know which side to just commit to it. But at the same time, they're not giving any information for the side of Bleed. This is very smart coming up from them, not giving anything back to the side of Enigma. And just let them confuse and wait for it.
Oh,
Divine being discovered with a recon bolt. And see that one coming, but all of the side of a Bleed already start to move themselves.
Frey
Look
is side by side. Frey is side by side of JH. JH is already looking at him, but it looks like, wait, he didn't shoot.
He's unsure. He's unsure if there's anybody there. They're just walking in.
Darion with the opening. Crazy Guy for one more good trade, but the plant does come through. Straight onto A. Crazy Guy with 2 already. Make it 3. Crazy Guy on 5, but the lockdown also comes through. JH gets one more clean round for Bleed. And now that timeout, we kind of hope that it will be in the hands of EG to kind of end the round. But with Bleed getting that momentum, yeah, it was a great idea for them to take the timeout so they can figure out what went wrong. But Bleed, once the momentum's in their hands, they're unstoppable.
But the thing is, one thing that I kind of figured out, kind of confusing, who smoked that Gardeners? And I think it was Scary, right? Making them so confused to go in or not. They're hesitant to actually make a footstep forward. And we saw how the garden was occupied by so many people, but nobody's shooting there because they walk over and just move over the smoke. Nobody can detect anything. But that recon bolt, I have to say, coming up from the side of Bleed, it was humongous and making so much damage and information towards the side of the other team. But back towards A side, feels like they commit to this with putting only one Frey a bit far off to its speed. Maybe just make sure that nobody's pushing on the back line as well.
Oh, Darion, sharp, finds Zan really quickly, but they're already on the sides. That's exactly what they needed. Now, without Zan, it might be a little bit hard for them to get the multi-frags, but not impossible to prepare for the post-plant. Regardless, Doctor going to be taking all the space underneath of Hell, possibly in hoping that he doesn't get caught out by the Aldron here, but Scary is ready. They know how exactly to take A, which is from main as well as Catwalk.
Oh man, they're going to be discovered here, definitely. We've been waiting the other side for B. JH never leaves the B side. Look at how much droid he's planting himself, is set up here. The moment he step in, it's going to be a bit of a problem. And also we have the Doctor stuck in the corner. He's just going to wait for it. He got himself that paranoia.
Yeah, but the
Not
spike
really. He got himself the smoke and also the transport, but just going to wait for it. The spike is still stuck there. They don't have that much time. 30 seconds to go. They need to rush for a side.
I think they're going for a save, honestly. They don't have time anymore, like it or not. They can't rush in. Look at how many utils are on B and how many people are on A. This is honestly a very smart setup from Bleed, putting the majority of the players onto A and a lot of utils onto B. And I think that this kind of like solidifies their defense. But Crazy Guy reacting off that recon once again, very cleanly done. And with the only person alive, which is Divine, as well as Styron, I think they're not going to be able to do anything. Oh, Styron And now they're on Scary. Hello? Okay, a little bit of a peek, but let's talk a little bit about that. I think for EG, making sure that you have enough eco. He's gonna go, but it's a crossfire though.
Oh,
so
man.
It's the peak surprise. Okay, good enough. Good constellation.
Corners. It's always about the corners. But still, it was a save coming up from Enigma Gaming. They were forced to do so and only leave themselves with one Vandal and one Guardian previously. But this time they're going to go for full rifles this time. With Bleed Esports still not letting go of their operator. That variant operator is just so much problem for Enigma Gaming. Now, Bleed, if this keeps on going, we might actually have our first OT ever, Dash.
Yeah. And this OT will determine whether or not we go into a map 3. And I'm really hoping for it. These two teams are both performing so very well, especially on this Ascent map in particular. Regardless, you hear the op shots. It's just a warning shot just to clear out a lot of space there onto Darion. But if you see there, he's already onto the... Zan. He's already on the Blade Storm. He has the op as well. Now he has to reposition himself. Not getting any value from that dash, which means that he's not going to be able to get out of their life. He needs those picks.
Oh, they're just going to bluff themselves in mid-bet first and going for A. But at the same time, Guard is quite empty for now. They can just get into the side with their old drown already scouting out. Things are clear. So they're going to dash in here. Sandy's still alive, down to 9 HP. With his Blade Storm still ready to actually pinch it anybody along the way. Here comes up the Heaven, but the moment he picks over, it's going to be the end for San. It's going to be post-plant position for them, going for long. But at the same time, the luck coming up from the Doctor, trying to find a couple of frags from behind in case anybody tried to backstab them.
It also gives them a lot of access to a tree and catwalk as well, regardless. Here comes the fault line as well as the rolling thunder. JH pushing forward. Zan, right click to the face, finds Crazy Guy. Juicy trades him out. He was so very low. Was there a very worth it trade, I believe. But the jump down from Scary. Are you serious? Finds Divine. And Scary pushing out. The smokes are out. Jump shot from Styron. He still gets it. The Doctor for 2. And now the Doctor with the paranoia. JH puts down his bot. And in this situation, he gets JH. Can he get one more?
No.
He does get a double tap here. Teleports. Fake it out just to get him off. And but he's the pros don't fake. Pros do not fake. EG gets 12, but there was just no time.
There was so lack of time. It was like 2 milliseconds or 2 seconds away. So close. It was a well done job coming out from the side of the Doctor to buy them so much time with a fake teleport, giving them that sort of paranoia, that sort of a unsettling feeling to make sure that they have to peek over the garden so many times. But still, we saw the fact that they need all 4 men for Enigma Gaming to actually give it a go for one round. Now they have to just do it another last round to rack things up. But Bleed, though, they still can keep this going. They still have the operator in the hands of Darren. They have to shoot down their dwellers. That's it. They don't have an entry fragger or even an entry to start with for Enigma Gaming. One Sun is down.
But look at the eco for Enigma. They don't have a lot in hand. The Doctor with the Guardian and with Zan, he can only run in with I would say a Sheriff. So he clears out this area. He does hear the Killjoy setups. So you hear the pops coming out, and now this is where they have to play on default. Now, we saw earlier in Haven, they do better on a gun deficit, but it wasn't the case here for EG on Ascent.
Well, the Ascent is actually a very long map. There's a lot of long paved walk instead of the corners, like how Fracture usually actually you just pick over and can just spray it around the corner.
Oh.
That's not the case, but that Guardian still works. As Scary with one shot down, taken away by the side of the Doctor with the Guardian is just working so perfectly well done. This gives away a bit of them to step up into A.
Clears out Wine and then gives him so much space. No smokes
they even
for
got
them.
a gun here.
Exactly. With Zad on the better gun here, it gives them a lot of value. We start to see those rotates coming in there from them, but it's going to go toward B. Now, the problem is we didn't see any movement from Bleed. They were very, very disciplined this time. We're not seeing that fast rotations come through like what we saw from EG in the first half. Regardless, for this time, Frey, he still has one more. You still just clear out the area of Market, clearing out logs at the same time. It's going to be an explosive area, but look at where the other members of Bleed are. It's going to be all the way on the other side. Divine eats up so much damage, nearly going down. Has to go for those pop shots, but the paranoia gives him one. JH trades out. Shotgun on the other side to bring it through, and then all I have to do is just run and gun. It's gonna be a very, very clean one for that particular last round. And on an eco, we were just talking about that. As in this situation here, EG. Oh my god.
I have to say, Enigma Gaming, as a unit, as a team, they play it so perfectly well. Like, everybody pull their weight. They know exactly their roles are. Like, example, Zan. we have to give credit the fact that they need to plant it with Zan alive. I mean, like, after post plant, if Zan dies, it's okay because they can still control the map or control the side anyway. But the moment they will need the entry, they still need Zan alive. The moment Zan goes down, they can't actually go into the side in the first place. And also, for the fact that Darren has been shutting on Zan so many times, and we saw
It
the
was
last...
four times in a row. 4 rounds in a row, Darion shuts him down. 4 rounds in a row, suddenly they're not able to take these fights. But honestly, for Enigma, this is Bleed's map pick and taking away one series away from Bleed. What on earth happened there? So let's talk a little bit more about what's going on here. So when you think about how it goes for the first half, it felt like Enigma was struggling on defense. It felt like for defense, they were getting picked out so very early, and with Darren taking out so much space so fast, we started to see a struggle from EG. But then toward the last 2 rounds in particular, they got 2 rounds in a row, and finally it felt like EG got their momentum back, got that confidence.
It's kind of in the middle, not really in the last few rounds, because I think like Bleed got back their momentum in the last few rounds of the first half. This in the middle of the first half, when they start pushing into B, or instead of waiting at default, waiting for the attack coming in, they go for the push. That's where everything just turned the table. But this is where we saw how much Bleed just couldn't have a grasp. At the moment, they just couldn't shut down on Zan.
It's not just about Zan, it's also that post-plant situation at the same time. Look at how well they do it and how well... We were just talking about how Crazy Guy with the lineups, with the recon, but I feel like I didn't put enough emphasis onto Siron. He had some really good lineups, and every time the team reacts to those recon, to those sprays, and I think it's really so good how they play it, how they react to that, and just the run and gun
Same
in
goes
general.
for Frey. Same goes for Frey, actually. And when it comes to Skyron, we have to give it so much credit with the shock ball. Every single time the corner's just been cleared well, and also even force the other team to pull back all the way. But when it comes to the stats, it doesn't lie. And the first kill's almost the same for both teams anyway. I'm surprised how Bleed being challenged this much coming up from Enigma Gaming.
And I think honestly it's the fact that for Bleed, when you have played so much and so many times on a particular map, I think that EG is so good at reading, I would say reading patterns, reading how they play, to the point that it was really hard for Bleed to really figure them out, because at one point they were playing main, they were playing maybe 2 different areas of angles, they were playing default, but what they couldn't stop was the fact that when they had full control of mid, all they had to do was just smoke out Pizza, and suddenly running up toward tree, they were just given free access, running from A as well as B, and possibly even taking mid if they wanted to. But this time around, it's going to be Crazy Guy and Zan this time. No more battles of the controllers, but it's going to be... Honestly, I don't blame it for Crazy Guy. He's been so good with those frags, how he's been getting those kills, and honestly, he's been very, very sharp. But for Zan, I think as a duelist, as an entry, he does his job very, very well, and I have to say all credit goes to him for a successful second half.
Yeah, but the second half is so detrimental. We saw how actually Zan be taken down. The entire team couldn't get in the first place. I mean, the post fly, you have to give credit also to Styron, even Frey at this point where they just do so well in post blind, even Divine in the last minute. And just now the Doctor trying to lurk around the corners, just trying to find them, but it's so hard to see any play coming from Bleed. They're so desperate not to leaving their post as well. But on the side of Bleed, this was a very interesting series. We have to give it a go. We got ourselves in the best of 3, no overtime yet so far.
Wow, but honestly, it could have been at that point, given how many rounds in a row Bleed was able to take. Regardless, that was a really, really good series, and honestly, a very surprising end for the first series, because honestly, I had a lot of expectations from Bleed, but to see a different side of Enigma come through just shows us how competitive it is now in Malaysia and Singapore. So Zan, with a 270 ACS, I have to say that he has been phenomenal on how he plays. We talked about how his headshot percentage can be pretty high, but let's also talk about his sprays, because of how he plays very, very close with his teammates, as well as his teammates giving him so much information, especially from Styron, the Doctor. It's been working very, very well at the same time. He's not afraid to take up space and just really go crazy and go ham. And I think, honestly, that given the fact that he is okay with taking up so much space and playing inside of smokes, catches Bleed off guard.
And not just that, we can see how they're picking up things in Haven before, and how they just learn whatever that Bleed actually has to offer as a team, as a unit. They actually go as a 5. So they're doing the same thing here. They learn what Bleed just offered them in the previous map and imply it towards the side of the Ascent. It's just surprising how fast this team can actually progress to this short amount of time. And this guy is so young. Imagine how he can actually be in the future, in the next few months.
Are you saying that old people are not good?
we learn a bit slower. We have to agree
Oh,
on that. They're
man.
like sponges, man. These guys, these teenagers, are like sponges. They just absorb anything.
I like how Choo Choo was like, she didn't even give me a chance to like, to tease me about my age. She just like, went on like,
Hey,
nah.
you're trying to tease your age. I mean, like, do you know my age now?
I don't want to talk about it, man. Like, I've already been cyberbullied about it. I'm just kidding. But that's the end of our first series of the day. It's such a good series coming off for today and a really, really great start for a lot of the teams and players. And honestly, how competitive this region is really blowing my mind as we go into the third year of VALORANT. And speaking of that, let's go take a quick break. After this, we're going to say our second series of days. We'll see you guys in a little while.
destroyed, but Devron has been seen. Hello there, but what a dodge!
Every single one of them. Are you
Each round, only one of them's been.
Oh
my God!
So that was really brutal.
They've actually gotten it.
Kind of like see that, but oh my god, not again!
behind and retaliate still, but he has to cross.
Just concluded the first series just now. It was one of a hell of a series. Can give it a go with the all best 3 series just now being played. But now we move on to the next one with me, Chuchu, and Tash. Tash, speaking of the next series, what do you have in mind?
We're going to look at the teams that are very interesting to watch. Kizuna versus Team Path. And I think for Team Path, I think they have one of the most interesting storylines. If you look at their Twitter, their bio is Dream Chasers. And I talked to them, they're like, oh, we're just trying our best. They're very memey, very wholesome bunch of people. But for Kizuna, they are a bunch of, I would say, talented individuals, have had great experience in terms of pro play, and they have come together under an org. And I think that it's really cool that they're able to play together. They have some of the best, I would say, chemistries when it comes to playing together. And of course, we know Flaring, one of the most OG people there from Singapore in terms of pro plays. But for now, I think let's talk a bit about what we can expect from this game. Now, for a lot of people, everyone's kind of like, I think the idea is, since it's a new team for Team Path, the lack of the competitive skill is what's not giving them an edge or an idea on how exactly to deal with a lot of the teams. But at the same time, they managed to take down one team, which was Louvre. And we're just like, wait,
man.
what the heck
That's
happened
a big
there?
Statement.
Exactly, it's a big statement, and we have a lot of feelings about it because it was a 2-1 all the way to map number 3. And I think that the expectations for Team Path right now has gone up. But I'm gonna say to you guys, I'm sorry, Maga, I have to say this. Keep that expectations down.
Wow, that's a big statement. And
I'm sorry, Maga. I'll tell you guys why, though. I'll tell you guys why.
We'll explain later.
We'll explain later. Yeah.
When we actually have a bit of a team introduction. But speaking of Team Path, like we mentioned earlier with me and the other casters back then, we said baby step at a time. It's good. It's good for the fact that they are that good to actually stepping into the VALORANT Challengers MYSG Split 1. It's not easy task to get in the first place. All they need is a bit of exposure, a bit of experience to play against the team. But before we going into further between this series, we're going to get into our standing so far. Now, finally, somebody just take down Bleed Esports from number 1 spot down to the 3rd. Now, it depends on also if we can see any botch coming out from Kizuna Esports and Team Puff, who plays themselves at 6 and 7 at the current moment.
Now, it's very important to talk about Team Path at the same time, because even though they're a new team, I think they have such a big fan base. And of course, everyone loves that new Cinderella story. Everyone loves the story of the underdog. And I think that they have, because they're just so wholesome, it's hard not to love them, you know?
Yeah.
But at the same time, for Kizuna, coming in at 0-3, they had one of the hardest week 1 runs. They had X10, they had Louvre, they had Bleed Esports. And I think that because of that now, because it is a round robin, so that means that they have gotten all the hard teams out of the way. And now it's coming to the question is whether or not Team Kizuna is able to come back on top, show their true value as a team. Because I was talking to them and they seemed kind of like down. They felt a little bit down about it. And I think that because while that is going to be happening, if you see them play every single match, even though they didn't come up with a win, you can see the dynamics on how they learn and how they grow. And I have a lot of expectations for them.
And I agree for the fact that I have been facing a lot of this very challenging team. They're kind of sort of hitting a wall right now. I just hope they bring down the wall here and try to look at the third or brother's perspective for once. Because right now, it's not, they don't have to face that anymore until the playoff. If they make it to the top 6, then they have to rethink about Bleed X10 and also Louvre, which they fought against all 3 teams, which is the hardest team to deal with.
I think what's really cool as well is the fact that they learned so much from that after going into that fight. But for Kizuna, I think that for this week, I think they come back with a reset mental. They come back with different strats, and they come back with a different way of play. But for Team Path, it's really hard to predict these teams because you don't really know much about them, right? And you don't really, you know that they were struggling on week 1. You know that, and then at the same time, you're just like, okay, they struggled against so many different teams, but yet they take down Louvre. what is going on here. But at the same, I was talking to them a little bit, and you know their mindsets are just so very fun. How I was speaking to Ayman, the one of the players from Team Path before, and sometimes they said that sometimes it's what's important to turn off your brain, and that's why we saw them actually win the tournament. But Team Path, now let's have a look at the rosters. Today, okay, here is the surprise, guys.
Oh,
surprise!
Man. You mentioned about Ayman, right? So I'm not sure. Ayman is the duelist for the team. Now, since Ayman is not playing, it will be a switch over with Toggle.
Toggle, who was previously from Team Circus and had one of the best runs so far for Team Circus. And I think when Team Circus was together playing all of the local leagues, they made such a huge statement. This pickup on Toggle is one of the, I think it's huge as well, because they just picked up Kai as well as a new IGL. At the same time, for Toggle, he plays, I think if you check his VLR, he last played 5 matches on Raze. Now, this is going to change, I'm not sure whether or not it's going to change the dynamics of the team, but I talked to Magat, the manager of the team. Toggle will be trialing for Team Path throughout Split 1, that's number 1. And number 2, they've only played with Toggle for a total of, surprise, 2 days.
Well, that'd be nothing.
That's the reason why I said to bring expectations down. But hang on.
I kind of worry for them right now.
Don't be worried at the same time. Because I was also talking to the manager. They said that they had really good chemistry. They had really good play together. So if true, if what Magat said was true, then I said keep your expectations down, but I'm sorry, Magat, I have to keep my expectations up now because of what you said. But let's talk about Team Kizuna.
It's easy to blame on other people, right?
Of course it's easy to blame on other people.
But so far, for Kizuna, they're not changing any of their lineups. They're still the same DSM, Flaring, Kimi, Riza, and Shun. But the thing is, I do want to see now. But you mentioned about Kizuna, every single time they fought these big teams, right? It's not a sort of a landslide. I mean, like...
No, they really keep up. It's been very, very close games. And I think that's why it's even more frustrating, because you are so very close. And I think that what's really important to talk about is like how each player of Kizuna has been making high-impact plays, high-impact clutches, high-impact util usage. And it's just so good. And everyone, when you look at Flaring, everyone thinks about him with like the big brain, the idea of the IGL. And honestly, I'm so sorry, Kizuna, your social manager, I don't know why you guys really put the idea of your branding around Flaring's head.
But I mean, like, that's the buff. That's the ball buff. I mean, like, that's kind of buff. Whatever they have, the buff, they can actually use it. Now, we're going to wait and see them head-to-head between both players, Sage and Riza. Both of them are playing Initiator, or I have to say sometimes Riza do play a different role, which is going to be Sentinels too. But if you compare with two, I have to say that Riza is more aggressive than Sage, and certain, not the Sage agent. Okay, this is a player.
It's kind of like Sage... Lim, I'm sorry, you gotta change your name. It's false advertising. But coming back into here, I'm sorry to say, but Sage is also really good. But yes, you're right, not as aggressive as Riza. Riza starting off the series strong with the first ever ace for their team. And he got 2 aces this tournament already, unless there's more. And Riza has been really high hitting, very aggressive. He loves to play this really nasty close angles that no one really checks, but it's also high risk, high reward. And that's what makes watching Kizuna so fun, right? They're high risk plays that always turns out can be either a 50-50.
You know what? I agree with Tash today, because when I actually look over the scores, it's such a close combat.
Sorry, like her stats are so good.
I mean, like, I have to see the fact that they lost in overtimes and they lost not in this landslide. It's just so frustrating for Kizuna. I'm not surprised they're a bit tilted, a bit down, because right now, all they need is just one win, you know? That one win can change everything. But we're going to jump back into our map Veto, which haven't split. Lotus might be it, or even Icebox. We haven't seen
Y'all are
Icebox.
just split unenjoyers, yo. Like, like what is your problem?
I mean, like, split these days more towards attacker's side because of how they rework everything.
Attack is so good now. It is so good.
Oh, we're starting off with the Pearl.
Oh, okay. So Pearl pick for Path. Honestly, this pick is surprising for me because usually it's the more experienced teams that would go toward Pearl, but Ascent for Kizuna, and I think that for Kizuna, they've had a pretty good run on Ascent, and all of their players, if you remember from last year, all thrive on this particular map. So really liking it, but Path choosing to go on attack first is also something that's very interesting. Let's see the next 2 bans. Path do not ban Lotus.
I'm not surprised they actually
Kizuna do not ban Lotus.
I'm not surprised Path actually picking up Pearl, because Kizuna never wins in Pearl. Maybe that's one of the main reasons they are picking this instead of the other.
I am worried, because for Pearl, if you were to talk about Pearl, it's a lot about lineups, it's a lot about strategy. And if you talk about strategy, I feel like in the... Oh my god, yes! Sorry.
Oh my god.
Sorry.
This is going to be interesting. And we got two good maps and the new ones played alongside with the Sun with a very OG map. The new versus the old. Now, are we looking over at game number 3 or not? That's a different question.
It's going to be a different question. But the last series that Path played went to a series 3. So it might be a whole different story in particular. But let's talk about Pearl in particular. For Pearl, yes, Kizuna did lose that map, but it was against Bleed, I believe. And Bleed...
It's two different teams.
It was two different teams, yes. There's a lot of high expectations for Bleed is number 1 and number 2. I think for Bleed, they have a whole idea of a strategy of what they want to do here. Now, for Path to choose this particular map. Now, remember, they just took Click in as their new coach. I'm wondering what is going on through Click's mind. I'm wondering how Kai is planning on kind of executing this and whether or not they're able to play on the attacker side very well. We all know that going toward A is a little bit more easy, but when you have control of B, holding is a little bit more, I think, easy. But regardless, let's see the agent picks here.
Yeah, for Kizuna, I think they sometimes they like to try and arrow for certain rotation of agents. The surprising thing about Kizuna, they love to swap around the agents, even though they're playing the same map here. But this time we do have the accent playing the Jet, Riza possibly with the bridge, and we do have a lock-in possibly on Astra, and that Jet a double. Jet? Wait, what? It's going to be Killjoy, and there's no way we can get double Jet, right? So it's going to be Saver on Shen's side, but it's not going to be Mirror entirely with Path taking over that bridge, Killjoy, and it's going to be Raze, how you mentioned it. So Toggle definitely have been training a lot of Raze, as you saw the previous.
I'm shocked that it's going to be Kimmy on the Killjoy and not DXN on Killjoy.
Yeah, that's
because honestly, I think the DXN was the reason I started my Killjoy era, but anyways.
But he played some Jet too.
Yeah, he has.
That's the thing. They are flexing when it comes to Kizuna. They can actually swap in between these roles for them.
And at the same time, I think that for Astra, for Flaring, he has one of the best Astras out there right now, and I really have a lot of expectations of what to expect. Regardless, for Team Path, I think that, you know, it's a big risk for them to trial a new player during the split, but at the same time, they're going to get a lot of, I would say, experience to play together. They're going to get a lot of learning curves here, and I'm really curious to see how exactly these team dynamics are going to go. So we have a change in roles for one team and a change in player on the other, and I'm really excited to see how this series is going to go out.
I can't wait and see, because right now, even though you mentioned about the change in roles for Kizuna, they actually played this sort of a, how do I say, composition before between themselves, where DXN did play, you know, the Jet, and also Kimmy playing the Wraith. That time it was double duelist on Pearl. So, but this time, it's going to be only that one duelist on Kizuna, not the double duelist like they used to. That's something that we should look up to. I mean, like, today has been a lot of surprises for us. Right? We had some players not playing certain agent that never used before, and now they are doing it. But I do want to see for Team Path how Toggle actually fares in this lineup.
I think for competitive play, Toggle has had some. He had played in the previous circuit for MYSG. Riza with the opening does get a tag. Takes him so very low onto Toggle. Aggressive plays on through and through here, and I'm liking the fact that they're actually kind of fighting for that mid-link area. Kai pushing out here, he's all alone, gonna eat up a lot of damage, gonna reposition, being chased by two different plays from Kizuna. Kai wins one, but Flaring trades out, not the worst way to go here, as Kizuna on the defense, pushed up, punished by Boogie. What a jump shot.
Reza coming out from the other end of Flower.
Who is on defense and who is on attack? I'm sorry.
I mean, like, this is something that we should actually see when Kizuna, you know what, they need this win. They're really desperate enough to actually force themselves pushing instead of just waiting. But Toggle down to 22, and now they're going to go for the plant, but they definitely knows Reza on the Flower side. And there goes the flashpoint coming in, but Toggle tried to catch onto his Reza on the back line here, but he got one! Now with the Reza, that's a big swing coming from him, going in with a flashpoint, but it's too much for him to handle alone. I mean, like, the thing about you being an initiator, you have to duel with somebody. You have to have that buddy system to go on, right? It's so hard to, you know, just go in with the animation of the flash and just pick at the same time. It's just taking too much time there for Reza.
Ooh, honestly, very strong start here from Path. And honestly, for Kizuna, they tried to contest not only mid link, but also main. They wanted to hold that area, go for the pincer, but because they weren't able to successfully take that link, they got punished for it. Now, this is Path's, I would say, gun div, and they're already forcing. You can see Vandals coming through here for Toggle as well as Kai. gonna be a little bit hard here, and this is exactly why they want to go on to B long, because that gun diff, they can go for those long-range fights. It's gonna give them so much value there. And Toggle, I think he's feeling so comfortable on his main agent here. Comes out with the sprays onto the onto one side, making sure it's clear. Now they didn't get the whole value with that Aldro. I don't think they spotted anyone out just yet, but they're gonna be using. You can hear the aftershock coming through as well as Kizuna flaring, holding in for Link, still watching double doors just in case the smokes come out as well, just to give him a little bit more breathing space as they push forward. The aggression comes through and Shun just kills Toggle straight in the face, but Sage and Wrath gets 2 more.
And when he saw that Nebula Smokes comes in, it's going to be coming out from the side of Team Path, who's tried to push in here and open up the space. Sage, what a swing! Getting almost an ace, that's why it was a clean up. Coming up from Sage, opening up 2-0 for Path. Kizuna, am I really hitting the wire? They need a win here, Taj. It's not working out well for them.
I think that for Kizuna, they've always been a team that it's fine. It's only the gun round as well as the extra. Now, when the bonus comes through here, this is where things will get really sketchy, at least for Team Path, because we're going to see Kizuna in full force. We can see the aim coming in from Riza. We can see Shun as well as DXN and Kimi. We've seen them very, very sharp, and they weren't able to show that just yet. Let's see how it goes here as we go. Now, for the side here from Team Path, they're just really trying to take up so much space onto Art, immediately taking up that space, and we do see that Kimi is holding out that area. He pulls away his turret and is going to immediately give away that site. And I think this is a good thing because it allows him so much space to wait for his teammates to work together. But EDXN with the opening. No more Kai, no more smokes.
They're going for default for the side of Kizuna. They haven't actually rotate swiftly to a side of A, even though they are committed to it on the side of Team Path. But around the restaurant, they're taking on double down. It's going to be a bit of a trade. Can resign, taking on Sage here. Down to 4v5, 4v4. We're taking one more down. Oh man, all of them are coming to rotate from side of Kizuna. They're already swarming themselves into A side. Down with left of Boogie. What can Boogie do at this point there? Oh, he's being pincered.
There he goes, he gets one, but Shun does trade out. Now, we saw that on that second round, that force buy from the side of Team Path, and them going down this round may just damage their economy a little bit, but for Kizuna winning that is huge. They all got their guns back, and I think it's going to be a half shield there for Shun and DXN, for Toggle, Kai as well.
Did they really force buy that one just now? Even though they got themselves a bonus round winning just...
No, you mean Team Path. They're round 2. They already bought Vandals on round 2.
Oh man, why did they do so?
Because they want to force that. They want to snowball the rounds if possible.
It was 2-0, dude. It's not... They're not that necessary to actually buy themselves.
I mean, they can. That's the reason why they want to do that, is because they want to go from B long. That's the whole idea of how they want to take that site. It gave them the value, but they didn't lose it the next round. Regardless, as we see flaring now on the Spectre, we know that this map in particular can have a lot of nice angles to play with, but Toggle with that first contact, huge onto DXN. The aggression comes through here, explosive plays, and I think that I'm really liking the fact that this confidence from Team Path is looking really good on them. Wrath gets another pick here, and now Kizuna down to 3.
They're controlling over the side and just smokes away for the entry as well from the bridge and also coming up from mid. So Wrath trying to just flashpoint away for those coming up from the stairs. And Toggle just going to hovering around those coming up from the stairs and also coming up from the tower as well from Haven. Toggle still taking around the same corner. Well, we do have on the other side, it's going to be Riza closing in from Club, going into B main. But they have that killjoy to actually just Boogie scouting over with that alarm bot coming in. I mean, like, they can save this if they want to for Kizuna. They already bought themselves some rivals.
It's better for them to save right here. Gonna pop that out there. You saw someone just holding on, looking for some exit frags, but I think for Team Path, they're not gonna overextend this, gonna play it safe. And I'm really liking this new discipline and confidence coming in from Team Path. Like we just talked about how, I think from week number 1, we are talking about that lack of competitive experience. But bringing in Kai, bringing in Click, bringing in Toggle, players, I think for Toggle and Click, they have competed before all the way here in VCT YSG. And I think the experience that comes through from them is kind of like having a big brother, right? Like, Kakak.
Kakak? Why Kakak? Abang lah. It's like Abang lah.
I'm calling you Kakak.
Oh, I'm Kakak lah. Thanks for busting over my age here. But hey, speaking of Team Path, the thing that I like is like how they are baby stepping themselves away from winning one series, one map to one series, getting small wins, and now it's bigger ones. They are actually on their highs, if you ask me, and they definitely have the motivation to keep it going. They have that drive going through to win another series. They got a very monumental in the last week, winning over the first series ever.
I think it's really helped their confidence, honestly.
Definitely, but in the Kizuna side is contradicting entirely to a side of Path. They are losing so much. They need a win here. They really need one win.
Did you see the video Team Path made before their match with Louvre?
Oh yeah.
It was really funny, but for now, Toggle already taking up that so much space. I think the idea for Kizuna now is to play slowly, give them up that space and work together. And we've seen this work for many times before with different players, but Toggle is not afraid to take up the space. He sees all the shots come through. They have a nice little cross happening there with Pav. He does get spotted out. His teammate doesn't. The sprays come out. They know Wrath is there. Shoot for one more. Perfectly executed, and they get gun upgrades as well. But they also have here the Killjoy ultimate. Riza finds Kai. Kimi for one more. Boogie finds Riza at the end of the day. They break down the utils as Boogie goes forward, but it's not enough to stop Kimi.
Oh man, being detained, two of them. This is the time for them to push in. Oh man, they can't do a thing. Just looking at it. The other two is like, you want to defuse? Yeah, but wait for it. I'm still detained here, bro. I need that orb, yes. I was so close. Even if they got detained, but it's still well worth it. They got another two outside of the lockdown. It's enough to actually make so much work. And I love the bridge in this match, especially in A. If you walk through a secret path, it's just straight line that he can just push over with a fault line or even aftershock. You saw how much the havoc made by both bridge, actually.
Honestly, at that point as well, the two players going towards Seeker, I think is going to be also a problem here because they weren't expecting everyone to push in from the same area, and they were severely punished for it. It's honestly a good read by Kizuna, and Kizuna does take a few rounds just to kind of figure it out, but DXN does find the opening there onto Toggle, but look at the amount of utils thrown out here. They want to punish Path. They find one. They know that Bridge is there as well. Gonna switch out, play tag team, as they also play the anti-flash. Wrath waiting from the other side, waiting to see if anyone would push out as Boogie comes in from Art, and he has to be careful. There's two people about to come out here. They hear the information, they hear the flash as well as the footsteps from the jumps, but no one committing, but he finds one first. Boogie on fire right now. We saw him on the raise, and I think his performance has been phenomenal.
Yep. His instincts, his timing, his swings is always on time, but where do he go from what? He got himself that spike picked up again, but it's going to be a side of Kai and also Raph going to it.
Oh,
man.
Huge.
Oh, but Boogie opened up so much space for the team. The XN next. And Shun still guarding over A. They have no clue, start to rotate mid, but lucky enough they got Kimi to actually plant it over a couple of utilities in between.
Oh,
stop them going from double door, yeah.
That's a good bait because it gives the idea that they might be going toward B because they were going toward double doors here, but they still haven't really figured it out. They were going to A. I think it's going to keep in their mind. Kimi is just huge, very, very sharp. They actually did have the gravity well as well. Gonna just zone out Kimi here. Gonna break the Storm Grenade one more time just to buy some time. Boogie pushing forward. There is two. Kimi!
What was that? Why did Raph looking at the floor just there? Was right in front of him. It was gonna be. That must be devastating on that side. Team Path. They had two men rushing into mid. The double door really cost them the entire grave there.
Now, I talked about how it takes a while for Kizuna to really figure out some patterns, and looks like they finally found that momentum. 2 rounds in a row.
They were not reckless when it comes to hasting over to his B side just now, staying over A. And mid is so crucial when it comes to this map. If you can actually go through that double door when you attack, that's going to be a big win for you to go either A or B. But at the same time, if you're defending, if you can actually dominate mid, there's no way in for the other side of a team.
Yeah, the lurks as well has been really huge for both teams when you think about it, but it's almost like a lurkception at this point. We've seen it happen again and again, but shots are fired here as Boogie takes his time. He wants to find DXN, misses the on-card, and he punishes him. And that was a very nasty angle. And that's the problem when you want to push up here because you can never really tell. It's just a really strange off angle.
I know, right? In club, it's always somebody lurking around that club area. And the worst part, you have to shoot through things. There's going to be a couple of boxes in between. That Guardian as well is going to be brutal death to the side of DXN. Now, he picks up the spike for Boogie, coming into maybe A main here towards the side of Restaurant, while the others are pushing into mid, into wall, and there's going to be Toggle getting into the A main side here, taking on one for Flaring. Kizuna holding their stand, but the gravity well just making it so hard. Reza have to fall back and pull back towards the side of the Flowers. Reza spotting another. He's this pullback, giving it so much space still, but Shin on Secret almost lost the entire team. Still costly for them still.
Honestly, that was a very, very good round for Kizuna, just taking their time, really trying to figure out how to take it. And the multi-frags have been huge and the crossfire potential at the same time. And so the timing for Kizuna has just been a lot better as rounds went by. And I think they are adapting on the fly. They're fixing their problems on the fly. And I'm really liking to see it. Now, there was one situation that was really huge from Boogie, and I really think that Boogie is really stealing the spotlight. I mean, at first, I kind of thought that would be Toggle that would be having our eyes on, but Boogie is just not afraid to take up space. He's so good at playing that lurk area and just punishing anyone who dares to go a little bit more aggressive than they should.
Oh man, I love this. Look at how Shin just kind of, giving false information like, I'm going to fake it and B, but they're not taking it yet for Team Kizuna. We're talking about this team is way more experienced if you compare with back head-to-head between these two teams. But at the same time, they're slowly approaching towards the side of A. It's going to be coming up from Restaurant, nobody coming up from mid or Art. Now that's going to be a bit of a bummer. If they want to secure this, they need to secure the R as well, but you know what? They don't care. They're going to jump straight in. Toggle will make it himself then in Secret. Flaring have to pull back as well because of the boom bot coming in, and also paint shells to clear the corners, and they've got themselves Reza waiting the other end. Flaring start to push in as well.
Oh my god, Flaring!
This is so good!
3 for Flaring already. He was just very, very disciplined, a very clean round, only losing Kimmy in this particular round.
It's the same thing they did with the last is rinse and repeat for the side of Kizuna. You know what? Let them into the side. It's okay. We're just going to pull back for a bit. They have no clue that somebody's waiting in the Secret. It's always a Secret making such a tombstone for the side of Team Power.
And it's also the area that you're playing, because if you see how Flaring was holding it, he was actually crouched in a little corner. So all he has to do is reposition. How he does that peaks, those re-peaks at the same time, his timings are just on point, I have to say.
He's not hesitant to actually, to pick over, and he knows exactly they're a bit overconfident when they got the side. They're not going to look over at the back line or even at their backs. So he knows for a fact that they're not focusing on what's the back around the corner. But on the side of B, this feels like Path wants to win this so bad. They're actually forcing their way into B. But that Nebula Smoke will stop them for people. How? Oh, DXN, such a sharp point there.
Honestly, this is Flaring's, I would say, smoke. And Flaring's smoke there, that little tiny corner, is exactly what they are hoping to use to get value. It's huge. Without Toggle getting on our side, it's going to be a lot more complicated. They do have the guns to go for. They don't have the guns to go for a long-range fight here. And I think the best way to go is to either get picks, go for mid, or maybe they can just go for A. Regardless, they're going to be committing onto this. They're going to try to come through that smoke. They have slowly made their way to the smoke. Going to just use the aftershock to just buy some time. You see, Sage is quite low, and Kai as well. What he's trying to do is just put some smokes and go forward. But DXN, as usual, very sharp, misses Kai, but gonna be cleaned up by Reza. And Shun, one more to go. Is Shun good for 2?
You know what? The moment you heard the operator coming out from that B long or B hall, it's just best to actually go away with it, because it's so hard to get in and into entry there. And perfect placement is going to be coming up from B hall operator. That was executed so well coming up from the side of Kizuna, and this definitely gives them so much space, and might be forcing Path to actually reconsider going mid or A. But at the same time, to wanting to go A, the problem is they have been failed multiple times due to, there's always Shun at the bit line or Reza just waiting around the Secret and Secret Path, or even Flaring at this point, just waiting at the back line and pull back for a bit and just not giving any information or the position when they overtake A side. So that's going to be a bit of a bummer. Now, which way to go for Team Path? Because if wanting to go mid, it's not an easy task as well, because Flaring can just grab T-Well or even Kimmy just planting over the alarm bot with the nano swans, making it so hard for them to actually entry from the double door, because we do know Kimmy always around the double door, and there's always Flaring stopping them from entering A easily with those nebula smokes, and Gravity Well pull them back in. And also the moment they step into the A side, There's always somebody lurking around their backs because there are a lot of corners to check an A side. They don't have that time for that.
As we go into this, I think for Team Path, they have just given way too many rounds. And I know that for Team Path as a new team, I did talk to them about how their mental is going to go in so many rounds when lost, and they said that they were kind of like down about it. But at the same time, I think as they compete more and more, we're going to see a different sort of situation for them. Let's see what they have in mind in terms of kind of figure out how exactly to take sight as we have such, I would say like for Kizuna, they're almost like an unstoppable force as Riza with the big picks onto Kai. Without Astra, it's really hard to set up for those post plans to take up site as well. But with Flaring at the same time though, I think for Flaring, his teammates, you can see how exactly they've been playing with their utilities together. He does get picked off here. You also see the Rolling Thunder come through just to buy some time. And this is where the hesitation is coming through here from the side of Path. They have no clue whether they want to hold, they want to stay. And
They have to rotate.
They don't have to rotate in particular.
They're going for it.
They can.
They pull back all the way towards the spawn here with the spike. They only buy time and space with Toggle just taking a front line A for a bit. And now they're going through maybe not. Because it's just so hard to get into A main from Restaurant, from that Nebula Smoke and Gravity well. It's just holding so well instead of Flaring. But the Accent on the other hand knows that they have to go for the rotate. He's already waiting around our area. Look at that. How intelligent these guys actually waiting, and Reza just going to force them out, fishing them out at the same time with the fault line and the flashpoint, forcing them to show themselves. Shin taking out Toggle, Boogie taking out Raph, exchanging with the Accent and also Boogie with that also Blaze Storm, but the Accent couldn't take things through. He's going to 1v1. Kimi still secure this A. Feels impossible at the time being, but B, they got an operator. Kizuna holding their side strong.
Kizuna is doing so well on defense. I have to say that, yeah, they use a lot of utilities early to buy some time for Team Path. It makes them hesitate getting onto site. Those two picks did not do them any favors. And on top of that, the explosive sort of retake come by, and they punish Team Path for still deciding to even go back to that site.
Placing swarm grenade.
Where to go? If you're Team Puff, what would you do right now? You want to pick over B. You worry about an operator user, which is going to be the Accent. If you're going to go for mid, here's it mid right now. As the Accent hovering around in mid, but Toggle got Swarm moving at Nano Swarm. And the Accent taking on Boogie at the same time. Toggle just going to go for a art, possibly, but they have a guard there. There's going to be Reza guarding over with his flashpoint, his fault line, and even an aftershock to shoot them away, but they're still going to commit to his arbor into arts. Possibly waiting for the right time to show in here. Reza, here comes the flashpoint. He's going to buy more time. Oh, he whiffed it for a bit, but Flaring now coming in.
Oh my god, that's just beautifully done from the two players, and Flaring with 3. I have to say that this hold has been so huge for them, allowing that space, playing that for information, and I think that this is what is being abused here by Kizuna. It feels like Team Path doesn't really know how exactly to play this information. They're coming in actually with zero information. They don't know where exactly each players are going to be. Yet when Team Path comes through, they get that information. You see this proactive play coming in from Kizuna, like, okay, we see one here. I have a feeling they're going to be together, and that's exactly what's been happening.
And not just that, where to go here? For Team Path, what would you decide, Tash? You have no clue about where the position of that jet, the Accent taken with an operator. Not just that, the utility is being dropped here on time, on point. And here comes the Accent getting on stage at the same time. Now they're a bit more aggressive. Boogie taking on Reza, but there's going to be 4 line just dazing over the Accent, but they got that Nebula Smoke to guard him over. And Toggle now going creeping into Arbor, coming into A possibly, Team Rav, but they have Shin coming up from the seal possibly, just taking over he wants to. But no, he's going to guard over the arts again. And Boogie just going to picking back off the spike. Not sure about whether to go to B or A. The B, they definitely know there's going to be the Accent operator waiting for the other end. And Boogie just decided to go from art, going into A. They got himself the side. Rav finally stops on Flaring, but it's going to be Shun taking on Rav on the back line on Flower. They have forced themselves to block down, but Shun 6 taking on 1. Goodness me!
That's beautifully played there. It was just such a nasty corner, and Shun repositions, gets 2 picks, gets out. No one getting detained by the Killjoy, and I have to say that for Kimi, gonna find Kai in the middle. Nearly whiffs that actually. Good for 2 perhaps. Boogie coming out, Boogie punishes him. And it's Boogie all alone.
left.
1 versus 2 is not the worst situation in the world here. But the thing is, he's running out of time with 20 seconds to go. I think the only thing that he can actually think of is perhaps that Boogie has no choice but to run to B. I think Shun, not able to see Boogie just yet. He's still going to try to get some plant money onto the site. But with this area, Boogie still plays it. But with DXN on the op, we haven't seen a crazy whiff just yet, except for once. And DXN doesn't make this mistake twice, okay?
I mean, like, who would have thought somebody going to jump over there in the first place? Like, it was perfect cross angle that he got himself with. But there was a costly round coming from Team 5. If I'm not mistaken, they used a showstopper. They even used a lockdown. They used so many stuff. Still couldn't secure one round. It's just, you know, the utilities dropped from the side of Kizuna. Just so good. It's just so hard for them to make an entry. Like I mentioned, A side guarding so well for a side of flaring, and then he got also Riza on the backline secret as well if they want to. There's nowhere in.
It's not just that, it's the fact that Toggle is just not being enabled here. He's not able to take up the space. Especially, he tries to, but he doesn't have the information to work with. The Kizuna is just so good with the information denial. Like it or not, he has to go in either blind or they're gonna get pushed out. 9-3. On the side of Kizuna, as I'm not yet. It's not not yet at least. But for Team Path on the defense here, let's see how it goes as flaring. We know that they were sort of pushing up just now, but now the scan will find Sage, and I do have an idea that okay, they are pushing up. Let's not play too aggressive. Let's just go and rotate. But the thing is, they don't know how many people were pushing up. But look at that, how much control they have onto B main. No control on long just yet. Kai playing forward. The jump peaks come out there. Spots out the sound, breaks down that bot, and immediately gonna be for explosive play with Riza. Blind comes out, and immediately Shun pushing up forward there. Gonna buy some time with the nano swaps. At least Kai good for the trade, and flaring gets Kai in the end.
Oh my god, you gotta hate the nano swarm in the first round of Pistol, especially when you want to plant certain corners. It's gonna be there all the time. But on the side of Kimi, they already successfully placed planted. Only Shin who being sacrificed when he tried to actually go into the site before. But now Kimi just gonna push it over. Riza as well. Wow, this is really aggressive. They're not gonna sit down waiting for them to actually taking a defuse. They're actually pushing for the post plant.
I mean, you can just push for the post plant. You don't have to really worry about it because you know what exactly where...
they're gonna. It just shows that Kizuna are actually really confident with their playstyle. I mean, like, for them to actually push, I mean, like, they usually place for, you know, the time, you know, you just go for the time. But Kizuna...
I think it's more of the fact that Kizuna knows exactly. It's kind of like, oh, I know that everyone is there. We can push. It's fine. No one's going to flank us because we know that everyone is there. It's just how Kizuna processes information. I think this is one of the most, I think, the best parts about Kizuna, honestly. How they process the information and how they react to it. Now, coming back into this game here, you can see that for Path, we're starting to see them kind of lose confidence. And I don't blame them. How many rounds in a row do you want to give in order to until it wrecks that confidence? But I think
when was the last time we saw Team Path wins in this map? That was quite a long time ago.
Exactly.
So they must be tilted by now, and it's definitely not confident to go in. Even to pick, kind of scary at this point with their rifles going in. Kimi already got himself a Vandal, even though it's a ghost for sure, but the rest of them still a bit of a scary prospect if you have to deal with them. And slowly peeking over to B. Oh, look at that. Kimi, one tap away. And now Boogie wants to pick over, but he's so worried to go for it. With that, also Sheriff.
Oh, beautifully done by
Finally
Boogie.
finished off on one, but yes, then cover the corners, taking on B-Hall. And now just trying to secure from the backline as well. Flaring spraying over. And Sage taking down finally Flaring. Shun trying to shut down those coming up from the B. Link out mid. But it's not going to be enough. Wow, this is just a tough match for Team Path.
We're on Eco as well. They did get some picks in return, but you have to think about the frag or at least a trade potential from the side of Kizuna. In a lot of situations, they have a buddy system going on. One person cleaning out the other side, one person cleaning the other. And I think for a lot of situations for Team Path, those picks happened because they were in those unconventional corners and they weren't aware that they were holding it there. Regardless, for Team Path right now, you can see that not everyone has full shields, have shields. That means that in terms of getting picked off early is completely high, but Kizuna is struggling in terms of Eco.
And also the fact that Riza always flashes and DXN just gonna dash straight into it, making them a bit confused about where the position of DXN actually. Because they were blinded the moment DXN and just dashed it in, taking all the corners by himself. They couldn't actually spot him out is always behind the smoke or just around the smoke anyway. But back to the start of Team Path.
That's huge from Sage.
Oh, that's going to be definitely huge. The accent, the entry fragger, who actually been taken down at first, is going to be detrimental on the side of Kizuna. But it's still going to take a bit of their time to actually whether to go in A or not. And you look, they are a bit hesitant for now. Since lost their duelists, taking their own time to actually just gain some intel and just buy time. Flaring just open up the space for them to actually rotate into mid, or maybe from mid going back into A into art, or even go B at this point.
I think it's also really important for Kizuna, especially as they are on a gun deficit, is number one. Number two, it's really crucial for them to get those picks. If they can get a pick and run onto the site and play for post-plant, great. But in the situation, Sage gonna spot out one, but he doesn't know that Kimi is close. And I think this is a really good idea from Sage, just reposition, but it's gonna be Riza all alone there. Toggles, Pain Shells does take him out of the way. Shun with the utils gonna get him out of the way. Kimi finds Sage. In return, that recon does get destroyed, gives him enough information at least, but Kimi is waiting, but coming in from different sides here. Toggle one more time with the Pain Shell, and as well as the satchel is not allowing them any close to the spike.
I mean, like, this is good enough for the sort of Team Pop to actually delay them, have no time anymore. And that was actually a bonus round still coming up from Kizuna. Some of them actually do have the rifle, a couple of them still playing around with the previous round guns anyway. So it's going to be a definitely need to win Team Path round. Because they bought themselves invested so much with their purchase, you know, they have to actually win this one with a lot of vandals and rivals going on. But at the same time, you know what? Kizuna planted the idea to a side of Team Puff about you making them so hesitant to actually pick over. You saw just now, it's actually very smart of Sage to pull back instead of picking out, because you saw how near Kimi was. If he actually picks out, it's going to be a total win coming up from Kizuna because he can rush in just like that. But at the same time, Kizuna, can they actually try to approach this differently? And they split out, spread quite thin there. Coming into maybe just gonna fake it a bit for A, because look at how they spread out right now.
It's really good, honestly. Just get some information, some utils out, bait it out, honestly. It's the perfect situation here as Wrath. He no longer has his Aftershock regardless. Sorry, his Spotlight. Regardless, they can go for B. They do have the rifles needed. And the smokes are coming out. Flaring smokes have been very, very useful. And Boogie nearly gets eaten out by the nanoswarms. Gonna buy some time as Boogie still gets one more nasty corner, but that gravity well is not doing any favors for him as Riza gets the trade.
1-to-1 trade is going to be 4v4 here. No any team actually in disadvantage when it comes to manpower, but Flaring definitely been scouted out in the hole with that fort line be taken over him. Got dazed for a bit, but Riza just going to go for the plant, but he couldn't go.
That's a lot of space that he has gotten completely through Link, but Kai gonna be denying him from even putting down that lockdown. Riza holding up, he knows that our Toggle is. Nice spray through as Riza does find Toggle in return. Wrath finds Shun, but immediately Flaring finds another one as well. Cosmic Divide is thrown out, but what can you do? Not enough time for him to react before the Cosmic Divide goes down.
Is it just me or that Cosmic Divide didn't actually close the entire entry from
no,
there?
it takes some time for the whole to go down. It's the animation.
It's so funny. It's like, there's a little square for you to pick over. And you can actually see, even though the Cosmic Divide is up or not. But you know what? This is a crucial time for Team Path. They need to reassess the situation with this pause. But it's Kizuna timeout. But they get to reset themselves for Team Path as well. This is what they need to. But for Kizuna, how can they wrap things up? You know what, they have been playing a lot of mind games. You know, we saw a couple of strategies that varies coming up from Kizuna Esports. Sometimes you go in as a 5. Sometimes you're trying to actually go into 2-3 split. Just now we saw a different split entirely. It's spreading out from B to mid to A and just faking it out for a bit just to garner a couple of intel and just forcing them to actually have to force into A. And the moment they leave it over, it's not many people in B and just giving them a bit of a space to actually go in. And then how they rotate into mid just now, backing things up. I think it was Kimi that actually gunning down people from double door. Nobody actually spots out him, like nobody even think of.
Because
anybody
I think it's more like the tunnel vision coming through here from Team Path when everyone is on B long. You're not expecting someone to come in from Link. Regardless, if you saw as well for rotates, I think Team Path is a little bit too eager for the rotates because we haven't really seen a commit yet for Team Path. The beginning of the round looked very good for Team Path, but you start to see the odds sort of heavily stack up against them as the explosive plays come into sight, especially as DXN gets that value in terms of picks, especially as Riza gets his utils out. It's really, really hard to fight it when they're just so singular as a unit when they play with each other.
Riza just going to wait for the smokes to actually dissipate for a bit. Not going to just put himself in a tough position whether to shoot blind or just not able to clear the corners with that smoke. So the moment smoke dissipate, they might actually go for the rush. But another star being planted over him on the side of a Kai. And we do have one lurker coming in, which is going to be flaring, trying to find possibly going to be Boogie. They happen to be having a bit of a brawl, but here comes a lockdown, forcing them out and hoping for them to actually have the space to get into an entry. But there's always somebody around the path. Oh, there comes XN, already still dashing in straight in the face of Sage.
Sage tried to stop that from happening. He didn't have the value, but he wasn't really sure where exactly it's going to demand dashing into. Riza so very low right now. As Kimi, all they have to do is just play for that post plant. They do spot out two coming on their side. Riza so very low, can't play a 1-2 situation. Rolling Thunder just to zone a Path out. Time is running out. They need to hurry up. Toggle tries to go forward, goes straight into Kimi's face. Kimi good for 2, still sharp. They do hear Kai, and they've already did their job, luring them out of sight. Kimi good for 3, but is it good for 4? No, because Shun finished it off 13-4. And I have to say that this map pick was a little bit too much to handle, especially for Path.
Well, it's their map of choice.
But they're still smiling. Look at them.
And they're having fun, you know. They're funny. You know, the thing that I really love about Team Path is the team, they're sort of a happy-go-lucky team. Whatever, they didn't lose anything. By entering this competition itself, they garnered quite a number. They gained a lot of experience. So they can expose themselves when it comes to the next level of play, what to expect, what to progress, and what to fix. And they're definitely not losing anything. I mean, like, if they got themselves in the top 6, that's already a big achievement for them.
Honestly, when you think about it, they are a brand new team. But let's talk a little bit about Kizuna, what exactly they did that make everything work here. Now, I would always see that Kizuna looks like an unstoppable force, an unmovable force, rather. Instead of big, explosive, quick plays, they are a kind of team that kind of takes their time to really figure out themselves, to garner that intel, and how they hold. They're extremely patient, especially if you look at how Riza and Flaring plays it. But let's have a look at the highlights here to see how exactly each round goes. Now, when you look at Team Path, they started off very, very strong. And I think this is more of Kizuna still trying to find a feel on how exactly Team Path plays. Now, as soon as round 4 works and the guns are on their side, we start to see Kimi's usual, I would say, not angry, but rather sharp shots really come through. A lot of control coming in toward the mid side there, to the point that Team Path is not able to take it at all. Both attack and defense, it seemed like they were struggling.
For my take, the moment they got himself the operator coming out from DXN, I mean, like, Kizuna, when it comes to mind reading, they're way better. They're more experienced about how to fight against these teams, right? So Kizuna knows for the fact with DXN with the operator, he knows for a fact that they will not go for B after that sort of scare coming up from that operator and force them to go mid. And the moment he jumps into mid, they would have thought like, oh, that operator is still going to stay mid, right? And the moment they changes their mindset for Path, Kizuna is already a step ahead. That's the thing. And also when you look over Kizuna, I mean, like, I don't blame Team Path. I mean, like, it was such a very hard entry for them when they were attacking. You saw how much they just secure all the entry coming up from Kizuna.
Yeah, I mean, when you talk about entry here, it's more of the fact that Kizuna is not allowing Path to enable toggle at all. Every time the recon comes out, every time you see maybe someone try to give him a little bit of a boost to get into the site, you can see a flash come through, but Kizuna was ready. They were ready for an anti-flash. They were ready with their own utils at the same time. But the head-to-head here for MVP is going to be Boogie and Kimi. I think Boogie really played out of his mind. And I think that when you look at Boogie and Kimi, these are both two players that have played duelists, and it really shows in how aggressive they play, in how they can play it. And I think that for Kimi, the fact that he's not the mindset, as I said before, the mindset of a duelist playing a sentinel that knows how to play aggressive instead of playing the back is so invaluable in aiding the team. Kimi is playing in the front lines. Same goes for Boogie, playing all the way back. But in this situation here, I think for Team Path, they were a little bit more separated. They weren't able to play together just because of how I would say, oppressive it is dealing with Kizuna, who's a little bit more smart with handling their utilities and moving at the right timing at the same time.
And the best part about Kizuna, how is it so hard for Team Puff to actually deal with them, is that Kizuna giving away false information, that's one thing, and not giving them any sort of a true intel. That is so hard for them to actually read out how their position, how their rotations, even how the movement coming up from Kizuna. But for the MVP this time, we're going to give it away to our player, Kimi. Well, we saw how he just backstabbed everybody from behind with the double door. That's so much of a win just now. They're having a hard time to actually go to its B side, but because of Kimi, it was such a roller coaster ride for the side of Team Puff. They couldn't deal with this guy.
I think for Kimi, I think what's really cool about him is the fact that not only is he holding those areas down, he's not allowing those areas with his utils, with his sharp shots. At the same time, his first contact shots have been huge. It's rare that we see him actually lose that first fight. As soon as we see a member of Path even peek through the door, he's already pre-firing, and that's how far or how fast he is in reacting to that information, regardless for Kimi. And it really shows here that Kimi, regardless of what agent you put him on, whether he's going to be a duelist or even
Kimi.
Yeah,
if you want to nerf the guy, okay? Don't nerf the agents. I mean, like, this is the guy that is always the pilot, right?
Yeah. So I have to say here that for as we go into map number 2, this is where things are going to be very, very sketchy. It is going to be Kizuna's map pick.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be dicey run. I mean, like, that's the thing about Team Puff. They sometimes surprises us, like how they won against Louvre before they actually won the map picks to actually buy Louvre. So this might be a surprising turnout of events for us when it comes to this series. But before that, we're going to hit the break for a bit, so you guys don't go anywhere because we still have game 2 to go between this series. See you guys after this.
Hey, we're Kizuna Esports. We were established in 2022. We were all that was made up for fun, but who knows will go longer than we thought. Our friend Kevin, he had some extra cash and decided to invest in esports. Hey, my name is Riza and I'm from Kizuna Esports. My role is Flex, and I recently took up the IGR role from my teammate due to its affecting his mentality, and also because I am calm and composed, and I think it will benefit the team a lot. The one who takes up the duelist role is Kimi. Even though the role is known to be fierce, he's actually a really funny guy outside the game. He tends to make the atmosphere very awkward, which we find really funny. But once he's inside the game, he's actually not a brainless yet. Next up is Shun. He mainly plays the initiator, and he's not a talkative guy. But once he's in the server, he's a deadly killer. So I think you guys should watch out for him. Next up on the team is DXN. He mainly plays Sentinel/Flex. He's also the jokester of the team, but at the same time he complains a lot. But once in the game, he's the guy that you can count on the most. Last but not least is Swearing. He's the main smoker of the team. He's also the tallest and the youngest of the team, but he's the most disciplined out of all. And he's the one who has a leash on us so that we don't overpush.
So last year when I was playing on Bleed Esports, we were playing in VCT Challenges Stage 1 MYSG, and we actually dropped down into the lower bracket, which was quite unexpected because we were meant to have a smooth run. So I think definitely the whole lower bracket climb, almost losing at multiple moments, was definitely the greatest moment of my career. By winning in the end and qualifying to APAC Challenges. And yeah, it felt very rewarding at the end of the day.
We've only been together for about 2 months, and now that we've qualified for MYSG Top 8, we'd like to be remembered as a force to be reckoned with. Our hopes and expectations are to be the best in the world, especially during the Ascension tournament.
destroyed, but Devon has been seen. Hello there, but what a dodge!
Every single one of them. Are you
Each round, only one of them's been. Oh my God!
Oh, that was really brutal.
Oh, they've actually gotten it.
Kind of like see that, but oh my God, not again!
behind and retaliates still, but he has to call.
Expectations were high, but Kizuna showing us that they really are hungry for that point. I'm Touch Lost Choo Choo, and we are seeing our second series of day for the VALORANT Challengers Malaysia Singapore Split 1. Now, Kizuna and Path. Path, a new team with a new duelist against Kizuna that switched out the roles, but yet, despite the role change, they are still on fire.
Well, you did mention about expectations supposed to be low for today. I'm not sure. I'm still having it quite high for Team Path. I mean, like, they are the team that actually can bounce back. But for Kizuna, this is actually good news for them. Finally, they start to break through that wall, what they really needed. We saw how well, I love how they work as a team just now when it comes to securing or even not even letting the spike being planted in the first place. Even if they got the entry, they got themselves into the site in the first place, especially in A, but the way they commence how and when to utilize the utilities is just perfect. Timing every single time and how they rotate themselves as a team. We saw it's like moving in unison, and I'm loving how Kizuna can actually go through this, and I'm looking over if they can actually make it to the top 6 in the last minute.
I think that it's going to be no problem at all, as they have gone past the top 3 teams here. And this is where whatever they have learned from those rounds, whatever they have decided to use in those teams are going to come by. Now with this role swap as well, I think it's really cool. And they are, maybe in the way that they are just trying to see if it will work rather for them. And I think that because they are flexing these so many roles, like most of the top teams are doing right now, it does keep a lot of these players, especially for those who take a while to process this information, keep them in the dark and sort of let them struggle. Regardless, as we go into map number 2, this is where I think where Kizuna will definitely thrive, because this is going to be their map pick. The question is whether or not Team Path will surprise us once again like they did the last time. And I don't know if you saw it, but I didn't watch party for that particular game. I was bawling. I was in tears because of the OP.
Oh, that was a monumental day for them. But I'm looking forward for them to actually, you know, try to win in the map where they didn't pick. But for Agent picking a set this time, I'm not sure if they're still going to go with Kimi as a killjoy, but I don't think so. But on the side of... never mind, I take that back.
Because Kimi was hovering that.
I take that back.
Kimi was hovering that. So I'm just wondering, what was the comms going on here? I'm going to be asking Alti, like, hey, what happened there? But Rika, it's just a joke, by the way. Coming back into Team Path, you're going to see Toggle run the Jet. Boogie still on that Killjoy with Wrath on the... I think Sage running this Fade might be a whole different story that we've seen before. Maybe this round might be different for them, but as momentum is in Kizuna's hands, especially with such a landslide win just now, I'm just curious to know if the boys from Path are able to shake it up, walk it off, and turn to the new map with a whole new mindset.
I don't know, man. If you're looking over at Kizuna right now, you saw the fact that Kimi, whatever you put onto him to play whatever agent, is going to play as duelist anyway.
I like the Cypher pick.
I love the Cypher pick, especially when it comes to how he can gain so many intel with the cams. And not just that, the tripwire going to be sick. That's one more thing. But at the same time, I'm not expecting this Cypher to sit quietly at all. We saw how he played the Sentinel KJ, who usually just sits around the corner, but he's just moving around anyway. So this is Kimi for you.
I mean, in the end of the day, I think for a Killjoy, you do have a little bit more of I would say, freedom to move around, because you do have a little bit of a range to play around your util.
But it's not as much, though.
Oh, no. But the thing about the Cypher is the reason why you don't want to move around is because you want to be close by to a tripwire and spray through. That's exactly what we saw from Darian. That's exactly what we saw from Frey. And I wouldn't be surprised it's going to be the same idea of way to play from Kimi at the same time. But also at the same time, all these duelists going into Sentinel roles, I love it.
It's mind-blowing. It's a new meta here, guys.
Hang on. As a Sentinel main, is this a sign for me to go duelist?
Yes, you may. But I'm not sure if you can clip anybody. But I believe in you, Tash.
It's as long as you believe
Just
in me.
go. If you don't have a solution how to go duelist, just go for Odin all the way. It's
Real.
Yeah, the Odin is real.
Real.
If you can't shoot, just go for Odin, guys.
Real.
It works. It works wonderfully well.
Now, as we go into the second map of the day, Ascent. This is our second Ascent map of the day as well. One of my favorite maps too, Cass, honestly. Now, seeing exactly how Team Path is going to go on attack first, I think they have a game plan in mind on how exactly they're going to be taking space. Really fast coming through from them. This is very deja vu, honestly, from the first map just now. Really quick onto site. Here's Toggle. He didn't check underneath Generator, but Kimi quick on that first hit with the opening flare. He gets two. Kai gets one more as Kimi. Good for 2-3, actually. Clean, fast round. And honestly, Kizuna, as I said before, the momentum is still in their hands.
Honestly, I don't think that Tripwire is going to play like the default Tripwire, like he's going to sit in front of Tripwire. Just Tripwire just going to make sure that he knows somebody coming up from behind. He's going to move around for Kimi. And I was
going to say, it was interesting because Kimi was actually on Haven. And usually, if you look at how Darion has done his setups before from Bleed, he plays near Gen, puts the cage there, just hides in the corner. But this is a very different situation here.
This is a duelist, Kimi. We're talking about, it's just...
but what about duelist Darion?
This is a duelist Kimi. It's different entirely. It's like this guy just don't know how to sit quietly at all. Now back towards an A main here. They're definitely going to push as well for Kizuna. And they don't care. Just go for it. Even the Spike still fall back all behind. But look at the other two coming up from Team Path. Didn't force himself to actually slowly push.
Honestly, it's a question why they decided to push through a smoke. It's a one-way. And a lot of people would kind of like wait that out. And Shun, with that info, gonna just tag out onto Boogie. Not the greatest situation for him to go with Boogie so very low and Toggle not around. It's going to be harder to take any sight.
It's going to be a bomber if that shot will actually hit Boogie just now. He was so low at the time.
Another one way?
The XN. Smokes is really tricky, but it's not that low enough for him to actually spot out their legs. And that Horn even got destroyed instantly. That Marshall. But they just pick up the spike from Raph, but it's already crowded by these players.
Oh, look at them push out from A. Look at that. They're pushing out here. Alto does spot someone out. Boogie jumps out there, eats the shot straight to the face. And Sage tags one. DXN not allowing his teammate to go down. A flawless round. Team Path not even able to take any of the guns away.
You know what? Kizuna is trying to steamroll this again by, giving that kind of a momentum or even trying to just mental games towards these guys, suck them away and just pushing so hard and so aggressive. They're making Path a bit hesitant to make a move in the next round, even though they got themselves rifles, but still a bonus run to the side of Kizuna. They haven't lost any round yet, that's one thing. And the other thing is, this planted that sort of idea to a Team Path not to pick over, because the moment you pick, we're going to shoot you down.
It's not just about the peak, it's more of like waiting out the utils. They saw a one-way from A main, they saw a one-way cloud burst over on B main, and in these situations, yes, they had an idea not to over peak that one way, but this time I think the best way is to kind of like figure out, get some intel first before they go and decide to really take a side. Regardless, it's only 2 rounds in a row. This is Pat's bonus. Maybe have a different way of approaching the situation.
I need that Wrath Blade to garner some information. You saw how Hot tried to gain any intel just now, but it just shot straight away. Like not even gaining anything at that point.
It's just a very default haunt that's very easy to be destroyed, and that's the problem here. But look at through the smokes, just shooting through. DXN is unforgivably merciless in this particular round. Ruthless rather would be the right word, but Toggle full control of Market and Pizza. Cloudburst not going to last for a long time. They're going to be holding it, but for Kizuna, we haven't seen a situation where they over peak.
Yeah, but look at how spread for the side of Team Path at the time being. They're unsure about going into B side entirely, with the camera just lurking around the corner. They had a movement of the camera as well. And DXN still not living his pose in A. They're still committed in A, and they are in Gardens. And you heard the footsteps. They're going to go and push. Kizuna, they are pushing the Cubby. There's no way in for Team Path here.
That's the way to play with the Spectre, man. Pop flash, red and gun through. He spots one more as well, but he's okay with respecting that space. And it just disables them from taking tree altogether. Now I think they're going to go through toward mid and Market. But on Market, look how many utils are on there.
They're kind of stuck here, whether to go A and B, taking in quite some time. They tried to rush into B, but they got caught in the tripwire just now, and that's giving away the position. Toggle slowly getting into the B wall, and B main, they can wallbang him, but there's nobody around the wallbang. They're just in around the boathouse. Toggle trying to go in straight across him, but the smoke in between. Toggle got 1, Toggle got 2, and DX with the Marshall taking down Kai, taking down Reza, and Toggle finally down on his knees, but man, oh man. no time to plant. Hey, the smoke, the Nabla smoke really give them too much hesitant to go into the side.
They got the plant, they won that round, but at the same time, it was a
sorry.
very... It's okay, it's okay.
I'm lost. I'm so lost right now, I'm
it's
broken.
okay, it was a very, very fast round, but let's talk a little bit about Team Path here. It may be the round that they have won, but it was a very, very costly round. If you can see in terms of economy, Wrath with 0 credits and Sage only with half shield and a Bulldog. Toggle right now with a Guardian. Yes, we've seen some taps happen, but in this situation, when you're in your bonus, you want to be able to make sure that you'll be able to bring as many guns as you can into the next round. Coming into this aggression coming in from DXN, he's been rewarded for this play many, many times. But look at where Boogie is. He's playing behind the little hut. He's put his little turret there. It's just gonna be playing off the information. Toggle, he did get tagged there. Removed the dart, the tracking dart. It's gonna break the door coming through. It gives some information that it might be a B hit.
Feels like a rinse and repeat coming out from Team Pod, doing the exact same thing they did before here. But DXN just gonna play around with the turret.
Please do not the turret, man.
He's just gonna play around with the turret. Got him 2 HP down at least. But on the side of Team Path, they are rotating themselves, swerving over towards the side of A. But they got 2 people just pushing over Copy already. It's gonna be flaring. Taking out Kai at the same time. That's giving away a lot of information that they might actually go for A. They just straight away drifting themselves into the pizza again, going towards market. But they have to make sure they can clear into B side because there's 2 people guarding over. It's going to be Shun and also the accent with an operator waiting at the other end. But he whiffed that operator just now. They could anybody. Oh, smoke cloud.
Here comes the cloud burst. Another one for 2. Beautifully done. Let's go. But Sage still wins it in the end. Still have to worry about 2 other players as Riza and Flaring. It's going to be really hard for him. He can get some information out. He's on out in 4 seconds, but let's see if he's going to be suppressed by the Blade as he's trying to go for the Isolate 1v1. At least to get the Angels out here as he looks to the other side. Timing is key, and timing is not on his side as Flaring finds him in the end.
Has Prowler available for the side of Sage just now? If you're actually trying to deploy one out, maybe
I think the idea was that he wanted to play the Isolate game. So if he wanted to play an Isolate game, wants to go for 1v1, if he were to play his utils, it will give away his position. Yeah.
But at the same time, it was too risky for him to just walk over towards the back line still. But nevertheless, it's 3-1. Kizuna take that back into the pocket with another operator coming out from the accent. He shot down quite a number of them in the A side just now, but it's B side, sorry. I'm sorry, I'm really out of my place today. I'm just all over the place.
Do you need me to take over or you're good?
I'm okay. But they do have the Cosmic Divide if they want to go to stop them from the rush if they need to. Because right now, if you're saving, they might want to go for the rush for Team Path.
Oh, look at this aggression come out there. The Blade does get some suppressions, gets the information that they need. Toggle's playing this very nasty angle, but he's not able to at least use his utils just yet. He does have the Blade Storm. Here we go, brings it out, and now he can go as crazy as he wants to. But the spike still left on the back side here shows that they can either want to run through mid into tree or they want to commit from A main. But because of the amount of utilities on A main put by Kimi, it's going to be a little hard, but they do tag out Boogie. And I know if Boogie is there, you can expect the other players to be on the other side. But was Sage there? Sage was right there.
And now they're rotating over towards B and coming up from B lobby or towards B main entirely. But look at the rotation coming up from the side of Kizuna. All 3 of them waited there for Shun, Jackson with an operator as well.
Challenge this. There we go.
I don't think so. It's going to see through everything. Even that smoke will actually reveal their legs there. DXN going in for the rush back to the side. Fallen back to a side of a boathouse. Toggle really low right now. Oh my God. With a fragment.
I think he was just trying to just smoke him out. Riza for 3. Here we go. Wrath does find a pick, but DXN finds him in the end. To say it's a very clean round for Path.
Very clean.
But at the same time, if you saw how it worked there for A, they were in front of A for a little while. They tried to bait out those utils or at least make them think they're going to A before they rotated back to B. But the problem is every time you see Flaring push out from A, he knows it's clear. They're going to be pushing out straight on through mid. It gives him so much space and information, and in a way also kind of boxes Team Path in one little area. It's all the information they need, and they react off that information. Now Team Path, they need to deny this information. They need to be a bit more, I would say, a little bit more open. But at the same time, I think they're struggling to figure out how exactly are we going to be able to do that.
They can't actually shut them down in mid as well. With this operator working, it's just so hard for them to actually take a peek at the same time. But look at the suppression going in, just taking out the pro. That's giving out a statement, don't you dare, coming in here by the XM. And now finally not even playing with the turret anymore. Now they have to rotate themselves. At the same time, we do have 2 players coming up from Team Path to enter into A site. But look at the utils actually been dropped down there. It's going to be the gravity well, or even the smoke, the nebula smoke. There's trip wires everywhere. Even the camera is already inside the garden. There's no way they can't rotate swiftly to get into there. Now here comes a rush coming in with a dash. Toggle and secure inside the generator. And now it can spot anybody coming up from hell as well. The rotation, the response coming up very fast on the side of Kizuna. Flaring to get another one down. Kai almost got an ace here.
Let's see if he'll be able to. He tries to get the revive, but not going to be happening. Easy. Trades happen.
Yeah, even though they've got themselves dashed into the side, like you mentioned earlier, the utils dropping out from the side of Kimmy is just too much for them. And double tripwire, you got stun there, you got gravity wall, even nebula smoke to pull you in. You can't even pick out. It's just so much to handle. It's too much utility to deal with.
The idea was that when they were rushing through with the null command, the idea was they're going to be able to overcome those utils. But the problem was, because of the amount of speed coming through and they weren't able to get that information, they immediately get punished for it. Yes, Kai was able to get those frags, but in this situation as well, you can get as many frags as you want, but you need to close the game. It's going to be fast in from Toggle. He takes the damage from Shun. Again, the same thing, getting punished. And look at how many utils are thrown out. Immediately, we see 1 pick, 2 pick from Kimmy. Will it be a 3? Yes, it will. No, it's Riza. But Kai does get 1 in return, and Kimmy for Kimmy. Oh my god. You know what? Yeah, 2 HP.
2 HP, they got blinded.
He's a monster.
I mean, like Kimmy. You're not supposed to be a duelist. Why are you doing this? You've broken the agents.
I think at the end of the day, it's just Kimmy's aim in general has just been so very good. Now 6-1 Path. I was wondering when this timeout was going to be happening here. Toggle is just not able. Every time he gets onto the site, immediately he gets traded out. Yes, he takes up that space, but at the same time, with Kizuna, what they're doing is that they just let him get onto the site, and now we just spray him out. And his pathing has been very, very, I would say, every round the same thing. Run in straight toward the switch, and all I have to do is just spray it there, and he goes down. And I think I'm really wanting to see Toggle play a different sort of situation. We saw Zan just now.
Different approach.
So how Zan did it in the previous matches to draft like upwards toward the
put
side
a variety to it, right? It's like not rinse and repeat and just go down the same way like he did. Because they kind of planted themselves in hell when they go for
I think it's also the fact that it's a little bit too aggressive from Toggle, and I really want to see a little bit more team play coming in from Path. Regardless, I think that it's also being disabled by Kizuna. Like, it's so hard to really figure out. You think that Kizuna's on one side, but they're already rotating. This is one of the fast rotates I've ever seen, and the best users of utils. It's really hard to counter.
That's kind of true. Now, they have to work as cohesive as possible within a short amount of time. You don't blame on Team Path on that as well. Need to work things out. Need time for that as well. But right now, they're committed to go only in B side. They have so many tripwires already planted in B side as well this time. Even got themselves a camera. But there's always going to be that one turret to just in the B for the side of Path in case anybody tried to push out. Because that's just how aggressive Kizuna is. They're going to approach from the side of the market as well, but Toggle already coming into the workshop, trying to actually the Nightfall just gonna spot them out as well. And this perfect entry coming up from side Team Path, but Toggle can space out those actually around the boathouse as well. Kimmy spotted out some of them, but Boogie finally taking on Kimmy out. Boogie right around the boathouse, still managing people out. Path! This finally getting himself another win here.
Oh, here comes the teleport as well. The op, he's just dancing with it. Plant does come out, setups are there, and for now, a 2-on-2 situation from both teams. Cosmic Divide going to give them at least some space so they can't play from Boathouse. It's a one-way smoke here. They're just going to be spraying it through. Kai going to go down. Boogie goes in for the trade. 1 versus 1 situation. DXN want to play ring around the Rosie with Boogie, but where are you going? Because timing is not on his side. Kizuna with another point, but I think this is one of the closest rounds they've had yet.
I'm loving how they play as a Cosmic Divide that know for the fact that all the players coming out from Team Path already got himself in the site in the Boathouse. So it's just so hard for him to pick over and just guard over the you know, you can't hear the diffuse, you can't hear the shot, you can't hear the footsteps. They don't know where to pick the moment they step out from their boathouse. So they have to be putting that in mind if they got that cosmic divide or not. It's just really, they managed to finally get themselves into the site. Still no point for them. How to deal with
it is hard.
Tell me, if you're Puff, how would you deal with Kizuna right now? Honestly speaking.
Personally, I would say bait out utils, but Kizuna is not the type to fall for this. Exactly.
Not easily fooled.
Oh, DXN with full control there. Toggle does get the first pick. Ooh, DXN does not get that. The flash is not doing him any favors. Immediately just going to move out of the way. Damage is given to them, and Path immediately taking up that space, running up toward Catwalk. Now we're going to see a reposition there, but it looks like they were running in toward A, right? But it looks like it's going to be a fast, long rotation from Sage.
Oh, man. I'm loving how the fact just now Riza just tossed over the blade and knows nobody's actually inside of that B side and just run over to A because they feel like, you know what, within 1 minute they have to make a move, like it or not, behind the generator. Kimi just make sure they corner himself inside of that hell, and Riza got just straight away with that nausea. MD just going down on his knees here. And here comes the Hunter's Fury coming up from Shun just to clear things out in case they're still in the site. But Riza can still be revived by his teammate.
By Toggle.
Toggle can actually just overround.
Last player standing.
Blown himself to pieces for Riza.
1 versus 3.
No recon bolt. He has no clear. Somebody just around the corner. Yeah.
Those biometrics.
That's beautifully done. And I think that was really clean amount of information and amount of play they got onto mid. Now, we did see DXN holding onto the area with that op. And I'm really liking the fact that he was very proactive with it. The fact that, unfortunately, he whiffed and immediately they're just going to close off that area for mid, allowing them so much space. Now, the idea was that they were looking at to head toward the A side. They were inside already, but they were getting picks on the way, and they had already picked off that, okay, if Kimi is no longer on B and the cages are here, then Kimi has to be on this side. What they did was they just planted and they made sure to clear up the area and gave not allow them so much space as in taking up that space that spot at the same time. But it was very chaotic, and I have to say, even with those cages. And I think that for Team Path, understanding or deciphering that chaos has given them a lot of value, and I'm really hoping that they keep going this way because this sort of fast-paced taking mid has really helped them.
It happens though when they got themselves a first win just now, and just they tried to do it so often, many times. But the thing is, it wasn't made easy. Not just coming up from Kimi's side, who's actually not just gonna sit there quietly with, even though he's a sentinel. Like, we have to give it a thought for a bit. For this guy broken the agent's position, he's actually a duelist as well. So he's gonna look over in case he can pick up a couple of players coming up from Cubby as well. So not really easy if they try to come up from mid to Cubby or mid to Pizza, because it's just, if they try to push mid, they always secure themselves 2 players inside of B, already waiting around the corners if they want to happen to be walking around to the boathouse. So the thing is, getting into the entry is one thing. Post-plan is always the hardest task coming up from Team Path here.
Again, still mid. The idea of mid has been very, very fruitful for them. How they take control of this, but this time DXN playing in from B main instead of A main, and immediately gonna be using that up to get away from 2 different utils that already alerts them that it's gonna be an op holding B. Perhaps it should be better for us to come to a different way, and it's gonna be mid that will be where they're keeping their eyes on, with Wrath in the front line of it. Immediately the smokes come down. It gives them a lot of space.
Sure. Kai straight away dropping off that smoke, same time where they're trying to start to advance to a sort of pizza, but around A, Kai's still buying them some time. You know what, like giving the idea for Kizuna, like, we're gonna outwit you and thinking that you might be going A, but I think they're still committed to A, going to as a tree and garden. I'm not sure about this. They have so many utils and got themselves present detected at the same time for Kimi. That's gonna be the Blade giving off the job. But the thing is, they're hesitant to move towards the side of a Cubby and garden. Just too much at risk here, and they have not much smoke anymore. If I'm not mistaken, they do have
sneaky cam. Look at it, all the way on the top side. They're giving them so much value in a tree.
Very
but here comes the pop flash and gonna run up forward into B. Everyone thinking they're gonna go to A. It's not gonna be the case, but DXN, nothing goes past them. But Kai does find a trade onto DXN in return. The Opper out of the way. Now they have to find a hole. The spray and pray comes through. Wrath tries again for the drive-by. Toggle does find Riza in return with 5 seconds to go. Toggle good for 2. This explosive play is working out so very well for Team Path. Flary and Kimi. Kimi gets find 1. Kimi finds 2. Can he actually equalize things out? No, Path stops the rampage as finally is down to Flaring.
Flaring versus 2 players. That Neural Death also give away that information the last minute too. Himself suppressed. He still can use a couple of his orbs or his stars. But that wall bang paid so much pain to a side of Kai. This is not great. He just randomly shoots. He got one.
If he
Almost
actually
one more.
wins this.
Oh man.
Oh my god.
close.
Yeah, that was very, very close. But Wrath managed to secure another round.
That was
for
a
him.
random wallbang coming up from the workshop, and it was right on top of his crosshair as well. God, good gracious. I mean, like, they wanted to go into gardens, but they feel like, you know what, we heard the camera sound, but we have no clue where the camera is. Might as well take a pull back for a bit, fall them back to a side of B. It has been successful for them, but it's still costly enough. Like, only remain with one player. It's not a big win yet for the side Team Pop. They need a big win, but how to
That's
execute
2 rounds
that?
in a row for Pat. I am actually
But
in
they
awe.
left with only one player. It was very costly. Look at the economy; it's not really generating as much. Going to a sort of mid toggle, hoping to get or pick off somebody from the market, but there's nobody. There's always nobody coming up from Kizuna side towards the market. They know for a fact there will be somebody lurking around, just gonna pick over. Don't want to risk that too much.
I think another situation as well is the fact that DXN knew that it's going to be an op as number 1, number 2. He got punished for it, for picking out mid. So he's not going to do the same thing over again. But DXN has always been very, very proactive when it comes to repositioning himself with the op, with how he holds. But gonna get splash, gonna move out of the way, and that fragment will buy some time.
Now Reza trying to go flash in and go for the rush, but they're trying to push. But there's nobody in A at the time being, except for somebody behind. It's only Kai.
Get out of my way.
Oh, the moment he moved a bit forward, it's going to be Kai being discovered. Kai being taken out by Reza, by DXN. Is going to save. We're playing only with the shorty this time. He got his utils. And even his ultimate, the Blade Storm. Now they're going to give away his position as well with that Blade coming up. But, oh.
Unfortunate for DXN despite the Blade Storm. Wrath with the drive-by. Wrath good for 2. Immediately taking up space onto Heaven. And he's unforgivable. Timing and not on his side as Kimmy picks him off. Sage does find a trade in return. Not the worst kind of situation here. 2-on-4 situation. Flash flaring good for 1. Kimmy gets 1 more. It's been equalized right now, and we know the smokes are ready to come out. Toggle still holding that operator. He has to play some time here. Flaring pushing out, but that trade, the crossfire was just so good. It looked like it was in the side of Path, but it was in the situation where Kimmy and Flaring were able to get those multi-frags. It makes it so good.
It feels like Flaring screaming over to Kimmy, don't pick, don't pick, don't pick, let me do the job, I bait. You let him come out. Because Kimmy had the perfect angle. The moment he tried to pick over with operator, it will reveal himself to the side of Kimmy, and there was a perfect sync coming out from the side of Flaring and Kimmy. I love this duo as a work. It feels like Kizuna have a team to put out to use as a unit way more better than Team Path. Yes, when it comes to these tournaments, it's always about the teamwork. And for us at Team Path, it feels like they are trying, but it's not there yet.
They're not able to because of how much chaos, how much utilities are coming up. It feels like they aren't able to move together because the hesitations coming in, the chaos coming in, and how oppressive it can be to the side of Kizuna. Flashes are out, Toggle is in, but look at that wire. Despite
so
how Dark
long.
still gets him, sprays out, shoot. Playing with the information has been so phenomenal for the side of Kizuna. Regardless of that, jumping through here, shoots through smoke. Can we call him a smoke criminal, please?
Oh man, Kizuna making so much space at work, and the rest of them just gonna housekeeping all the way through. It's gonna be 1v1. Have to just turn there. Vivanta, Sage even have to use his Nightfall at the timing, and Flaring.
I don't think Flaring was actually hit by the Nightfall, honestly.
No, dude, he just swerved himself away towards the side of a spawner, and Flaring just next to each other. Of Sage is just around the corner. One corner that turns into over. Haunt will reveal him.
You know exactly
there
where he
goes.
is.
Going for the gravity. But there's 2 minutes to rest. It's blasted over. But the gravity pull. Making Flaring having the perfect shot as well. God.
Oh my god. Honestly, it was a really funny situation because he wasn't really planting default. He was actually just planting in a random spot near the entrance. But the place, I think it's because of the audio cue, he was able to sort of really predict where the plant's going to be. It pulls him in. It's sort of like, don't worry, I don't have to peek.
Exactly.
I'll do it for you.
Exactly. The fact that he actually put up the horn We thought that maybe he tried to swerve himself back, pull back a bit and try to plant it. And it was right on top of that gravity well. Where would you run? There's nowhere to run. It's starting off with a 9-3 this time. Kizuna going for the offensive side. A lot of them having Ghost. Same goes the other side, but Kai playing a bit of a half shield there. Not having his full utils being bought up, except for Toggle playing only with one dash. But I'm surprised how Boogie actually not buying any of their bots. Not even a Nano Swarm at this point.
They're in this situation here. Kizuna just trying to go for this 9-3. I mean, we've seen 9-3s before. And Toggle with these warning shots coming through in case someone decides to peek. But in the situation, jump shots come out there. But at the same time, it gives enough information and time for them. If you know that they're going to push out from A, they can just quickly run into B. It's going to be DXN is going to try it out, but the smokes are out from Kai. He is watching like a hawk, and you can see how Boogie is playing his utils. He's actually playing offside this time. And I think the idea is that we just want to wait for those rotates inside, and DXN already on side. The aggression coming through there clears out the turret, and he's not afraid to take out that space because of that fragment.
But they are already entering the site here. I'm sorry, just no Boogie did actually already planted all the utils. Boogie at the same time, no utils actually available. And Boogie's the one actually trying to retake the site here, going in front line first. The rest of them coming up from the market, but the XN waiting around the wall bang. Waiting for them to actually show themselves, but...
Great.
Oh man, it's
Toggle
just
for
so perfect! The headshots almost got it, but Kimmy at the back line. Kimmy almost clutched it over, but... It's always one person more.
Oh, Clary?
It feels like Kizuna have more men. For some reason, so are we done? But there's still one more Kizuna players that are lurking around the back.
I think it's really good how Kizuna took that site as well. It's just how fast they go inside, how DXN was able to just... It's not about DXN, it's more about... Let's talk about like Kimmy and as well as Flaring, as well as Riza, just using their utilities to not allow them to get onto the site. It gives DXN so much space to work with. It allows DXN to clear out so many big parts of the main area of the site. And when it happens here, Kizuna was ever prepared to that post plant, and they were able to take up so much space from different sides and areas.
But it was close enough for just now Team Path. Almost got them that round and can set up a different tune for the second half entirely. But it's just so good when it comes to Flaring, working well with the Kimmy. Now Flaring is down and there's going to be the leeway they wanted. They got one down for Shun. They're just slowly pushing in for Team Path there. Kai is a bit hesitant to just peek over. But he's spotted out by Shun first. This guy never miss.
It's a really good reposition or re-peek as well. Also finds out Toggle and Shun with all that information. Either he wants to go for it or not. DXN taking a lot of damage, but Sage actually outguns Riza, who has the better gun. But in this situation, though, I think he doesn't want to be too aggressive, doesn't want to push out for that gun, because you can never tell with Kizuna because their trade potential is very, very high.
That's kind of true. Now for the side of, well, too low for the side of the XN right now. It's a bit too risky with the Marshal. Randomly shoots coming up from Toggle off L. Now leaving only one player, Kizuna finally bows down after such a long run of winning. In the second half, finally start to show a bit of an opening for Team Path that actually gets in there. Now, Team Path, they need to take up the duo. I think when it comes to this round, right, Kimmy and Flare is just such a strong duo.
Not just about the duo, it's just the fact that they are literally DBKL at this point.
That's true. If they manage to take one out, I think it's a bit of a chance for Team Path to get in there in the first place.
And I think if you look at the score right now, round 1 taken by Kizuna, round 2, Team Path decides to enter Eco. I'm wondering if this is their, I would say, their confidence coming through because they wanted to really catch up in terms of points. They're a little far behind, but they want to make sure they can go into map number 3 or even pushed into overtime. The flash comes out, Riza repositions, but Sage will be the one on top, finding Kimmy. Toggle as well. Oh, I love this very aggressive approach coming in from Toggle. He's a little bit more proactive in this time, and I think on defense, Path is looking really good.
They're pushing their way out from the sites here. Sage, get on!
No way!
Oh my God!
No way! I can't believe that! He ran out of bullets. His teammate was there for the trade and Toggle for 3. I love this tag team situation coming in from Team
so
Path.
good.
And I'm just really like, we were talking about we were talking about team play. We were talking about the trade potential, and it felt like they were struggling, but now their synergy is finally here.
It feels like they're a bit more confident. You know for a fact they have nothing else to lose right now. They force themselves to push from their sitting point on their side. There's nowhere they can actually play default anymore. They have to force themselves to be more proactive. Even though they're playing Bulldogs, one of them, a reason you ask why they're not full buy, because they don't want to risk it. They still know they have a chance, they have a shot at winning this. And if they lost it round just now, it will be detrimental for them to actually buy anything the next one. This is going to be a bonus round for them if they still wins with the Bulldogs. But the thing is, Kizuna can read things through. They are adapting really fast. They know for a fact that Team Puff are actually pushing. They're taking things a bit slow on the other side, but DXN just going to push into a side of a workshop and close the doors and just got to the side of a CT.
He actually passes by that Prowler. That Prowler did not give the information that he needs. He clears out the entirety of the site first. Now look at how they're just very, very patient here and how exactly DXN has moved. This is the same way that DXN has moved in round number 1. And if they say it ain't broken, keep doing it. But this time around, Path gonna go for the retakes. They were able to last time, but it was a little bit too close.
Yep. Now, even the Nabla smoke gonna stop them from moving forward. The moment they show themselves, they have Fury to even shoo them away towards the back line. They have to pull back so much because every single one of them is there. And then that hurt them quite a bit. Hunter's Fury's timing is so unconventional for them. But Kizuna, they're just gonna push. And now Flurry coming from B main. Who have thought there's gonna be someone in B main? It's always flaring, popping out somewhere so odd.
I mean, for Flaring, I really liked his timing, honestly. It's been so very good. As an IGL, I think that the way that he's been thinking and how he takes the site, how he plays, and it felt like, yes, Path took 2 rounds in a row. They look very strong. What can we do? We have seen the same direct situation coming in from Kizuna, but this post plant this time is very different. They didn't put everyone on the site, but instead, they kind of like separated themselves coming in from main, market, CT, and suddenly Team Path was in a situation where they're the ones getting boxed, not Kizuna.
Yeah, it feels like they are the ones that are actually going for post plant. For Kizuna, they're really going for post plant. They're like, I mean, who would have thought? Nobody actually tried to check the corners coming up from any entry. That's what surprises us sometimes. Kizuna just having these big brain moments about the post plant positions. But back to Kizuna, they didn't rush themselves to get into the site here. They're just trying to garner any intel they can. With their separator, with one lurker, which is going to be flaring, is always at some place that nobody else knows. And the DXN again rushing to a side of workshop, trying to close the doors again, making an entry point to the side of Team Kizuna, and just guarding over to the side of CT. Really even just fragment away those doors. Now Kimi just over the tripwire on the side of where they will be in the entry point.
Yeah, but Flaring with the opening finds Kai. No more smokes for a little while regardless. Should he is not scared. He gets the sprays. His timing is just so good. Despite the flash, it doesn't really matter. Toggle finds the XS. The sprays are just too good for Kimi. He punishes him. Toggle finally activated. He's doing so much for the team. But as a 2 versus 3 situation, it's a little bit hard. Sage gets one more. Does find Toggle in the end.
Flaring.
Here we go. Flaring once again.
Flaring's
I
everywhere.
mean, you think that everyone's gonna be, but you have to remember that
one Flaring.
Flaring's never gonna be on the site. That's all that the Team Path has to remember.
I mean, like, here's this bugger that everybody get annoyed at. And it's like, where is Flaring dead yet? No. So wait for him at the back line. It's always like that.
Yeah, and I think the fact is, if you remember prior on Heaven, the way Boogie was playing on the Killjoy,
I think it was kind of Kimi. It was Kimi back there.
Boogie.
No, Kimi did that as well.
what?
The double door thing and everything.
Oh no, I was trying to say is that the way if Boogie were playing is good for countering that sort of play.
Yeah. If only Boogie is doing the same thing.
Yeah, but he can't because they kind of need the manpower and the numbers to get onto the site itself. That's how strong the firepower is from Kizuna right now. The question is Path gonna do a turnaround and take 7 rounds in a row to bring this to overtime?
Oh, there's going to be a lead for them to actually go for overtime. It's really a scratch of a gap here. But Kai, poor thing, to teleport on top of those boxes. They hurt him coming. The teleportation is not quiet or silent.
It's not just that.
So loud. But back to DXN, they're forcing themselves into wine and A main. At the same time, look at, there's always either Flaring or Kimi doing the job. You know, look at the back line still.
I mean, I think for that teleport just now, the idea was there. It's just unfortunate that he wasn't able to get those picks. It would have been a great situation there. Pathos hit one, Riza, Kimi one each. Boogie, can he get this clutch? 3 versus 1. You can see the concuss come through. He wants to go for the aggressive sort of push. But look at where the spike is going. The spike is just going to be Kimi. They're like, okay, we should respect him. We don't want those situations where Path just goes a peekaboo and just gets the clutch. We want to make sure that we can clean this round. And look at the Cosmic Divide comes through. And it's going to deny all the push outs from Boogie, deny him from coming onto the site safely. As we know that for Kimi, he's very, very strong. That camera is a very nasty angle. If you were to push through, all they have to do is just peekaboo, surprise him, and he's going to go down.
Yeah, I'm loving the fact how Kizuna just repositioned himself in B and not jeopardizing way too much and risking, even though there's one player, but still respecting him so much, going planning to B side instead of A. But Boogie tripped the wire, giving so much information. Everybody just have their focus to a side of a market now. Look at how they're staring him down. Oh man, that's 3 eyes, 3 set of eyes watching over Boogie, but still, what a game. So much brain games coming out from Kizuna.
I think that's always been the case for Kizuna, and it's exactly what we were expecting from Kizuna from day one. It's exactly how they came very close with the 3 big teams here in Malaysia, Singapore. Regardless, 2-0 gonna go in the favor of Kizuna, and I think that for Kizuna, learning a lot from the match from Team Path alongside Louvre gave them a lot of information, and on top of that, with the new player as well, this is exceeding expectations.
And also the fact that they've been facing the strongest team in this tournament as a start is actually a very good start for them. Even though they've lost for quite a bit, feels like, you know, it gives them sort of variety, sort of creativity to actually how to get into the rest of the weeks in the tournaments as well. So they sort of giving different approach every single time they're trying to go for any attackers or defenders in any sort of map at all. And back to the side of Kizuna, I'm loving how they play. You saw how the team comms work so well in sync. Like, they're so committed towards each other. The fact that, you know what, okay, how about we go together on different end entirely, and they're not even jeopardizing, not even disrespecting any players of Team Path by giving so much respect about how they want to play. But this is just one of the days, you know what?
I think that Kizuna's utility usage have been
perfect.
Huge. It's perfect timing, perfect usage. And I think that on top of that, they really know not to overuse their utils. They're very, very aware on when exactly to use it and when exactly to not use it. Yes, we saw some rounds taken away from Path, but at the same time, they are also very, what's the word to say, not overzealous to really push out, to play together. And the timing for flaring at the same time has been huge. Now, I did say that flaring was the IGL. My bad, it's Riza that's the IGL. I think it gives a lot of space for flaring to play those big plays.
That's the thing. Oh, you know what? Okay, you guys saw the stats, right? I'm not enough with it.
Okay, let me talk about it then.
I'm not done with that. Because just now you mentioned about how they put out their utilities on time. I have to say, because of their team comms, you saw, if you have the team comms right, you never overuse your utilities because you know for a fact there's somebody else going to come in later. You're going to have to save it for later. And the perfect utility to be used at that time by Kizuna. That's why I said, as a teamwork, they just perfectly well executed it.
Yeah, but let's have a look at the scoreline here. It's going to be Toggle for the MVP this time alongside Flaring. Now, I think that Toggle on this agent has been showing a lot of potential, especially on the defense side. You can sort of give him a lot of space to play with. But in this situation, it felt like it was a little bit too late. Path needed a lot of time to really figure it out. But at that time, it was already a steamroll by Kizuna. Especially if you talk about the teamwork here. Kimi, despite the fact not being on his usual role, was still able to frag out multi-frags every time with his Flaring's, I think, rotations have been perfectly on time at the same time. Now, if you talk about the rest of the players, Shun has been great at getting a lot of those, I would say, information. How he plays with it is just like Recon out, and then Riza, a DXN, and him will just be spraying out. And I think it's very, very punishing. That's why I said that a lot of the big plays have been very, very nasty from Kizuna, because you can never really figure out where exactly they're going to be is number one. And number two, inside of smoke itself and reacting to those information, that's scary.
I know, right? Like, you can never figure out whether Kimi or Flaring is actually around the lurk or just, you know, trying to find somebody off the corner. And you cannot be safe unless you check all your corners. But today, we're going to settle down with MVP by the end of the day. It's going to be Flaring. You know what? I think both of them deserving of the mention here when it comes to Flaring and Kimi. They've been tagged. They've been like play tags all along. If Flaring is lurking, the other going to stay with the team. If Kimi is lurking, Flaring will stay with the team. That's how they played so well when it comes to the timing of taking over at the same time.
Yeah, and I think for this, Flaring was given a lot of space to work with, especially the fact that because of how proactive the team is with getting rid of all the utils from the side of Team Path, it allows Flaring a lot of, I would say, space to lurk around. And Boogie at the same time, he's not able to play his usual way for the lurks. He has to play with his team. He has to prepare for the post plans. And I feel like in this situation here, because of the sheer force, the suffocation coming in from not only the utils, the firepower as well coming in from Kizuna, Team Path needs to go back to the drawing board to figure out how exactly to use, or rather to counter this very aggressive and suffocating plays from Kizuna.
Yeah, but also you can't blame it. It's going to be the ball buff. The ball buff actually did
I
a lot
didn't say that, Kizuna. It's not me.
I mean, like, you guys posted it, right? So also for the fact, maybe you should try and play duelist at this point. Also, Tash, because we saw how Kizuna plays so well with that Cypher. Even though it's supposed to be a sentinel, but it's a different role entirely.
I'm really curious. I think I'm going to be I'm going to be asking them, like, what is going on? Why the role change? And what is going to be going through their minds?
It's not even a role change, honestly. It's still a duelist, but on different agent entirely.
Yeah, I mean, I always talked about this, how I really like duelists who move into controllers or sentinels. It just really shows that their aggression is still there. It's a very different sort of mindset. Now, if you see about how other people play controllers or sentinels, a little bit more behind, it's never in the front line. But when you have a duelist playing different roles, the aggression is definitely there, the mindset is there. And honestly, I need to do another interview. No, not another interview, but VCT MYSG, can I have the space to make an interview for these players about what goes through their minds? Please.
We need to know how these guys think when they play a different agent entirely, which is not their role to start with. But the thing is, it's back to it's the player's role. The player, the person, the human being role instead of the agents. I think it's better to categorize these guys on that terms instead of the agents or the agents itself.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, if you are looking for Kizuna Esports to fight against a team that can think as much as they do, for me, I do want to see if they're fighting against Enigma Gaming at this level now, how they are at right now.
I think, I would really like to see as the weeks come by, they are progressing and doing much better. So a round 2 is definitely needed, and eventually we might be seeing that at the end of the day. But this is going to be the end of day 1
of week 3.
Of week 3.
Yeah.
Oh my god, we're week 3 already?
Yeah.
Where did the time go?
We're almost done. We're going to finish with 7 matches, right? We're down to only 3 more for each of the teams. But right now, the standings seems like we have a lot of tight teams up there, up to the 4th place. Nobody's taking. You might as well put all number 1 instead of 1, 2, 3, 4 there. There's all 3-1 for the top 4 here. But the ones actually in really, really shaky position is going to be Hey Yakiniku, the only team that have not win themselves any series yet.
Yeah, for Hey Yakiniku, I mean, I did talk to Musi the other day. I mean, during the first week, and I said, hey, Musi, what's a fun fact that you could share to me about Hey Yakiniku? Oh, we didn't practice at all. I went back to Malaysia for Chinese New Year, and I'm like, okay.
He had a lot of fun.
He had a lot of fun, but I really want to see an improvement there, honestly, because these are players that are, obviously funded by a restaurant. I would love to be funded by a restaurant one day.
Hey,
it's like Loud, right? Loud had Loud had so many burgers.
I mean, like you never get starved for your entire life. That's the best thing that can happen with a human being.
Yeah, and on top of that, I think for Hey Yakiniku, I think it's a more of just like, I mean, it's as a team, they are not players that don't have that experience. They do have that competitive experience, and it'll be really interesting to see how exactly they come up on top, and whether or not this week will be the week that will be their redemption arc. Because at the end of the day, it's not that far behind. They're only in a 4-point deficit regardless. For now, I think that starting off the day with Bleed just now was honestly one of the most surprising things to come out of.
Oh yeah, very exhilarating.
It was very exhilarating.
Who would have thought Bleed, actually, the one that actually everybody put them a throne on top of their hat to actually be shaken up by the side of Enigma Gaming, who actually lost to Louvre at first. Enigma Gaming, you saw how they progresses throughout the entire league here, how everything just changes about their mindset. That's the beauty thing about the league for weeks, right? People build up after that. A team builds up a chemistry and give a different sort of meta and approaches for every different game.
Yeah, and I think it's really important to talk about like how these teams have progressed coming into more of the weeks. But I'm really curious to know what is going to be happening for tomorrow. But we're going to have to wait for that. I'm Tashman alongside Choo Choo. This is the end for VCT MYSG Split 1. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media, Instagram, Twitter, where apparently a new video of me has been leaked out by the production team. Thank you very much, y'all. I love it. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye.
enemy remaining.
Open up the sky!
Defenders win. One enemy remaining. Spike down A. One enemy remaining. Sleep. One enemy remaining. Spike down.
My double's dead.
Last player standing. Attackers win. One enemy remaining.
That's done.
One enemy remaining.
Ground.
One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left. Spike planted.
Defeated.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Just ready. Fight.
One enemy remaining.
Power's out.
One enemy remaining.
Who could have predicted this?
Off your feet!
You should run. Spike down A. One enemy. One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
I sent a bunny.
Attackers win. Last player remaining.
Spike planted.
Destroyed, but Devron has been seen. Hello there, but what a dodge!
Every single one of them!
Three
Are you
across
kidding?
each round. Only one of them's been.
Oh my God!
So that was really brutal.
They've actually gotten it!
Kind of like say that, but oh my god, not again!
Behind and retaliate still, but he has to cross.
Bye.